And it is time. Welcome. Good morning or evening or afternoon. I don't know. Wherever you are, wherever you may be. It's Rob. I'm here and you're there. Welcome, my fellow rulers. It is 9:30 a.m. here in the East. I'm going to start doing 9:30 because it gives me the ample time I need to get ready for the stream and I don't have to rush. And yeah, so anyway, yesterday was pretty interesting. Johnny hit the stand, and yeah, I thought he did a great job over the last few days. It's funny when Amber Heard's own attorney objects to their own question. Okay. Let me ask you now. I object. Never mind. That was funny. Um, I thought he did a good job again. And we had the chef come in and talk about the finger. Hey, Gia, how you doing? Hey, the lovely Sherry. Here's some people who weren't here yesterday. Good to see you. And hi, Liz and Corrine and Piglet, Miss Tina. That's a good question. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody is well. Good to see you all. Good to see you. Hello, C. Didn't see you yesterday either. Um, so yesterday was last night, I should say, was very interesting. Besides the audio clips I'm working on, which is a ton of. Thank you, Sue. That was a very nice compliment. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. What happened, Lisa? So Lisa said, "Oh my God, didn't get over that objection." So last night, the Glarer was on live, and he happened to talk about the flyers that were being passed out that we went over yesterday morning. So I want to touch up on this. Some of you might have missed it because you weren't here. There were flyers passed out, uh, and I found out they were passed out in the jury parking lot to the jurors' cars, and they were totally about Amber Heard, support Amber Heard, and all this stuff. Hi, how are you? Hope all is well. Deniza, I think that's how you say your name. I hope all is well. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Hello, Alexandria. I just saw you pop in. Hello, Carmen. Just saw you. Good morning, all. Hello, what you won? Good to see you. You're hiding in the shadows. It's okay. It's been a while. It's good to see you, what you won. It's been a long time. So, sending you love right back. Sending you love right back. I know it was Amber Heard's lapdog, but here's the thing. Here's a lot of things last night. There was a YouTuber who was there, and in fact, this YouTuber was sitting next to Darth News at the time. Hi, Tanya Campbell. Hello, Issa Mello. Hello, Miss Anonymous. I'll say hi to everyone. So there was a YouTuber who was sitting on Amber Heard's side because she wanted to get noticed. I'm not going to say her name. And she happened to get blamed, I think, by Tug and Popcorn Planet, and it was the first I heard of it. I didn't hear of it until last night. So the glare was going over it, and then then everybody was told it wasn't her. And she makes a scene, whatever, and the glare was making fun of her, whatever. I don't know. That's his thing, not mine. I have nothing to do with that. I'm not going to get involved in that. So I was trying to figure out who the hell put these flyers. And first off, how did they get to the jurors' parking lot? Why wasn't there a court officer in the jurors' parking lot? Why were these flyers allowed to be passed out? Right? There should have been a court officer on duty who should have approached this person and said, "What are you doing? Why are you distributing flyers in this parking lot? You need to go." And somehow, some way, this person got these Amber Heard flyers on there, support Amber Heard, all this stuff. And it turned out it was Christina Taft. And I'm sure you know who Christina Taft is. She's one of Amber Heard's fans. Anyway, whatever. She got kicked out of the courtroom. And so Eve Barlow got kicked out of the courtroom, and one of Johnny Depp's supporters also got kicked out of the courtroom. And the reason that Depp's supporter got kicked out of the courtroom was because of Eve Barlow. And Eve Barlow went to her social media, and then the New York Post put the article online, and that person got doxxed. One of the persons now is able to come back to the courtroom. They got permission to come back. So there's a big hoopty-doo. Hello, Yazida, who just walked in here. Good to see you. And hello, Joni. And today, as far as I know, it's going to be somebody in Amber's side. Now, it could be Tasha Von Ray. It might be Whitney Hurd. It might be someone else we don't know about. And anything's possible. So I thought it was very interesting. I don't know why there wasn't a court officer on duty to prevent this person from going into the jurist parking lot to distribute these flyers for Amber Heard. Because, again, it's another tactic to try and persuade people to jump to Amber's side. And I think that is, like, my God, even her stands are resorting to despotism by distributing flyers on people's cars to support Amber Heard. Now, I don't know if it was just jurors, because I also heard it could have been in the vicinity of the area. But I don't understand why there wasn't a court officer there to take care of it. Tanya says it was supposed to be Tara Roberts. All I know is a female. That's all I know. Because I remember she said yesterday, because she will take we need her audio or whatever. So I remember. The judge was a half hour late yesterday. And because I guess the judge was a half hour late, they went a half hour overtime, because the judge came at 10:30 and they didn't let them go to 5:30, which means I have to go, because at 5:30 I just really have to go. And of course I have to pick up Maya around 4 o'clock this time. I don't, again, yeah, that was a laugh. We just, everybody speaks, but yeah, it was funny. There was a lot of good laughs. Look, Johnny put him in his place, like, I like, were you there, like, questioning, like, because again he was trying to sneak little digs, like, oh, Johnny Depp, so you drank a lot. Oh, so you were doing drugs right that night. Oh, Johnny. There's an animal on my porch. Hold on a second. There's an animal on my porch. I don't know what it's doing. I think it's a bird, but I'm gonna go see what it is. Hold on a second. I've never seen this animal on my porch. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Yeah, I couldn't tell what it was. Could have been a squirrel. Could have been a bird. I don't know. I couldn't tell. It was very fuzzy. It caught my eye because I was like, I saw it moving. Whatever it was, it was. Don't matter. I was just curious what the hell it was, but it took off. So no, no. Oh, maybe, maybe. No, I don't think it was a cat. Not here. It was too small to be a cat. Could have been a bird. It could have been. Oh, I don't want to scare it away. I just wanted to try and get a picture of it. Oh well, whatever. Hello, hello, Mr. Spada. How are you? How's everything? Good to see you. It was big, though. It was way too small to be a bear. Carmen, I know you're in love with PB. That's at this point. I know you're in love. Hello, Snow Queen. Good morning. How are you? And Janie Davis is here. Good morning. Hope all's well. Good evening or good afternoon. I don't know wherever you guys are. For me, it's morning. So it is it back again? No. Okay. So to me, it was really funny about the Flyers. like the despotism that this team is having with first Eve, and then this person with the flyers passing the flyers in the jury's parking lot. I didn't catch everything because I'm kind of tired. I'm working a lot now. Um, so I think it's back again. What the hell? All right, just stay there. Whatever it is, I'm gonna leave it alone. It looks like a bird. It looks like a bird. I I'm gonna leave it alone. I don't want to bother it. I'm gonna leave it alone. Let it sit there. Let it. Maybe it's warming up. I don't know. Whatever. If you're comfortable, stay there. I'm not gonna bother. It's just cute. I want to take a picture, but I don't want to scare it away. Yeah, looks like it's resting. I'm gonna leave it alone. I think it's a bird. It's too small to be. Let me see if I can take a picture. I don't know. This is fascinating me. I've never seen this before. I don't know if I can get a picture from far away. It's got to be a bird. I can't tell. It's. I don't want to go because I don't want to bother it. So I'm gonna leave it alone. But it looks cute. Very furry. I think it's just a bird. Just I'll leave it alone. Hold on. Sorry, sorry. Now you mentioned him way too much to say. No, you talk about PB a lot, a lot. So I have. Hey, Marissa, how are you? Good to see you. Sorry, there's an animal outside. It's small. It's not threatening or anything. I think it's a bird or a squirrel. It looks like a bird. I wanted to get a picture, but I don't know why it's fascinating me so much. So anyway, yeah, I think that the chef did good. At first, I wasn't sure it was the chef, and it was the chef, and he talked about he found a finger and what the mess looked like. And I didn't pay attention to everything because I was gonna get kind of getting tired. I know some people dozed off. It's tiring. It's a lot. It's hard. It depends on where you live. It gets late. For me, it's early, and I'm tired because I have so much to do lately. The next month, because I go back full time. So now I'm working part time, and I got to work full time, and it's tiring. It's a lot. It's a lot of work between this trial and the house, and I'm so tired. But anyway, I didn't think the chef did good. I think Johnny did good. I think Johnny's been doing well. Amber's it was the first time yesterday that I saw Amber Heard just walk out of the courtroom with no hug, no celebratory anything, no smiling. Like she did on Friday, right? She big hugs and a little celebration. Yesterday, man, it was like a bat out of hell. She just the minute it was over, she upped and left. And Johnny was the one hugging and being happy and smiling. And it was nice to see. It was nice to see. All they have is repetitiveness. Drugs, alcohol, the monster, which he's already explained. He takes drugs and alcohol. He's already admitted to that stuff. And her snippets were great that they were knocked out. I like that they played full snippet, like how she wouldn't let him go. Like he was like, listen, he says, just say goodbye. I'll be back. We need a little space. He didn't say I'm gonna leave forever. And man, you're stressing me out. I'm gonna die. All this, very dramatic. And he's like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me here? He had to get Sean Bet. He had to get Sean Bet to take her away because he couldn't take it. And when you argue with your spouse or your partner, sometimes it gets heated, and sometimes you just get nowhere. And cooler heads have to prevail. So it's always better to I know they always say don't go to bed angry, but sometimes if you go to bed and you sleep it off, sometimes you could think clearer because calm now. You're not as bent out of shape. Your adrenaline's not flying, so you actually are more calm. And that's all Johnny wanted. Johnny just wanted space. And he said this over and over and over again. And that audio tape sold me. It sold me to the fact that I said there, wow, this totally proves that what he's saying that he was going bathroom to bathroom to bathroom was an exaggeration. Because he's like, What's your problem? And she's screaming and getting all worked up and out of shape and he's just trying to calm her down. It's like, listen, whether you like it or not, I'm sorry you're stressed, but whether you like it or not, I'm going to take space. And she's like, why are you doing this? Why are you taking space? Because look at you. You don't even let him breathe. You were up his ass. And people can't think like that. Like if you're in a big, huge fight with somebody, sometimes you just need to, hey, me do something, you do something, or you watch TV, and let us think about it, so we can come back together, and we could settle that issue, whatever issue we're having. And that's all he wanted to do. That's all he wanted to do. But she would not let him get a word in. She would not let him get breathing room. That's what she did. That's what happened. And of course, they tried to blame Johnny in this case for cutting his own finger off. And he said, why the hell would I do that? And I was waiting for that answer. Like, there you go. I'm a guitarist. If I don't have my fingers, I now have to lose a finger and say, well, how am I going to play my instrument that I love to play? How am I going to enjoy what I love to do? And why would I do that? What purpose would it solve, considering the fact that I was filming? I'm in the middle of filming, which I've said. I'm a guitarist, which you guys have said. And he said all that. And it makes so much sense. Who in the right mind is going to chop off a body part? For what? A little empathy? You're going to put yourself in all this pain. And if you know how to do it, I'm not even suggesting anybody should do that. But for what? Why would anybody go out of their way to do that? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Now, we talked about if it was a survival thing, that there was a guy who was trapped with his arm and it was survival. It was like, look, buddy, you're never moving, or you do what you have to do. And he did it with a sharp rock, which it's unbelievable to even that guy went there, and I felt horrible for him. But the bottom line is, if you don't cut off your own finger, especially when you're an artist, right? I mean, I don't even know anybody who would do that to begin with. Anyway, who the hell in their right mind wakes up in the morning and goes, I'm going to cut off my finger or my toe? Like, what are you thinking? There has to be something mentally wrong with you to even think to do that. It's insane. They showed some scratches, I remember, on Amber's arm, but we've seen those before. And again, there were straight lines. And I think somebody in the chat, I won't say the name, was saying, I've cut my own self. I've done that to myself, so I know what that's like. And that could be done to yourself. And the way she described the incident was she was on the table and she's like this. So if you're in this position, how do the scratches go like this, like straight? If you're laying like this, like people said, they would have been more like this. I don't know if you could see it. Probably not. Like that. You see that cut here? You see that here? You see here how jagged this is? So this here, right here, for those wondering how I got that, yeah, I could say, oh, my wife didn't take a picture and look how abusive she is. No. I could say my girlfriend, whatever the situation is. My dog did that. My dog's nail was too long, and she jumped up and went just like this. Caught me here. Sorry, here. Let me put the light on it. Maybe you can't see it. Maybe now you can see it better. Yeah, you can see it better. So you see that right there is from my dog. Now I could blame people and look for the empathy card and whatever and all that bull, but she did it. But she didn't mean to do it. She got excited. She jumped. I came home and she, oh, daddy, boom. I was like, ooh. So, I had to take care of her nails. So, again, yeah, I agree with you guys. I can never get a comment when I want to get it. Here it is. Yeah, it was too straight. She did it to herself, and I believe that. I totally believe. Yes, it was self-inflicted. And good morning, Amy. I just saw you here. So I totally agree that Amber Heard's wrist mark that they showed. Yeah, Chanel, what a naughty. Yeah, she did that. So I believe. What happened? That could be from an animal, cats do. Yeah, yeah. So, but you see how it went, right? It wasn't straight. It was too straight. So to me, that straight tells me that it was self-inflicted. It was too just right up and down. Mine, it's got this curve to it, curvature. And Amber's was straight up and down on her wrist. So I don't believe for 1 second, that Johnny Depp did that. I mean, there's lots of factors if you think about that too. How straight it was. And I'll tell you what. Hold on, I'm just trying to get the channel. I'm sure they're going to come on in 10 minutes. I just want to get it ready. That's not what I want. Thank you very much. That's not what I want. I want this. So they're not on yet. Just to let you know. So yeah, they'll be on in 10 minutes. They're not coming on to 10 o'clock now. They're not coming on before that. So we got about 8 minutes before they come on. Hello, KK. How are you? Good to see you. Hello, Laurel. Good to see you. I hope I did a good roll call. I tried to get everybody in here. Yeah, so the marks on Amber Heard are too straight and narrow, and I'm going to show you mine. And I just want to prove a point. And if you see mine here, you can see clear as day. Because if you're cut by somebody else, and I really want to specify this, and this is a good point if you're arguing with someone. Look, it's for me, if I was cutting someone, I'm not going to be, ooh, nice, straight, because of the moment, the heat of the moment, right? You're going to be jittery. So even if someone cut you, odds are it's going to be like that. They don't know the pain you're in, and they might not even care about the pain they're causing or inflicting to you. They think they just went like this. Oh, look so nice. People might self-inflict and do it that way, which they shouldn't do to begin with. Nobody should be doing that. Okay, none of you should be doing that. But to me, that was just straight. And from the story she told, it doesn't make any sense that you're sitting there like this. Oh my God, help me, help me, help me. There's glass all over the counter, and you just have a straight line. It's not a curvature like this. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Yeah, exactly, Echo Spice. And welcome to the channel. If that were true, the directions would be all over short jack. Exactly. And it wouldn't be as long as mine either. Mine is long. You could see how long it is. Right? It wouldn't. Maybe it'd be like that. Maybe. But I doubt it. I think it'd be like Echo Spice said. Someone else said something too. Tal said, hey, Tal, how are you? She said those cuts she had was nothing. True. I'm trying to get some of your comments in. Yeah, Laurel says, where are the pictures of the glass stuck in her skin? That's very good. That's a great point too. Glass would have to be pulled out. Yes, you're correct. Like if there was glass on the floor and you're running, and all your brain is thinking about is escape, your feet would get cut off, and at some point they'd be bleeding. And like I said, if you ever saw the movie Die Hard with Bruce Willis, and I feel bad for Bruce Willis, if you ever saw Die Hard with Bruce Willis, he had no shoes on, and they shot the glass because they wanted to cut him, so he couldn't run. He couldn't, he'd be hurt. That was the whole point. He couldn't run from them, so they could catch him easily because they got shoes on. He didn't. And the guy's like, shoot the floor, shoot the glass, put the glass on the floor. If he's going to run, he's going to get cut. And that's exactly what they did. And that's exactly what would have happened to Amber. It would have been the same thing. She would have cut her feet, which would have caused her injury, and she wouldn't have been walking normally. So that would have been a problem. We got approximately 3 minutes before it's showtime. I'll start sharing the screen and opening the stream and get your opinions. Anybody wants to join, again, you can join. I don't care. Hold on. Get set up. It's not ready yet, so I can't get it to full screen. But I gotta wait until they come on. You can see the time ticking. It's got 3 minutes. I am opening up this channel to anybody, like I have been, who wants to come and hang out. You can. And there you go. And I will pin it because I didn't do that once. And I said, "Oh, I pinned it," and everybody's like, "You didn't pin it." And you were all correct. I was totally wrong. I did not pin it. So that was my mistake. Shut that volume. And I totally messed up, so I apologize. Let me pin this to the top. Somebody's here. Who's here today? It's Tal King.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm alive, and you?
I'm good. I'm doing well.
Good to hear. Did you have a good sleep?
I didn't sleep too much. I was. If anybody sees my videos, I was streaming last night. I was playing. I played 2 games. Yeah, I was bad. You know what it was? I was just in a mode, like, "Oh, you're welcome." What happened, Issa? Issa said, "Thanks again for streaming. I hope you're getting. I need rest tonight. I will need rest." Hey, Mary Lynn, how are you? Hugs to you. LC's about to join us. Here comes LC. Tonight I will need rest. Here she is. Hey, Mary Lynn, how are you? I'm getting an echo. LC's about to join us.
Is that me? No.
No, I think it's LC. I think she's got me on blast. What's up, LC?
Hello.
I'm good.
Hello, LC. Hello.
You. Help me some new idea.
So I'll get your opinions. Tal, LC,
Yes.
What's your? We got about a minute or two. No, more than that. What was your opinions? Tell me what you thought.
Well, first of all, I'm very, very proud of Johnny of yesterday. How he, acted again in front of Rottenborn. I don't know how he does it, but I would not have been able to do that, but big applause for him, seriously, for being, so calm, and, his savage moments. I loved it because it was like, he's showing like that he's like wasting time and everything. And then with banking.
You're right about that. That's a great call.
And with banking, when he was like, her saying to himself, I was like, "Are you kidding me?" That was amazing. It was like even Johnny was laughing. But yeah, I was a little bit in and out yesterday because my internet was a little bit. But overall, I'm just very proud of Johnny, and I look forward to see the others today. Hopefully, it will go well. With Rottenborn, it will be a pain in the ass.
Right.
So. And a lot of things he already said, so I cannot say it again. So because people don't want to hear the same thing.
Listen, if you agree with me, that's fine. If you don't, let me know.
I would never, Rob. How dare you to ask
not
me?
Not everybody agrees with me, and that's fine. Or some people point out things I never even heard of, or I spaced out, and everybody's like, "Oh, I wasn't here," and everybody's like, "Oh, Rob, how about this?" I was like, "Oh, crap."
Mm-hmm.
LC, what's your thoughts? The video's unavailable. What the hell? Go ahead, LC.
Yeah. That's weird.
Yeah, what the hell?
Oh, the judge is coming in.
To me, the issue is whether or not JD committed domestic violence upon her. And obviously, AH's team is trying to make virtually everything be DV, when really the basic crux is physical abuse, which they apparently haven't been able to prove to my satisfaction yet.
True.
But then they're trying to talk about, verbal abuse and threatening abuse and what have you. And I was just kind of struck by the unfortunate circumstance, in my opinion, of Johnny's use of the English language. For example, when he says he cut off his own finger, and there's all sorts of psychological reasons why he was saying that way, but that's a passive use of English language. I cut off my finger, or my finger was cut off, instead of saying straight up in the testimony, AH cut off my finger. And say that repetitively. AH cut off my finger.
True.
And that's an active use of the English language. And that's something that could have been corrected with more witness preparation. And so just with my eye looking at it, domestic violence victims need a lot of witness preparation. And I don't think that Johnny was necessarily prepared adequately. I think he did great, and he's had a chance to tell his story and those things, and all that's really good. But it could have been stronger testimony because he was meandering quite a bit.
Right.
And you can lose the jury in circumstances where you're meandering all over, answering a question, and it takes you 5 minutes to answer a yes or no question. And you can lose the jury that way. I'm not sure that he really did, because he's believable.
I think it's it's also a little bit of the personality. I have the same like Johnny. Like when I speak, sometimes I just mabble. Like I want to give the answer, but sometimes, I'm doing a little bit too much than I should have. Like with Johnny, and like when he's stuttering or whatever, it's like, well, that's just because of who he is. Like you cannot say like, oh, he's acting or whatever. It's so ridiculous. So and well, we will say later. Now they're starting. So
definitely. Let's.
Ms. Roberts, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ms. Roberts? Ms. Roberts? I can see you. Excuse me. Yeah, you can bring them in. See if she's on mute or not.
They got a technical problem. Please stand by.
And like the thing why I think he stutters or takes a little bit of time, because he never been really taught to, protect himself or being straightforward, because of his past with his mom and his dad, that he didn't have that experience of to learn, like by his dad, like how to be a man, quote unquote, so to speak. Or, with the mom, because he was like abused every time, that he just doesn't know how.
Can you hear me, Ms. Roberts?
Talk.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We can't see her on the big screen.
Whoops.
A lot of technical issues here.
Ting.
And LC, Rosie, and Tallahan, thank you for joining me today. I appreciate everybody who's here, and hope we have fun.
You bet. And this sounds like this is Tara Roberts.
Wait, one at a time. LC, you first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it sounds like this is going to be Tara Roberts, the property manager from the Bahamas. And that's might be why they're having technical difficulties, is she is videoing in from the Bahamas.
Oh, really? Oh, damn.
Go ahead and ask your question. Go ahead.
Well, maybe not the
Ms.
Bahamas,
Gregory.
but from Johnny's Island, wherever that is. I'm
Good
sorry.
morning.
Would you please
Maybe it's
state your
not the
name for the
Bahamas, but
record?
Johnny's Island.
Somewhere over the
Carly
rainbow.
Roberts.
Miss Roberts, how do you know
It
Johnny
is
Depp?
my pleasure to join. I love
managed
it
his
up here.
island in the Exuma
I
Keys
could
in the
fall
Bahamas
asleep
for the
while
past
here,
15 years.
but I don't want to
Miss Roberts, where do you live?
make it bored.
I live on the island, and I have a home in Nassau and in Long Island, Bahamas, which I try to get to as frequently as possible.
Can you please describe Mr. Depp's private island generally?
My duties on the private island would be to maintain the island, the buildings, the houses, logistics, not included or limited to provisioning fuel, gas, groceries, just day-to-day operations, staff, and kind of like an estate just in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 49, which has previously been submitted into evidence.
Okay.
And Mr. Gibson, if you could play this, and Your Honor, if we could publish this to the jury. Thank you. We can take that down. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yes, that's Johnny's house on the island.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibson, can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 348? And this hasn't been submitted into evidence yet, so let's first just play that for Ms. Roberts.
All right.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yeah, that's his house and closet area.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to, plaintiff moves to admit this into evidence.
All right, 348 in evidence. Do you wish to have it published?
Yes, can we please publish
Okay.
that to the jury? And Mr. Gibson, once it's published, if we could play that again. And Ms. Roberts, what is that doorway with the beads that was just shown in that video?
That's the entrance to the closet
Okay, thank you. We can take that down.
in his house.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, I believe you mentioned that you manage staff on the island. How many people work with you on the island?
Myself and three others is Jason Major, goes by CJ, Stephen Farrow, and Rico Major.
Is this, I believe the witness is not being shown to the jury right now on their screens. Thank you.
The witness. There you go.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, how are you compensated for your work on the island?
I receive a monthly salary.
Other than this monthly salary, what other sources of income do you have?
I get dividends and rental from family properties and businesses that we have.
Since you've been working for Mr. Depp, how often have you seen him?
On average, 2-3 times a year. Sometimes it was longer, more visits. Sometimes I didn't see him for a period of time, depending on what his schedule was or what was happening on the island.
And how would you describe your interactions with Mr. Depp?
The island was a very family atmosphere, dinners together. He was very social, funny, humorous, very kind with all of us, and very outgoing. Enjoyed working with him and for him.
When you first started working on Mr. Depp's island, who would come down to the island?
At the beginning, it was Vanessa and the children.
Objection.
When he started dating
Relevance.
Amber.
All right, hold on a minute, ma'am. Objection.
Relevance.
It goes to just Miss Roberts' knowledge of who came down to the island.
We
with Mr.
can
Depp.
move forward. Next question.
Okay. Miss Roberts, Miss Roberts, are you aware if Mr. Depp brought, or how often did Mr. Depp bring guests with him to the island?
He had guests. He would bring Amber and Amber with her friends, and also I had on one of the occasions I had Paul Bettany and his wife and his children here on one of the trips.
And when did the Bettnys come down to the island?
Sometime in the summer of July 2013.
What happened when the Bettnys came down?
It was a normal trip. We had an incident where I was asked to have Amber leave the island. I scheduled a flight for her to leave to go to Florida that morning, and then that afternoon I was told to bring her back, and I arranged for a flight for her to come back that afternoon to the island.
When did you first meet Miss Hurd?
I believe it was shortly after they started dating.
What was your impression of Miss Hurd when you first met her?
Objection.
Oh, they were very much in love.
Relevance. I'll withdraw it.
Okay,
Oh.
go ahead. Next question.
Go ahead. I think Ms. Bredhoff withdrew her objection.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Roberts, you can answer. What was your impression of Miss Hurd when you first met her?
Oh, they were very nice, a couple in love. She cooked for him, cleaned up, they took care of each other. They were a very happy couple.
When, if at all, did that change?
With each visit, it changed. More of it was more not like an island life anymore. It was more of wines and more requests, simple things, toiletries, to have things here in place before they came or she came as well. So it, luggage changed. We got more and more luggage. Just things evolved and kind of mushroomed a bit.
How often would you see Miss Hurd on the island when she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I would, on average, every day, taking meals, cleaning houses, sometimes more.
And how often would Miss Hurd come down to the island?
At the beginning, probably the same 2 or 3 times a year, sometimes 3 times with her friends and family and Johnny.
During your interactions with Miss Hurd, what, if any, changes did you observe of Miss Hurd?
The taking care of the cooking the meals, we then had a chef come to cook. It was more of a formal island with chefs and housekeepers and things like that. Changed and yeah, pretty much that.
Ms. Roberts, were you on the island in August 2014 for Mr. Depp's Detox?
Yes, I was.
Who else was on the island?
I flew to Nassau and met Johnny, Amber, and Deb. I flew them back to the island, and then a couple of
Ms. Roberts, I believe you froze there for a second. I heard you say Johnny, Amber, and Deb, and then you were cut off for a second.
a couple of days later, Dr. Kipper arrived.
What do you recall about that time that Mr. Depp came down to the island in August 2014?
that he was going to be here. They were going to be here for extended period of time, at least a month or longer. And so we provisioned for a month for the trip. And after about a week or two, they left.
Where was Mr. Depp staying for the detox?
In his house.
Is that the same house that was just shown in those videos earlier?
Yes, it was.
How often would you see Mr. Depp when he was on the island for the detox?
I was every day, but not face to face, just from delivering replenishing the house, delivering supplies, waters and things like that, linens and changing things out. So glimpsing him, not a conversation as it used to be.
How was Mr. Depp when you saw him?
He was always asleep on the couch.
While Ms. Hurd was on the island for the detox, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Hurd?
I didn't see anything.
After Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd left the island, what happened next?
We would go into the house and break it down, empty out the refrigerators, change the linens, collect the laundry, straighten the house back up again.
After they left, what, if any, property damage did you observe?
There wasn't any.
Ms. Roberts, to what extent were you involved in Mr. Depp and Mrs. Hurd's wedding in February 2015 on the island?
Pretty much all aspects of it, logistics, work permits, getting things set up onto the island, to the island staff, provisions, building of the tents and organizing transportation of guests to and from the island.
When did you first hear that Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were getting married on the island?
Objection calls for hearsay and relevance.
What's the relevance of when she heard?
I can move on.
Okay, next question.
What communications, if any, did you have with Ms. Hurd about the wedding?
We were given information on a schedule to better help me schedule and the provisioning of what would be on the island, beverages and food and things like that. We were given a schedule for daily things were going to happen each day, what time foods were, when people were coming in, how many people would be at meals, just so I had a better idea of planning of what was happening. It was detailed. It was what was happening each day and then it was the rehearsal night, and there would be, we had scheduled, like, would be dinner, dancing, drugs, music, and then the wedding. We were very conscious about doing the wedding. The next day we were doing the wedding, the ceremony, and we were specific on time. Privacy was very important. We were very careful of people taking pictures. I think everybody was given disposable cameras and asked not to take pictures. I was concerned about that also, but we were doing the ceremony at sunset, so there really wouldn't be issue with what paparazzi people and things like that. And shortly when the ceremony was about to happen, it actually happened earlier than it was scheduled. The bridal party and Amber showed up early, and we were still scrambling for flowers and setting up and getting beverages and snacks down there. And there was a plane circling overhead, and it just kept on circling and circling and taking pictures, and the ceremony proceeded earlier than was scheduled.
Did you observe Mr. Depp drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Ms. Roberts, as part of the provisioning for the wedding, did you order alcohol for the wedding?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Ms. Roberts, what did you order for the wedding in February 2015?
I was given a list of food. I was given a list of beverages for wines, champagnes. I was asked to have Dr. Pepper and sugar-free Red Bull here, because at that time that was what Mr. Depp or Johnny was drinking, was Dr. Pepper and sugar-free Red Bull.
Okay. Did you observe Ms. Hurd drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Who did you observe drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Pretty much everybody was drinking and doing shots and celebrating. It was a party.
Ms. Roberts, I'd like to discuss with you when Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were on the island in December 2015. Who came down to the island with them?
I flew to Nassau to meet them, which is what I normally do. I meet himself, Johnny, and whoever comes to the island. I fly to Nassau to meet them just to make sure that the transition is smooth with customs and immigration. So I flew to Nassau and I met Johnny, Amber, his children, and a friend of the children, and loaded the luggage onto the caravan plane, and we boarded the plane and came to the island. And a couple of days into the trip, Alice and Greg and Alice's 3 children and a nanny came to the island as well.
Who are Alice and Greg?
Alice is a clothes designer and Greg was her partner, and I believe he's a photographer.
When did you first interact with Ms. Hurd when she came to the island in December 2015?
At the airport when I flew to Nassau to meet everybody. Usually when they come down off the plane, you know, there's hugs and kisses and chatting for a couple minutes while the luggage is transferred.
How close were you to Ms. Hurd?
Close, hug, kiss, you know, how are you, talk, same with everybody. So face to face, cheek to cheek.
What, if any, makeup did you observe Ms. Hurd wearing when you first interacted with her?
I don't recall if she was or was not wearing makeup. If she wore makeup, it was very natural. I don't think often she wore makeup on the island. I don't recall her wearing makeup.
What, if any, injuries did you notice on Ms. Hurd?
I didn't notice any.
Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that Gregory, a photographer, came to the island during that time. How often did you observe Gregory on the island?
I interacted every day because meals went down and changing the sheets and cleaning the room. So I see everybody every day there.
And when you saw him, what was he doing?
They were doing. There was a photo shoot on the island. Amber was wearing the clothes. Amber was wearing Alice's clothes, and they were doing a photo shoot on the beach. And Greg was taking the pictures.
What, if anything, do you remember about that particular time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd came down to the island?
There was a incident between Johnny and Amber here during that trip.
Okay, can you please describe that incident?
On the evening, we kind of called it a night. Dinner was finished. We wrapped everything up down here at the staff area in the kitchen. Myself and CJ came to the office later on that evening, and Johnny was in the office up here, and he was agitated, kind of walking back and forth. I'd asked him if he needed anything because I wasn't sure why, if he was up here to get something or was looking for something, which wouldn't be unusual for people to come up here. So he was here, talked for a couple minutes, the 3 of us, and a couple minutes later, Amber came into the office with and the three of us were in the office, and Amber came in, and she was asking him to tell him to come back to the house. Please come back. I'm sorry, come back. And he stood here, reluctant to go, didn't want to go, and a little exchange back and forth. He left the office and got into his vehicle and started it up, and Amber went outside and stood in front of the vehicle, so that didn't drive away. Amber was standing in front of it, and again, she was asking him to don't leave. I'm sorry, come back to the house. After a couple minutes, she got in the vehicle and they left to go up back to their house.
What happened after they went back up to the house?
CJ and I were still in the office and weren't really sure. Decided that maybe it would be best if we just drove up there just to make sure that everything was okay. And so we got in the golf cart and we drove up to their house, got into the parking lot, and his vehicle was in the parking lot, and you could hear them. You can hear them inside the. You could hear inside the house yelling. Amber yelling and Johnny answering back, and you could really hear what was being said. We stood there for a couple minutes, CJ and myself, and then you started to hear, it became audible. Amber was telling him that he was a washed up actor. He was going to die a fat, lonely old man. Then you heard, you hit me with a can. You heard Johnny say, you hit me with a can. And then he came down the steps and Amber was behind him and she had a bottle in her hand, was removed. And there was a brief pause, the moment, I think, of initial shock or uncertainty of why, that we were there. Neither Johnny nor Amber knew that we were there. He proceeded to walk back to the John Deere, and she again walked. He was sitting in the seat. Amber came up to him and was asking him to come back in the house, that she was sorry, please come back in the house. And he didn't come out of the seat, and she was hugging and kissing him, and I love you, I love you. She was telling him I loved you. He didn't react. Johnny sat there. Eventually got out of the John Deere and proceeded to start to walk away. At that time, Amber started to grab at him and his shirt and trying to pull him back to the house, just basically viciously trying to pull him back and get him back to the house and yelling at him. And at that point, I was between them and felt it was best, and I was getting worried about what was going to happen, and it was best that I remove him from the situation. And so CJ took Amber back to the house, and I walked Johnny over to the cafe, which was basically 30 seconds away from the house, because it was the only place I could take him to at the time.
And you mentioned that Miss Hurd was viciously trying to pull Mr. Depp back. Can you explain what you mean by that?
It was like clawing, grabbing at his clothes, grabbing his hair, trying to like pull him back, like an angry, like he was leaving and come back. He couldn't leave in the vehicle because the keys had been taken out. So there wasn't a way for Johnny to drive away. The only way was for him to walk away, and it wasn't a pleasant situation of wanting him to not leave, and angry and yelling and just yelling, come back, don't leave, and things like that.
At any point, did Mr. Depp hit or touch Miss Hurd?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll see the objection.
Ms. Roberts, how did Mr. Depp react to Miss Hurd viciously grabbing him?
He didn't. He stood there with his arms by his side and he didn't do anything.
Ms. Roberts, when you were back in the cafe with Mr. Depp, what happened next?
I was concerned because I had heard him say that
Objection,
he'd gone.
objection to her being concerned. That's not
I'll
responsive to
sustain as to
question.
concerned, all right?
Okay, Ms. Roberts, without testifying as how you felt, what did you observe when you went back to the cafe with Mr. Depp?
When we went back to the cafe, he had a mark across the bridge of his nose. I got a bag of ice to put on it so that it wouldn't swell, just to make sure that it wasn't bleeding. And he walked over to the love seat at the cafe and he laid down and went to sleep. And CJ came back over and I asked CJ to stay there for the remainder of the evening, for the remainder of the morning. And I left CJ inside the cafe and I left Johnny on the couch.
When did you next see Ms. Hurd?
That morning, I saw her that morning.
How close were you to Ms. Hurd when you interacted with her the next morning?
Conversation in a couple feet away.
When you saw her, how did she appear?
They had guests leaving, and it was kind of a normal morning, going down to the beach to see the guests leave.
What, if any, makeup was Ms. Hurd wearing?
Again, I'm not sure if she wore makeup on the island. If it was very natural looking.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Hurd?
I didn't observe any.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Mr. Depp?
The marking across the bridge of his nose.
When did Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp leave the island?
I believe they left that afternoon. The guests left in the morning, and I believe they left that afternoon.
After Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp left the island, what did you do next?
Our usual, we go into the buildings and we break them down. We empty out the refrigerators, garbage, take all the perishables out of the house, straighten the place up, take the linens away, things like that.
What did you observe when you went through that process?
The island was as it was when they arrived. The only thing that was different was there was the liquid on the deck with a can, I believe, of mineral spirits or something there next to it, which had leaked out onto the deck. And then in the over the railing were paintbrushes and art supplies, paintbrushes, paint tubes, big jars of the paints are in, and those were all scattered in the bush.
Ms. Roberts, when is the first time you provided testimony about this incident in December 2015?
I believe it was for another case in May 2020.
Ms. Roberts, how often have you seen Mr. Depp drink alcohol on the island?
He goes through periods of time where he's been here and he doesn't drink, and it's non-alcoholic Bex or something like that. It varies. Sometimes he drinks when he's here, sometimes he doesn't.
How often have you seen Ms. Hurd drink alcohol on the island?
She drank wine. She drank wine with her drink was wine with dinner, maybe in the afternoon, but I know definitely with dinner.
Did you observe Ms. Hurd drinking alcohol when Mr. Depp was not drinking alcohol?
Objection, leading.
No, sustained as leading.
Okay. How often have you seen Mr. Depp drunk?
I wouldn't know. He has a huge tolerance for alcohol. I haven't seen him passed out drunk or anything like that. So he drinks, but I haven't seen him passed out drunk.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Roberts, the salary you receive for managing the Bahama Island is approximately $10,000 a month, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so that comes out to $120,000 a year? Correct? Okay, and
Yes.
you've been receiving that salary for many years, correct?
Correct.
Right, in fact, I think you got a raise to $10,010 in 2018. Do you remember that?
No, I don't know the exact number, but I know I get that a month.
Okay, and that's in addition to all of the expenses, correct? For running the
The
island,
expenses,
of running the island.
I get a salary every month. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So the other people that are on the island, to the extent they work, they get a different salary, right?
Yes,
Okay, and all of the expenses you have, you talked about what you have to do to provision the island and everything else and run it. All of those expenses are paid separately, correct?
correct.
Okay, and you said you've been managing this island for 15 years for Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
All right. Now, let's talk for a moment about those two videos that you testified to were part of the house. The first video was missing both the closet and the bathroom, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look at it again.
All right, and the
There was
second,
sorry, go ahead.
go ahead, I'm sorry, you didn't come through, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I think in the first video, the beads were the closet, and then there was the bathroom next to the closet.
Okay, that was the
That's what you
second,
asked me.
that was the second video.
Oh.
Do you know who,
Sorry.
do you know who took those videos?
Oh, I did.
Okay, when did you take those videos?
Oh, it would have to be, I'm not sure, a couple years ago, maybe longer. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you take those videos for the UK trial?
I don't recall if it was for that.
Is there a reason that the closet and the bathroom were left out of the first video?
No, I stood in the house and did a circle around of the house.
Who asked you to make that video?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Was it Mr. Waldman? Adam Waldman?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Can't recall?
I can't remember who asked. No, I can't.
Okay. Now, the second video, that shows the closet, and then there's a door there. Would you agree that door opens up into a bathroom?
Next to the closet, yes.
Okay. And we don't have a video of the bathroom, correct?
I don't believe there was a video of the bathroom.
And no one asked you to make a video of the bathroom, correct?
Objection, relevance.
I'll overrule it now. Okay.
Correct?
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if anybody asked me to, I don't believe I videotaped the bathroom.
And my question was, and no one asked you to videotape the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk for a moment about the logistics of the island. So Mr. Depp's house, we've seen the inside of, and you said that the cafe was a 30-second walk, I think you said. How many yards?
I don't know. I walk it. It's just outside his house through the parking lot and walk way to the cafe.
Okay. And the, okay, and the cafe is where Mr. Depp would regularly have his meals, correct?
Correct. All the guests would have their meals there.
Okay, including Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd if she was there, and their children, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and
For
then,
dinners, yes.
then you were located on the other side of the island, correct? That's where you stay?
Or I stay in the middle of the island, yes.
Okay. How far away is that from the cafe and the house?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection, Sean.
How far away is it from the house?
Where I stay?
Yes.
Probably a 3-minute golf cart ride,
Okay,
5-minute walk.
okay. And then when other guests come, I think you were talking about tents. Do they stay in tents?
No, the tents were erected for the wedding, and then they were dismantled. And sometimes we would erect them if we were asked to, just in case somebody wanted to stay there. But people didn't stay in the tents; they stayed in the buildings here.
Okay, so how much accommodation can you handle in the buildings for other guests? I'm not talking about the house, Mr. Depp's house. We've seen that. But how many people can actually be accommodated in the buildings?
We have a 2-bedroom yurt on Brando Beach. We have a beach house which has the bed in it, and then we have what we call a roundhouse, which has a bed in it as well.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were visiting, whether they had the children there or not, typically, would you bring the meals to the cafe for each of the meals?
No, sometimes I would take them to the house. It depended on where they wanted to eat.
All right. And then typically, would you join them for the meal, or would you leave the meal and then come back and clean up afterwards?
Objection compound.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
All right, we'll take that one at a time. Typically, would you bring the meals to them?
Myself or one of the workers here would take the meals.
Okay, how often was it you that would take them?
How often? Maybe every other day, every day. It depended on how, if people were eating in their buildings or eating together.
All right, and would you stay and eat the meal with them, or would you leave?
If we were invited for dinner, we would all eat together. Usually we would take the food to the places and leave.
Okay. And then would you be called to come pick them up?
No, we would sometimes go back in the evenings on our own and clean up and turn some of the lights off. And sometimes we would do it in the morning. It depended on what was happening.
Okay. So other than bringing the meals, and it could be you or somebody else, how often did you interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd during the days when they were on the island?
On average, every day.
In what context other than delivering the meals and picking them up?
Oh, just see if anything was needed, if everything was all right, things like that. Generally passing them if they were walking or in the office or on the beach.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say that you weren't spending 24/7 with them?
No, I didn't live with them, no.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you don't know what they were doing during the times that you weren't passing them by or bringing meals?
Yes, unless they were on the beach.
Okay.
Then I would know. But
So you wouldn't know what happened, what would be taking place within the house, for example, when you weren't there. Correct?
correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was taking drugs, correct?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was drinking, correct?
I I would only know by cleaning up.
Okay. And you wouldn't know, well, you wouldn't know from cleaning up necessarily whether it was Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurd, or somebody else, would you?
It
Objection,
depends on the
compound.
beverage or what was,
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Please continue.
unless I would know what it was by what was in the garbage or left out of who consumed or what was consumed, I would be able to know.
Okay. And you wouldn't know what arguments, if there were any, were taking place in that house behind closed doors, right?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether there was any kind of physical abuse that was taking place behind those closed doors, correct?
I wouldn't know. Correct.
Okay. Now, let me just take you for a moment to the December 2015 timeframe. How much advance notice are you typically given for when Mr. Depp and his entourage are going to arrive and for how long they're going to stay?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's break it down. How much notice are you given when Mr. Depp and his entourage are coming?
It varies. Sometimes it's a couple days, sometimes it's a couple weeks.
So how much notice were you given in December of 2015 to who would be coming for Christmas on the Bahama Island?
I believe sometime in November
Okay.
for
And,
that trip.
all right. And in November, how many people were you told were coming for Christmas on the island?
I don't recall how many people.
It was a lot more than Amber, Johnny, Lily Rose, Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
In fact, it was Amber's parents, correct?
I believe so.
And it was Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew, correct?
I believe they were on the list.
And Rocky Pennington's parents?
Yes, I believe they were on the list.
Do you recall them canceling?
Objection, hearsay.
I recall,
How is that hearsay?
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
there was a change to the guests.
When did you learn of that?
I don't recall, maybe a couple weeks after, maybe it's beginning of December, maybe middle of December.
Do
I'm
you,
not sure.
do you recall if it was after December 15?
I don't recall.
Did you think that was a little strange that here these people were going to be at
Objection.
Christmas on the island and suddenly they cancel?
Objection, relevance.
I think it's highly relevant.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, were you told about why they canceled?
Objection, hearsay.
Party opponent admission.
We've
Well,
laid
you
a
don't know.
foundation for that.
Okay. Who told you that Amber's parents, her best friend and fiance, and her best friend's parents were suddenly canceling coming for Christmas on the island?
Objection, compound.
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
I don't know who told me, but I did receive I did receive information that they weren't coming and there were somebody else was coming instead.
And who was that somebody else coming instead?
That it would be Alice and it would be Alice and Greg and the children and the nanny.
And they were coming later, right?
They would be joining. That I think was the words.
Okay. So on the December trip, you testified about a few arguments between Amber and Johnny, right? Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You weren't present when Johnny sustained the gash on his nose, correct?
I wasn't there, no.
Okay. And you weren't present when the mess was made through the paints that you've described, correct?
No.
And so you don't know whether there had been a physical altercation and that led to throwing a paint can to try to slow down Johnny, right?
No, I just heard yelling in the house.
Okay, but that yelling in the house wasn't necessarily the same time, was it? You don't know, do you?
No, it was all in the same. Okay, no.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the summer of 2013. Are you aware that Paul Bettany claims he's never met Amber?
Objection, relevance,
What's the
and
relevance?
calls for
The
hearsay,
relevance is she testified that he was there on the island with her.
and calls for hearsay.
I can ask the question and see if she says.
All right, I'll allow the question. Go ahead.
Can you repeat it?
Are you aware that Paul Bettany has said that he never met Amber Hurd?
No, I'm unaware. I don't know that.
Well, let's stay on the summer of 2013 if we can. Do you have a recollection of Amber and Johnny, Lily Rose and Jack taking one final trip on the yacht that Johnny was going to be selling to J.K. Rowling?
I don't know what year that was. I don't know what year that was, but I do remember the yacht being sold.
If I tell you it was July of 2013, does that help refresh your recollection? July 9?
Yeah,
All right. Now,
it doesn't. I just know the yacht was sold.
okay, and you made arrangements, did you not, for a captain to captain the yacht and for them to go out on the yacht?
No, I didn't have any responsibility for the yacht and the crew on the yacht.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of being called because Lily Rose and Jack were upset and they wanted to leave the yacht and have a helicopter take them away?
Objection, hearsay, and compound.
I'm asking whether she has a recollection of this.
I'll allow the question.
Can you ask me it again?
Do you have a recollection of Lily Rose and Jack being upset on the yacht and wanting to leave it immediately, so you arranged for a helicopter to come in to fly them away with Amber?
Objection, compound.
I'll allow it. Okay, let's just hear.
I don't know if Lily Rose and Jack were upset. I do know that I did arrange for transportation off the island at the time.
And in fact, Amber went with Lily Rose, correct?
It was Amber and her friend and Lily Rose.
Okay. And Jack decided at the last minute to stay back, correct?
I don't know if he decided last minute. He stayed.
Okay. Do you recall Lily Rose telling you that she was upset because her father was drinking and trying to hide it from him?
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
I'm asking whether she has a
I'll
recollection.
sustain the objection. to
Okay.
that.
Then I'll ask the next one. Do you recall Mr. Depp passing out in the sand face first?
I recall that he was passed out on the beach. He was out on the beach. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Jack calling you because he was concerned?
Objection, hearsay.
That's just asking if he called. I haven't asked what he said.
No, you did. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of Jack being present when Mr. Depp was passed out face first in the sand?
Yes.
And do you have a recollection of Jack being upset?
I don't have a recollection of him being upset.
Do you have a recollection of him being happy about it?
No, I didn't speak with Jack, about it.
Okay. But you recall that Mr. Depp was passed out face first in the sand, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about makeup for a moment. So you don't know what type of makeup regimen Amber uses every day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you don't know, you said at one point you're not sure, but it's a natural look. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you agree that there are a number of different types of makeup you can use that would still give you a natural look?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
I'm guessing there is, yes.
Okay. Okay. And there's sun in the Bahamas, right?
Most of the time.
Do you know what Amber wears for sunscreen?
I think it was, at one point I had a brand Shishido or something like that was on the island that we provided.
And do you know whether Amber brought her own as well?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Amber had a skin condition?
I wasn't told.
Okay. But I take it you didn't ask.
No, I wouldn't have asked if somebody has skin condition.
Okay. The wedding. The wedding was planned at sunset, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, it went forward at sunset, correct?
It went earlier. It was earlier than sunset.
So your recollection is that there's no sunset pictures at the wedding?
I mean,
Okay.
there was sunset pictures.
Okay. So last couple questions. The makeup or not makeup, you were asked whether you observed any injuries on Amber in the December 2015 timeframe. Do you believe Amber would cover up bruises to hide them from the kids?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain this.
Do you have any understanding, based on your knowledge of Amber, whether she would try to cover up any bruises or cuts
Same
to
objection.
keep them from the kids?
I'll sustain the objection.
You said that you didn't believe that Amber was wearing much makeup, but you said she participated in a photo shoot in December 2015. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether Amber was wearing any makeup for a photo shoot?
I'm not sure the part that I saw, she was in and out of the water.
Do you know whether Amber would want to show bruises or cuts in a photo shoot?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, redirect. Redirect.
Ms. Roberts, how many times have you seen Mr. Depp consume drugs?
Objection, leading.
All right, sustained.
Ms. Bredehoff asked you about Mr. Depp passed out on the beach. How would you describe Mr. Depp when you saw him on the beach?
He was passed out. I picked him up and brushed him off, and he sat. I left him underneath I believe he was in a hammock, and I believe he had fallen asleep, or he was asleep, and the hammock had overturned. And I picked him up and brushed him off, and left him underneath the lanai with Jack.
Okay, no further questions.
All
Thank
right,
you,
is
Ms.
this witness
Roberts.
subject to recall, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, potentially.
right.
So we'll
Ms. Roberts, since you're subject to recall, did not discuss your testimony with anybody and just do not watch anything about this case. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, your next witness.
Dr. Shannon Curry. She'll come right now.
Dr. who?
Shannon Curry,
Can you, is it C-U-R-R-Y?
Curry. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case or penalty of law? I do.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
I'm Wayne Dennison. Could you state your full name for the record?
Shannon Curry.
What do you do for a living?
I am a clinical and forensic psychologist.
What's your educational background?
I started college at Georgetown University. I then transferred to the University of California, Irvine, where I received my bachelor's degree in psychology and social behavior. I completed my master's degree in psychology at Pepperdine University. I went on to complete my doctoral degree in clinical psychology at Pepperdine University, which included several training rotations at different practicum sites. Those are essentially clinical rotations we do to learn various types of psychology. You learn how to do psychological assessment, counseling, et cetera, and you do that in a variety of different settings. And then I completed a year-long doctoral internship at an American Psychological Association accredited doctoral internship. You do this year before you get your degree. And that was at Tripler Army Medical Center. It's traditionally a military internship. They did admit 2 civilians. I was lucky enough to be one of them. I then completed 2 years of postdoctoral training at Hawaii State Hospital, a locked forensic psychology facility. And that's where you essentially have individuals with severe mental illness who have committed crimes.
Have you done any additional coursework or educational work?
I have. So after I completed my doctorate and my postdoctoral training, I obtained it's called a postdoctoral Master of Science degree in clinical psychopharmacology. That is for partial fulfillment of prescription privileges, meaning that it's part of what we need to be able to prescribe medications as a psychologist, because psychologists don't traditionally prescribe. And we can do that with certain military jurisdictions in other states. I also obtained advanced training in the Gottman method of couples therapy. I completed all 3 levels of training, and then I'm also a Gottman educator for several workshops involving helping parents learn how to prepare to bring their baby home and helping couples without serious problems improve their relationships.
All right. What's the Gottman method?
The Gottman method is a highly research-based method of couples therapy. It's very structured, so different than what many people expect when they think about couples therapy. I always tell my clients I don't want them to come in, just tell each other all their problems, and then have an awkward, silent drive home. In this therapy, they come in, they complete a really structured assessment in the beginning. So they complete a bunch of questions. It gives me a ton of information about their relationship before we even get started, and really identifies the areas we're going to target with structured interventions during each session. I think of it almost like a class.
Okay. Did you get, in the course of your education, any specialized training?
Any what?
Specialized training?
I did. So my internship specifically was dedicated to essentially working with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic stress. A lot of my training has been with psychological assessment and testing. And then my training during practicum and then in my postdoctoral work was dedicated to working with trauma populations and also conducting forensic psychological assessments. Oftentimes, forensic psychological assessments actually refers to doing testing and an interview and a couple other things for purposes related to law. So it's the application of psychology to the courts, to legal issues. And sometimes that also involves doing assessments for the military to determine whether somebody has sustained a mental disability after combat.
You indicated that you did some work at Tripler. What's Tripler and what's the work you did?
So Tripler Army Medical Center is a hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii. If anybody's ever gotten to have a vacation in Hawaii, it's a giant pink building there. And it's one of the top training sites for military psychologists. I was very, very lucky to be able to train there. They have wonderful funding and a lot of new research going on, particularly for PTSD, but really for all areas of mental health. While I was there, I did rotations in family psychology, so doing family therapy. I worked with children, but I also did a neuropsychology rotation, learning really the ins and outs of advanced psychological assessment, identifying not just mental issues, mental illness, but also traumatic brain injuries after trauma, and doing those PTSD evaluations, and then also working with service members who were struggling with a whole host of issues, military stressors, normal life stressors, and then also those who sustained tremendous trauma from combat.
Do you still continue to work with the military?
I do, actually. My practice is very focused on military service members, veterans, and their families.
Okay. What work have you done in prior litigation matters?
Well, most of my litigation, if we're talking about civil work, that has mostly been reports. So this is my first time testifying in a civil matter. The majority of my forensic work has been in criminal law or providing psychological assessments. And then I produce a really methodical report, which is typically reviewed by a judge, and a determination is made, or usually there's a settlement beforehand.
Do you work in connection with any particular courts?
I do. So I am actually not sure if I'm on the list anymore in Honolulu, but I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii, which means that I have been appointed by the court to conduct evaluations for matters that are presented. And then I'm also on the list of forensic evaluators in several courts in Southern California. And then I'm contracted by the military, the Department of Defense, now and again for evaluations of PTSD from service members.
Okay, you mentioned PTSD a couple of times now.
Yes.
What are you referring to there?
So PTSD is a mental illness. It can develop after a person has been exposed to a traumatic event. And our diagnostic statistical manual, the DSM, is sort of the authoritative manual of mental illnesses. It's considered our Bible of mental illness. We go there for diagnoses. And according to that, there's a specific type of trauma that a person must experience for them to be able to qualify for a diagnosis of PTSD. And that's an event that is life-threatening. It can also involve sexual assault, and you can experience that either directly, but you can also be traumatized if you've seen it happen to somebody else, or if it's happened unexpectedly or violently to somebody close to you, a family member or a friend. And then there's also a provision for people who are first responders. If they're encountering really traumatic information regularly, that qualifies as a trauma. Now, there are a number of symptoms that can develop.
Sure. We'll talk about that some
Okay.
more. Do you hold any credentials relevant to the work that you do?
Well, I am a licensed psychologist.
Where?
In California and Hawaii.
Okay, and any other certifications or other credentials?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, other than the training with the Gottman method of couples therapy.
Okay. Have you worked with the Hawaii Department of Courts and Corrections?
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
Well, so that I guess would be a credential. So I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii.
In connection with your doctorate, was there a research component?
There was. So would you like me to tell you about it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I conducted a research study while I was at Pepperdine completing my doctorate. It's called a dissertation. So when you're obtaining your doctorate, you contribute something to the scientific field that you're in. And typically that involves doing what we call novel science. So you're doing an experiment, you're finding out new information and helping the field progress. So I did research in Peru, and I was essentially looking at the effectiveness of a therapy intervention there for kids who were growing up in this community called Ayacucho, which was exposed to 20 years of guerrilla warfare, the longest guerrilla war in the history of the world. And there were a lot of issues in that community, tremendous trauma. And my research was around finding interventions that were really effective for that community.
Where do you work now?
I work for the Curry Psychology Group.
What does the Curry Psychology Group do?
We're a multi-specialty mental health center. So we have neuropsychologists who do testing for kids. We have therapists, individual therapists, couples therapists, family therapists. We even have a meditation teacher. We basically try to meet the needs of our community, and we highly specialize in working with military personnel and their families.
Yeah. Who's the Curry and Curry Psychology Group?
I'm Dr. Curry.
How many people work for you?
As of right now, I believe it's 13.
How long have you been doing this kind of work?
For about 15 years.
How much of your therapy practice focuses on treating individuals?
I would say about half of it is individuals, half is couples.
Okay. Do you do any training of students?
I do.
What's that?
So we have several unlicensed professionals at our office, and they're earning their additional hours so that they can get licensed. So they're able to see clients, And then I meet with them regularly to supervise them, discuss their cases, provide them with information about different diagnoses, interventions, and treatment methods.
How did you get involved in this case?
I was contacted by Ms. Camille Vasquez, one of the attorneys for Mr. Depp.
Okay, and what was the nature of the contact?
Ms. Vasquez called me and indicated that she might be interested in having me meet the legal team so that I could discuss my expertise and possibly provide my opinions related to the matter.
What were you asked to provide expert opinion on?
So initially, my role that I understood at the time was to review the case materials and provide my opinions regarding anything that I noticed that was consistent or even inconsistent with the psychological science that exists today on intimate partner violence in Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd's relationship.
All right, you used a phrase there, intimate partner violence. What are you talking about?
So there are a multitude of different definitions depending on the source or the state, but essentially intimate partner violence is abuse. It could be physical, psychological, and it's from one partner to another in an intimate relationship.
Did your role in this case evolve over time?
Yes, it shifted. So I was retained at the end of January 2021, and then had just barely begun to review the documents. The case was postponed, and then in October 2021, I was asked by counsel to provide a psychological evaluation of Ms. Hurd.
Okay. Were you ever asked to do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay.
What types of documents did you consider in this analysis?
So I reviewed quite a few documents as part of my evaluation. That included all of the case documents, Ms. Hurd's medical records by Dr. Kipper, her prior mental health treatment records. I believe I reviewed records from Dr. Amy Banks, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also a significant portion of my review involved notes from nurse Erin Filati, at the time Erin Borum, who spent a significant time with Ms. Hurd in her direct company. I also reviewed exhibits, quite a few audio recordings, a video recording, several video recordings, or possibly photographs. I might be getting them confused, and multiple witness statements, testimony, and declarations.
Did there come a time when you met directly with Ms. Hurd?
Yes, I did. So in conducting my evaluation, I met with Ms. Hurd on two separate dates, December 10th and December 17th, 2021.
Approximately how much time have you spent with Ms. Hurd?
So the evaluation, we spent 12 hours directly with one another. However, there were more hours involved in the evaluation with some breaks. So we spent 7 hours together on the first day, December 10th. Not necessarily together because there was a 1 hour lunch break and about a half hour with breaks split up through the day. And then on the 17th, we spent a little more than 8 hours in the evaluation from start to finish, with a 1 hour break and another half hour of breaks distributed throughout the day.
As a result of the work that you performed, did you form any opinions with respect to Ms. Hurd?
I did.
What were those opinions?
The results of Ms. Hurd's evaluation supported two diagnoses: borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
What is a diagnosis?
A diagnosis is a way that that psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health field thinks about a disorder. It helps us to communicate a set of symptoms that a person is experiencing. And along with that set of symptoms, it tells other professionals a lot about how those symptoms might have developed, how that person might behave, perceive the world. It also drives treatment. The real purpose is to determine what sort of interventions will be most effective for the person.
Previously, you made reference to, I think you called it the DSM-5. What's
Yes.
that?
So the DSM-5, that stands for the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5. And that contains every diagnosis we use in mental health. And it's the authoritative manual of mental diagnoses.
Is performing diagnoses something you typically do in your line of work?
Yes.
Thank you. So you referenced two personality disorders. What's a personality disorder?
To understand a personality disorder, I think it can be helpful first to kind of define personality. So personality, something we take for granted, but these are the traits, the characteristics, the way we think, we feel, and we act that make us who we are. And these traits are pretty stable over time and across situations. We might, be sure to mind our P's and Q's when we're meeting somebody new. But overall, if somebody were to describe us, or if we were to describe ourselves, we have a pretty good sense of who we are. Sometimes an easy way to think of it is imagining how you might describe a brother or sister or a child if you have children. Their personalities are pretty clear to you. A personality disorder is some sort of dysfunction in those enduring traits. So as opposed to other types of mental illness, when you think about something like depression, that's episodic. It comes and it goes. And when it's treated with medication, it can pretty much be completely mitigated or minimized in a person's life, and their personality is still there, separate from the depression. When we have a personality disorder, there are going to be disturbances in several different areas that are visible in almost all different facets of their life.
Is there a manner in which personality disorders are commonly diagnosed?
Yes, so they can be diagnosed in a treating environment. Treating psychologist or a therapist or a psychiatrist simply does a diagnostic interview, which involves assessing multiple areas of a person's history back down through childhood.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Yes.
What's a treating environment?
Sometimes I'll slip into these words. I apologize. So a treating environment in therapy, if somebody is going in for treatment, the mental health provider will ask them questions to find out what sort of symptoms they've experienced and what sort of things have occurred in their life that might be consistent with these disorders, or rule out these disorders, prove that there is no reason for these disorders to be considered. They might also pay attention to their observations of the client over time and new information the client provides them. The most reliable way, however, to ever come about a diagnosis really is through a comprehensive psychological assessment. And I might use the words assessment, examination, testing interchangeably. They all mean the same thing. It's combining information from multiple different sources. One main source is psychological testing using validated objective measures. That means that they've been tested, they've been shown to be accurate for testing what you want to test, and in the environment you're testing. So there are measures specific for court environments where someone might respond differently. You integrate that with the same interview I was telling you that people would do for therapy. We do that as well. And then in a courtroom setting, you're going to look at all the legal records, all of those documents, corroborating information to sort of check your hypotheses that may be developing, and also check against the examinee's statements to confirm whether you have enough evidence of a certain diagnosis.
So what's a clinical interview?
A clinical interview is a very comprehensive interview. It includes a person's entire life history, as well as very specifically looks at any symptoms they might have. This can start as far back as birth. You might find out if there were any issues with their delivery, any genetic issues, any intellectual issues. How did they do? What was their home life like? How was discipline handled? What's their relationship with their primary caregivers? Were they raised by an aunt, an uncle, their parents? How many siblings do they have? How do they get along with their siblings? How many times did they have to move? Was there any abuse? Did they have any really significant life experiences that come to mind when they think about their childhood? How were they as a student? Did they need special services? Did they get in trouble at school? And you do this, you continue on high school. What were their hobbies? Did they play sports? How many friends did they have? Did they have any trouble keeping those friendships? Then you get into adulthood. Did they go to college? Did they not go to college? How come? What sort of jobs have they held? How did those jobs go? How did they end? That's always an important question. What sort of romantic relationships have they been involved in? How do they identify sexually, culturally? Let's see, what else? What sort of symptoms have they experienced? You go through the entire gamut of some of the main symptoms. You might screen for depression, any disorganized thinking. That means thinking that isn't necessarily in touch with reality, and any current distress they may be having today.
How did you conclude that Miss Hurd suffers from the personality disorders that you identified?
So there was information that supported it from multiple sources. I conducted testing, including one of the main tests that I used. She obtained scores that were consistent with those diagnoses. And then I also, there was evidence of those diagnoses in her records and in her self-report.
Okay.
All right, counsel, why don't we just go ahead and pause for a second while we go ahead and take our morning recess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute morning recess. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Your Honor, when would you like to reconvene?
Give me a moment, sir. All right. And doctor, since you're on the stand now, do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include the attorneys at this point, okay? All right, let's go ahead and we'll come back at 11:45, okay? All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
All right. So many people and everybody's so quiet. Anyway, we're
I'm
gonna get
sorry.
censored when
I'm sorry, but Johnny said in that recorder, in one of those recordings, that you have a personality disorder.
You know
This
what's
is crazy.
Oh, no. I'm confused about the last part that she said, that doctor.
I think that doctor is incredible.
Diagnosed with what?
Oh my goodness. Today's a good day.
Well, listen, it's gonna be good because everyone right now is Johnny Depp's witness. Keep that in mind. When she's gonna take the stand, she's gonna have people. I don't know how we're gonna feel later on. So right now, okay, this looks like another good week. You know, it's all Johnny's people, though. It's consistent with Johnny's people. But how are we gonna feel when AH hits the stand and she brings all her friends or whatever? How are we gonna feel then? I don't know. So let's enjoy right now. Let's enjoy this week, but we'll see what happens next week. You know.
I think Johnny has a massive amount of people behind him at this point already. Since yesterday, she got caught on a lie on the tape. And they actually have been booing her outside the court.
Oh.
What was that?
Sorry, that was me.
I was like, what the heck was that?
You can't bring her outside the court. What does that mean? He's done.
Well, I don't know if she's done yet. I mean, like I said, we don't know what she's bringing to the table besides what we've seen so far, which is drugs, alcohol, and that nobody's seen Amber with makeup, so they can't, even though they say it, they can't prove it. And what else did they use? That Johnny pays everybody off. That this is what they're saying. I don't think it's much. Doesn't convince me. I mean, I'm not convinced.
Wait till you see what I posted on Twitter. Amber Hurd looks like she's pregnant. I shit you not. I hope to God not, because I can't. I'll have a heart attack. I can't. That poor child that she's already got.
The other thing too.
Another one? Really? Oh shit.
When they were talking
look
about
at her
Carol
stomach,
Roberts, they're like, "Oh, you got 10,000 a month." What does that have to do with it? How much you get, Elaine, a month? What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah,
So
I want to know how much Elaine gets paid for acting stupid.
I mean, seriously, how much she gets paid a month? What are you supposed to do? Work for free? And then when you go home, a cardboard box? What are you supposed to eat on the floor?
Cereal every morning.
Seriously.
Oh my god.
You get paid this much amount. No, you know what? I'm gonna do everything for free. In fact, when I go back to work, I'm gonna tell them, hey, don't pay me. I'm just here to hang out. I'm gonna hang out here because I think it's fun.
Oh Rob, I can't handle it.
Don't pay me any money.
I'm working for free.
Seriously, like and you get paid
Well,
1,000
Rob,
a week.
I think they'll pay you for free if you wear the turd shirt. You know.
I mean,
tell me you have the shirt on. Please tell me you have that shirt on.
Hold on.
You have to enlarge that. Oh yeah! There's Amber's little baby coming out. Oh my God. I can't wait till the courts bring that up on examination, the cross examiner on Johnny's side. It brings up about her shirt in his bed. I can't wait to see the look on her face. Oh my God.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's like me meeting my friends for lunchtime and saying, do you get paid X amount of money? Do you get paid X amount? That's why you took this person's son. What does, oh my God. No, I'm telling you the truth.
Wait, Mr. Lawyer, are you doing my case for free right now? Because I don't have to pay you right now, right?
It's unbelievable. Like everything with them is like, oh, are they going to ask the police officers? Oh, did Johnny pay you? No, the state paid me, not Johnny.
It's funny that she asked that because she's a fan of Johnny Depp because she was spotted on that one.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But yeah, she's representing Amber. So how much is she getting paid to represent the turd?
Oh, millions. These attorneys get paid. She spent what, 25 million, something like that.
She didn't spend it.
Does she has that much money without acting?
She's worth 9 million. So obviously somebody, I won't say who probably just bought Twitter, is probably paying her.
No, what I read up on is that the judge in the United Kingdom is paying her fees.
I heard that too. I don't know if it's true though.
Somebody Google
Sue, I'm not a lawyer. I work in a courthouse.
I hope
I've been working there for this June will be my 26th year.
It should be on Google. Is Rob a lawyer? Rob, somebody said, "Are you a lawyer?" Damn, where's your money?
No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but I do work, with the judge, with attorneys. I don't know the law because every law is different in every state, in the United States, in every country. Like one thing for one doesn't go for all, So like something here where I live won't apply to another state. And I wouldn't know that. Like if I was in another state, they're like, oh, you can't do that. Like who said? Or our state said. So every state, believe it or not, was supposed to be united. Whatever. But that's not true. It's like every place has something different. Why? I don't know. I guess that's what fits or incidences. What happens sometimes is incidents happen, right? And an attorney tries to find a loophole. And then they're like, oh, crap, we don't have a law for that. So because this case popped up that they don't have a law for, they now have to make a law because otherwise every person will use that loophole. So that's where all these laws and different laws come into effect. Case after case after case brings different law. So the lawyers of the bar association or whatever they're called, wherever they are, they sit down and they're this board and they say, well, this is this case and we don't have a law for this. Well, now we got to put this into law. And that's what they do, and it's impossible to memorize every single thing because it is so much law. There's like landlord and tenant law. There's guardianship. There's housing. There's so much law. You got insurance fraud. There's so many different things. So it's impossible for any human being. That's why there's all different attorneys for all different things. Like there's an attorney for bankruptcy. But that attorney for bankruptcy doesn't know anything about housing court, and that attorney for the housing court doesn't know anything about medical lawsuits or family court, or criminal court. It's all different. My God, I tell you, it would drive you insane how much law. I mean, my test was 101 articles. Now they've upped it to about 105 to 110. And that's a lot to memorize because in each article, God knows how much there is in each. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, it's a lot to know. It's very hard to remember. It's tremendous amount. There's days. God.
It's almost like you need to bring your study books to your work.
Yeah, I had to study for a year. It was like consistent every time. I could study everywhere I could. I'd study at lunchtime. I'd study at dinner time. I just study. It was a lot. It's a lot to know. Now that's why lawyers have paralegals and they have help, and you have to. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's hard.
But yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about this whole personality shit going on, and just thinking like, is she acting out on her child as well at this point with all those problems?
Sorry.
Web surfer guy again. Thank you so much. Elaine should get paid in mega pints of Amica cream.
We should send her some.
Next time I get a bruise, I'm gonna try to find that cream and apply it and see if it works.
Amica!
I mean,
I'm gonna try it.
My God, this woman
And I'll
doesn't
even
put
make
up
a
with
video on it and be like, "Hey, I'm applying it to my bruise. I'm gonna pull Amber Hurd and see if it works."
You know, somebody should do that. That would be. I'm telling you, you know how many people watch that video? That would be day one, day two. That would be very interesting to watch.
Oh man, I think I will. Maybe I'll let you put it on your channel.
That would be. It'd be very interesting to see. Like, you know, you had a bruise in your leg or swelling. This is what happened. I hit the table. Let's see what happens when I use the cream. This is day one, so you rub it. Okay, day two, day three. It'd be really interesting to see.
Just to test that, I will ask for.
Within a blink of an eye, though.
Hey, Rob, have you been using your Amica cream on your leg?
That's
No.
a magic cream, man. Because hers was gone like the wind, I mean,
Just to be silly, I would ask my neighbor just to punch me on the arm. I want to see it.
Yeah, she won't stop with the damn makeup too. It's so annoying. Did you see Amber with makeup? Do you know if Amber wears makeup? Listen, I'm sorry. If I'm out, I know what a woman looks like with makeup on, and I know what a woman looks like without makeup on, and I don't have to be 2 feet in front of their face. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay?
Well, she has makeup on today.
Please, I go to work. I know who's with makeup, who's not, who's dolled up, who isn't. Come on, you could tell a difference. Like, you look at one
Rob's
person
checking
one
out the
way,
ladies.
you could so tell a difference. I mean, oh my God, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Makeup, everybody's paid off, and he's on drugs. You couldn't tell if he was on drugs or not. Who cares? Did he hit Amber? Amber hit him.
I know she admitted it. How come she's not arrested? If that was us, we'd be sitting in jail.
My God, she heard Johnny say, "You hit me with a pan." I never heard that before.
She admitted
Me
that she
neither.
hit him with pots and pans and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, that's true.
Let me tell you, getting hit with a pan is no joke. If you get these things, I mean, it hurts.
I don't know. I'm not trying to stick around and get hit with one.
And I knew because my mom, I was getting something in one of the cabins one time, and my mom had the pan, and she didn't know I was in, and I went right up my head, and oh my God. So it hurt.
Yeah, it hurt like a motherless cow.
It hurt, and I know it was an accident. She didn't mean it, and she felt bad. I said, whatever. It's my, I should have watched. Whatever. It was my fault. But
ow,
it hurts. Like, it hurts to get hit. You get whacked with that. Oh my God. I can't imagine the pain. I can't imagine.
It must be that magic cream that took it her way for her.
It's a good weapon, I'll tell you that much, man. If you ever think you're in the kitchen, you can't find a knife or whatever, grab a pan. I'm telling you, man, if someone gets whacked with that, damn, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
I have a heavy one, so they will tell me.
You're gonna feel that. I don't care who you are. You're gonna feel that.
God.
I think actually, if you have a good pan and you get a good whack, you can actually beat someone to death with it.
I think you can. I literally think you can. If you caught someone in the back of the head, man, you could do damage.
Yeah.
You could. There's no doubt
Don't
about
give
it.
me any ideas, Rob. No, I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
sorry.
What you planning?
Don't give her idea. She's gonna go do it to Amber.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. How'd you guess? Oh wait, she might shit on me. I can't. I'm scared.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. What was I thinking?
I can't. She might shit on me.
Oh, that would be an interesting court trail right there.
This is true, Emma. It's
hit me
true.
with
Just
a pen.
walk into something, you will get a bruise. Yeah, it's true. It's happened. Yeah. Hen was saying that the other day. Hen was like, I didn't know. She's like, I don't know where these bruises came from. Like, yeah, it happens. Sometimes you don't even realize you're so busy running around. Your adrenaline's flying. You might hit something. You'll be like, okay, it hurts, but you don't think nothing of it. And later on, when you calm down, you're like, what the hell, man? What did I do? Yeah, I've had that happen. I've hit like the corner of the table. Oh, man.
Isn't it that time that Amber was on the island and they were all going rafting and stuff? Remember that? And she did the photo shoot. Isn't that before the TRO she put on him? The day before?
I believe it was before. I believe it was, but I'm not 100% sure with that.
Are you able to find that later? Maybe the article and like show me. I can't find. I don't know what it's titled or.
I know it was too bad that Adam Waldman wasn't there because it was all over his Twitter.
Yeah, Adam.
I would have found it easily.
He's a beast. He would have killed Elaine in that court.
But I'm wondering now with Musk if he's going to bring Adam Waldman back and if he's going to let Johnny on.
Wait.
I wonder if he's going to do that because a friend of mine just got their old Twitter account back and now they have 2 Twitter accounts.
I got like 10 of them in case I get banned from one,
I was like, wow. He's like, yeah, I just got it back. He said, Twitter told me I would never get it back. All of a sudden, Musk bought the thing. I got it back. I was like, wow. Okay.
Is he giving out free money?
No, I don't think he's doing that. But
he gave Amber a Tesla. Where's ours?
well, he just look what Amber's. Who knows what Amber
They
did?
said that he gave Amber some Teslas, not only one.
He also gave Amber a
plant. We know what kind of Tesla she got. Oh no, I'll pass on that. Oh, he looks like Pee-wee. You know who he looks like? Pee-wee Herman.
Pee-wee.
Actually, someone made a funny TikTok about it.
I'm sorry, but it's true. Somebody should make that photo. I would laugh.
It's funny because one time I remember he gave her a plant. I was like, wait, you spent the weekend with her and you gave her a plant? Was it that bad?
Well, yeah, you start wondering then.
I don't know. Thanks for the wonderful weekend. Here's a plant. Like, what? Huh? I don't know.
Probably worth more.
I don't think I ever gift my woman a plant for a wonderful weekend. I was like, no, I don't think
I've
that
never
ever
heard
happened.
that.
A plant.
Unless she hates flowers or something.
Maybe I'd give my mom a plant. I mean, but
I'll bring one to my grandma's cemetery, but I won't like gift it to somebody.
I wouldn't think of my woman giving, I don't know, plants.
It could be that he asked her, like, what do you like to have? And she would be like, oh, just give me a plant so I can throw it at Johnny's head or something.
Like maybe. Yeah, maybe it was. Oh, wait. No, that's not true. Wait, that's not true. Wait, animation, that's not true because what about Grimes? Grimes is not one of those. And Grimes had his kid.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
So I wouldn't say that. I don't think that's.
I don't know. Apparently, Musky has a new girlfriend and she's blonde.
What do you mean he has a new girlfriend?
That's what I'm hearing.
I
Yeah,
thought
she
him and
comes
Grimes
from
were still
Australia
together.
or something like that.
I thought him and Grimes would have more kids.
I
No,
have
he's
no
dating
idea,
an
but I
Australian
heard
chick.
that Musky has a new girlfriend and she's blonde.
She's
Yes,
from
he has
Australia.
another kid. Yes, he had a
Doesn't
secret
he have
kid
like
with
3 kids?
Elon Musk has like 8 kids.
Oh Jesus God! You almost gave me a
He
heart
has
attack.
2 with Grimes. Grimes did an
He's not
interview.
blonde with Amber.
Wait, you guys don't know this.
Ew, I wouldn't touch him. Ew.
Grimes was having an interview. Musk was over some person's house with the other kid, and the interviewer heard the baby crying and was like, "What's going on?" And then Grimes admitted, "Yeah, we have another kid."
Oh my Jesus.
Oh wow.
And the kid was from a surrogate.
Yeah, didn't she just recently have one of his kids?
She had one, and she said, "Get this, wait, get this." She said she suffered so bad from the kid that she was crawling from the bathroom to the bedroom, thinking she was going to die.
Oh my Jesus.
So she told him, "I can't." Yeah. So she said, "I can't go through that again." So he said, "Okay, you don't have to, but I want more." And he said, "I want more with you." So she wanted more with him. So they agreed to get a surrogate.
Oh God.
Yeah. So they
Wow.
want 2 more.
Well, isn't Amber's his?
We don't know. We can't prove that.
I wish they would.
It's in
I wish they would do
speculation.
it. I wish they would do it. I'm so
We're under
curious.
speculation that that kid is his, but we don't know for sure.
Not too long ago, I saw a post that somebody was wondering if it was Amber's sister was a surrogate, and it was Elon Musk's kid. I'm like, what? I read that, and I'm like,
Ready for
I
the
don't
jury?
know.
Okay.
Oh, they're back, I think.
Yep. Oh, she looks pissed. Oy,
I don't
oy.
know.
Does she look mad, or is it me?
Yeah, she looks a little pissed.
Oh, she must have got her period. Oh, sorry.
Oh, God. Damn.
She probably got that flyer underneath her nose from Amber that was thrown
No,
all
she was
over
in the
the carpet.
military. This judge was in service. She don't put up with shit.
No. Well, good.
I would not want to be in her courtroom. Like,
I would be scared of that woman.
I would pull an Amber stunt. I'll shit myself.
Just be like, oops, I Ambered.
This lady's smart that's testifying right now. I
Smart.
want her name and number.
My
I want her
God.
name and number. I think Johnny should date her.
I got a doc. Yeah, I think he got a doctor in this, a doctorate in that.
I think he's got something
Nice.
with one of those attorney females.
Help me.
I think he has his stomach full from woman at this point.
Some of the
I hope not.
factors that you considered.
Well, he's got
determining,
Amber disease.
Ms. Hurd suffers from personality disorders, and one of them, I think the last one you said before you left, was self-report. What do you mean by that?
So the self-report would be things that Ms. Hurd indicated to me specifically. So there were a couple of characteristics that she noted in her self-report that were consistent with these personality disorders. The first was actually my own behavioral observations of her based on her self-report. So one of the hallmark characteristics of histrionic personality disorder is sort of a overly dramatic presentation. We call this impressionistic speech. So it tends to be very flowery. It uses a lot of descriptive words like magical, wonderful, and it can go on for quite some time, and yet it really lacks any substance. So at the end, you're left wondering what was just said or what the answer is to the actual question. So that occurred a number of times. And it also represented the quick shifts you'll see between emotions. So she would suddenly be one way, and then she would become very animated or very sad. And when people are displaying these emotions with this personality disorder, there's a sense of shallowness to it. People who are observing them will feel like it's almost play acting, and they might not be able to put their finger on it. But part of it is because of the rapidness with which the person can switch emotions, and also the lack of substance. They don't really refer to, I feel this way. They might describe emotions, they might describe events, but very rarely, and Ms. Hurd did not say, I feel vulnerable. She never really indicated a vulnerable feeling of her own. Then the substance of her self-report. So when I was asking her information about her history.
We're going to ask more about that later. I was just trying to get a sense of what a self-report was.
Oh, okay.
What psychological tests did you perform?
Okay, so psychological tests, I'll just go in order. So first of all, I asked her a couple questions from something called the mini mental status exam That's really just a fancy way of saying that I wanted to make sure that she was alert and oriented to, we call it person, place, and time. That means she knew who she was, she knew who I was, she knew where we were, and she knew the date. That way I can ensure that she's able to participate in the evaluation and understand what's happening. I then administered something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2. The 2 means that it's the second edition. And this is something we call an objective measure. So it asks 567 questions, more statements, and the person either agrees or disagrees with them, how much the statement represents them. And this test has been around since 1943. There are more than 10,000 studies showing that it is appropriate for determining somebody's personality traits. It measures all of those things I sort of mentioned, how a person thinks, feels, and behaves in multiple different aspects of their lives. It also measures very accurately any signs of mental illness or dysfunction. And the reason I also really like this test, whenever you're using a test for an evaluation that's going to be used in a forensic setting, people have a lot of incentive to present themselves in a way that's going to benefit their case. And they may want to look like they're sicker than they really are. They may want to look much healthier than they really are. And some of those incentives, they may not even realize that they're intending to do that. So it can be conscious or unconscious, but you really need to have a test that can check for that. And the MMPI-2 has a set of validity scales, we call them. These are scales that measure really the truthfulness and accuracy with which a person is approaching the test. And these scales on this particular test have been so well researched over many decades that they've become very nuanced, and they can tell us a lot about if somebody's, for instance, exaggerating. Are they elevating one of the scales that shows that they're exaggerating on purpose? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's more like a cry for help? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's clever and sophisticated or more obvious? And then the same exact thing goes for trying to minimize symptoms. We have a number of scales that can show us all the different, if somebody's trying to say they're the most wonderful person on earth, or if they're just trying to deny problems, and if they're doing that again in a very clever way or more of an obvious way. So that test was my choice for this case. There's one other reason I'd like to add, is that part of my evaluation was, one of the reasons was to assess whether Ms. Hurd has post-traumatic stress disorder, which I told you about earlier, as a result of the incidents that she's alleged occurred by Mr. Depp. And that's a really tough disorder to find out if somebody's faking it or not. It's one of the most easily faked disorders. Most of us know what it feels like to feel anxious. And a lot of people have seen war movies and movies that depict somebody
Sorry, I got cake. Hold on. I'll get it back to you. Sorry.
Yes. And then it also has a 17th item you can fill in if you feel like you can prove something really difficult that wasn't included. Now, I like to also add something called the Life Events Checklist 5 interview, which digs a little bit deeper into the person's childhood as well to find out if they, what sort of, there's so many different things that can be difficult growing up. And also, it's very important that you have the person determine which of the events they've listed, let's say they have a number of different types of traumas, which one do they feel like was the most traumatic for them? Which one still causes them to feel distressed when they talk about it? And sometimes they can't just identify one. And that leads to your next decision. So if they have multiple different similar types of events, like seeing combat, then you might use that as the worst one, the multiple similar. So that looks like you describe an anchor, we call it, to do the testing. And we would maybe describe the anchor as the worst of my combat experience, okay? Now, if somebody had multiple different traumas from different times in their life, like childhood abuse, and then went to combat and had some horrible things happen there, you would do the clinician administered PTSD scale test, the one that comes after. You do one for the childhood event and a separate one for the adulthood event.
Does this clinician administered PTSD scale have a handy abbreviation?
It does. We'll call it the CAPS-5. That's actually what it goes by.
Okay. How common is the use of the MMPI-2 in your profession?
The MMPI-2 is actually the most commonly used assessment worldwide by mental health professionals and in forensic settings for the court.
Why'd you use it?
I used it for that purpose and for its excellent validity in those settings across genders, across ethnicities, for different reasons. And when I keep saying validity, by the way, what I mean is accuracy, and I'll try to work that in, but then also for detecting the accuracy with which a person reports PTSD.
Is that scaled in some way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
The MMPI-2, do you mean specifically for PTSD?
Yes.
There's actually a combination of scales you want to look for. You would never make the diagnosis just based on one scale alone, or even on the test alone. You integrate other data.
Yeah. How did you administer the MMPI-2 to Ms. Hurd?
I provided her the test on an iPad. She essentially had her own little desk area and then an iPad. She hits start, it provides her with the instructions, and then it gives her 567 statements in order. For each one, she taps true or false.
What did you learn about Ms. Hurd from the results of the MMPI-2?
Quite a bit. I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline. It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies and mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very sophisticated way of minimizing any personal problems. I also learned that she tends to, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame, tending to have a lot of inner hostility that is attempted to be controlled, a tendency to be very self-righteous, but to also deny that self-righteousness and to judge others critically against these sort of high standards for moral value, but also to deny doing that, essentially to claim that one is very non-judgmental and accepting, and yet very full of rage, really. And these aren't facts, but her scores essentially correlated, so they were consistent with other people who obtain these scores who have been shown through many studies to have these very specific traits. So externalization of blame, a lot of inner anger and hostility. Sometimes that anger among these groups with similar scores, these people might have that anger kind of explode out at times. They tend to be very passive aggressive. They may be self-indulgent, very self-centered. They could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention, acceptance, approval. They tend to distance people who are close to them. Initially, they may seem very charming. They're very socially sophisticated, actually. That was a major component on there. They have a capacity to kind of offer some of their faults, but in a way, but only the ones that people think of lightly and can all relate to. And so they can present as very fair and balanced, but in actuality, they really might be very judgmental of others and unaware of problems in their behavior and their thinking.
So after you provide the examination via the iPad, what do you do?
So once they've completed the test, you can have it scored by the computer immediately. It's a very, very complex test to interpret, but right away you'll get a list of what's called critical items. And these are just some, a couple of the items, the statements that are presented that are more clearly symptom-based. And I always follow up with the examinee. Some of these might have to do with suicide. Some of them might have to do with other symptoms that you just like to get a little bit more information on, because sometimes an examinee might tell you they're completely fine when you're doing your interview with them and that they have no symptoms. And then when they take the test, it says that they're having trouble sleeping, or they struggle with nausea all the time, or they feel very anxious. And so you want to follow up on that.
Okay. What's a code type?
A code type, let me think of how to explain this very, very simply. So the main scales, and I keep referring to scales, these are just the main scores that come up on this test. We can refer to them as codes. And when I was saying that Ms. Hurd's scores could be compared to certain groups of people that had been researched before to obtain similar scores, the research has shown that certain people will have certain scores that kind of spike on this, okay? And so all of those traits that I was describing, those are traits that are found in these code types. So it means that score number two was high, and score number 6 was high. And so if we have those two scores were both high, then that's a 2-6 code type. And these code types.
What code type was Ms. Hurd?
Ms. Hurd had the clearest code type was 3-6, but then she also had some other code types that were less significant.
What characteristics are associated with a 3-6 code type?
So a 3-6 code type, a lot of that anger is expressed in this code type. There can be actually a lot of cruelty, usually with people who are less powerful. Actually, when you see this code type, you want to, if you can, to follow up with subordinates, co-workers, people who may have observed their behavior more closely. The 3-6 code type is very concerned with their image, very attention-seeking, very prone to externalizing blame to a point where it's unclear whether they can even admit to themselves that they do have responsibility in certain areas. A lot of suppressed and denied anger, but the anger is very present, will explode out, and a lot of issues in their close relationships.
How does Ms. Hurd's code type fit in with your overall opinion as to personality disorders?
Well, this might be an appropriate time to describe a little bit about these personality disorders, because I think what you'll hear is that there's a lot of consistency there. So borderline personality disorder is a disorder of stability. It's instability, and it's instability in personal relationships. It's instability in their emotions. It's instability in their behavior, and it's instability in their sense of self and their identity. And that instability is really driven by this underlying terror of abandonment. So one of the key features also of this disorder, and all of it is like pistons of an engine kind of firing off and igniting one another. But when somebody is afraid of being abandoned by their partner or by anybody else in their environment, and they have this disorder, they'll make desperate attempts to prevent that from happening. And those desperate attempts could be physical aggression, it could be threatening, it could be harming themselves. But these are behaviors that are usually very extreme and very concerning to the people around them. The anger is typically what, sadly, it's counteractive, right? So the thing these people fear most is being abandoned, but over time, the anger, the explosive anger that they show when somebody is needing space, or when somebody's really not doing anything wrong, because a lot of times they read into things that they perceive as being a slight to them or being somebody intending to harm them that actually isn't happening. They'll exaggerate it, and they'll explode. They'll react in this heightened manner that is just exhausting for their partners. Oftentimes their partners will try to make them happy at first and really allow themselves to be a punching bag, thinking that they can somehow solve this problem, that somehow they can make this better. And eventually it just overwhelms them. Histrionic personality disorder is very
Before
similar.
we move on.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the term emotional reactivity?
I am.
What is that?
So emotional reactivity is very common in the diagnosis. So essentially, like I said, there's instability in emotions. People with borderline personality disorder are often misdiagnosed as having bipolar disorder because they can be up and down. They can look very depressed and they can look very elated, but these changes are happening within a matter of hours. Somebody with bipolar disorder, this is a clinical depression lasting days, weeks, a clinical mania where sometimes they even need to be hospitalized because they're so grandiose. They clear out their bank account and go to Vegas and spend it all. They're acting in some very bizarre ways. With borderline personality disorder, you're having these fluctuating moods constantly. And again, this hypersensitivity to being slighted or feeling offended, really driven by the fear that if you're offended or slighted, if the therapist comes in 2 minutes late, or if somebody shows up to dinner 2 minutes late, that they might be abandoning you. And it's not as if the borderline is considering themselves abandoned in that moment, but they just know that they have this overwhelming emotion and there are no attempts to control that emotion. There are no attempts to regulate it. So if they're in the middle of the restaurant and they feel offended, they're going to start the fight. People are going to see it, or they might just start crying or break down, but they'll make a lot of accusations. And that reactivity is when you're going to see a lot of this escalation in the bizarre behavior. They can react violently, they can react aggressively, they will often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if their partner wants to get space from all of this intense emotion. And oftentimes they will be abusive to their partners in these situations. Sometimes they'll physically restrain them from leaving and become injured that way, but also people with borderline personality disorder, it seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. And one of the most common tactics that they'll use is actually physically assaulting and then getting harmed themselves. But mostly, we call this administrative violence. So essentially, this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So they might say that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep their partner from leaving. In the moment, again, they're not consciously thinking, I'm going to keep my partner from leaving right now. They're just thinking, I can't stand this. I hate my partner. They went from idealizing to suddenly devaluing because of the hurt, and they'll do anything to express that big emotion of anger.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
Okay. You indicated you were talking about emotional reactivity. What, if any, emotional reactivity did you observe in your review? Let's do this one at a time.
Okay. So there were a couple indications to me. First, I can sort of think about it with the treatment records. So particularly Dr. Cohen-Connell's, am I getting the name right? I feel like for some reason in my mind, I might have just reversed it. But Dr. Cohen's records, I did reverse it. He actually refers to this reactivity quite a bit and to Ms. Hurd's temper. And that temper, it's often branded, or being hot-headed, is really characteristic of borderline personality disorder, as is their very charming, personable nature. This is a disorder of contradictions. In Nurse Filati's notes, I thought there was something interesting. She references a night when they're out to dinner, I believe in London, and she provided positive reinforcement to Ms. Hurd because Ms. Hurd had been disappointed by a mistake made by the server, and it sort of references how previously she might have criticized the server or become upset by that, and that she didn't this time, and so that had been some sort of a step forward. And there was also an indication actually in Dr. Hughes's, Dr. Hughes is a forensic psychologist who had been appointed by Ms. Hurd to conduct as an evaluation as well. In Ms. Hughes's interview of Ms. Hurd disclosed that she had cut her arm in the past, which is a typical reactive type thing somebody with this diagnosis can do. It's one of the symptoms. And that's sort of all I can think of top of my mind from the treatment records. Moving into some of the declarations or deposition testimony, what struck me was Ms. Raquel Pennington's testimony. She's a former friend of Ms. Hurd's, and she told a story about, I suppose they were shopping for Thanksgiving accoutrements, something to prepare for Thanksgiving, and Ms. Hurd struck her in the face, sort of out of the blue, which is, I thought was interesting because that is one of those signs of borderline personality disorder where if a friend or a loved one isn't meeting your needs in that moment, people with borderline personality disorder can be very caring in their relationships as long as their needs are being met. They feel that their needs should be met when they want them met at a specific level. And if they're not, then that anger, that sense of harm causes them to react. So the striking Ms. Pennington, per Ms. Pennington's report in the declaration or the testimony, I thought was pretty consistent. And then Ms. Hurd's own self-descriptions.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question about,
Sure.
You indicated Ms. Pennington was a former friend of,
Yes.
of Ms. Hurd. Is there a relationship between borderline personality disorder and intimate relationships?
Yes, so the instability definitely translates to their relationships. You'll see relationships start very intensely. People will, somebody with borderline personality disorder perceives the relationship as extremely close. This pattern of idealizing and devaluing is definitely at play. They do this with their lovers and also with their friends. And so this might be the perfect person, their perfect soulmate friend, perfect soulmate partner, and their engagement in the relationship is very alluring, very charming to the other person. And so initially everything seems great. But what occurs is that reality sets in. People are not perfect, even when we have a lot in common with them. Whereas most of us can accept somebody as a whole, somebody who has a little bit of flaws and still think this is my great friend who always constantly running late for dinner. The person with borderline personality disorder, things are in these extremes, this black and white, we call it splitting. And so that person goes from being idealized, the perfect person, to dumpster. They are totally devalued. They are the worst friend. They don't care anything about me. I have better people around. And then there will be a repair because the person with this disorder does feel remorseful after they have these reactions, angry, tell their friend off. But over time, it wears away at these relationships. And so what you'll usually see is many, many transitions in their friendships over the years, people who have sort of fallen by the wayside, who were really very close knit at one time, and then, but there's not a lot of consistency in the long term. You'll also see that with their intimate relationships, many, many relationships, but none that are particularly long term.
How does borderline personality disorder relate to identity issues?
So again, that instability also travels toward identity. And when I was describing personality earlier, I was talking a little bit about those traits we have that help us know who we are. When you have borderline personality disorder, that actually is not something you understand. So people with this disorder actually take on the identity of the people they're spending time with because it's comforting. It's very uncomfortable to not know who you are. Some people with this disorder will describe a feeling of emptiness when they feel like they've been abandoned because now they don't know who they are in the world. And so when somebody with this disorder is going through that initial enmeshment phase with new people and they're idealizing them, they often will take on the identities of those people. So they may mimic them in a lot of ways. They might mimic the way they dress, their interests, the way they talk. And for this reason, the people around somebody with this disorder kind of from the outside may feel like, wait, I thought you were this way. Now you're advocating for this, and this is your new main interest in life, or the thing you're throwing yourself into all completely. Music tastes might change, hobbies will change, the way they dress.
Okay. In addition to borderline personality disorder, I understand that you diagnosed another personality disorder. What's that?
So histrionic personality disorder. And these are really two sides of the same coin. They belong to the same cluster. We call these clusters. It's a way to organize personality disorders in that DSM. And this cluster is described as the personality disorders that are dramatic, erratic, and emotional. Okay, so unpredictable, but really having to do with emotions and relationships. They're very similar. Whereas I was saying that borderline personality disorder, a lot of the key features that you're going to notice are instability. When it comes to histrionic, a lot of the key features are going to be drama and shallowness. Similarly, with borderline personality disorder, there's this underlying drive of avoiding abandonment. With histrionic personality disorder, that underlying drive is to always be the center of attention. Because if you don't have that attention on you, it feels similarly to borderline personality disorder. You feel pretty empty, like you don't have that sense of being or of value. Okay, so whereas borderline personality disorder might have more of the visible reactivity if somebody seems to be leaving, with histrionic personality disorder, what you're going to see is extreme discomfort with not being the center of attention, extreme efforts to be the center of attention. And when they feel that they're not the center of attention, you will see some strange things, making up stories to try to get attention, often taking on a victim or princess role. Those two roles in particular are pretty consistent. Seeking caretaking. Borderline personality disorder is similar because with borderline personality disorder, these shifts of identity and the splitting, you might see somebody go from being, in the DSM, it describes it as a needy supplicant of help, seeking the perfect caretaker, to suddenly being the avenger against injustice or thinking that their partner is a terrible person. With histrionic, what you'll see is somebody who wants to be the center of attention, has sort of that impressionistic speech, very flowery, very enthusiastic, but nothing's really being said. The moment your attention wears away because they're so demanding for attention, that's when they might take the victim role or the princess role and even make up stories. Sometimes those stories are to bolster the victim role. Sometimes those stories are just to make them look more interesting or accomplished in their mind so that they can get respect and attention that way.
Is there a relation between histrionic personality disorder and attractiveness?
There is, strangely, and this is always one of the trickiest things to talk about. How is that a symptom? But characteristically, people with this disorder are very, very interested in looks, but more importantly, they utilize their looks to get that attention, to get that respect that they're seeking. And so this type of a personality might be flirtatious with everybody. Characteristically, they actually couldn't even be subtly, and when I say flirtatious, I'm not talking overtly sexy, but kind of inappropriately flattering. Sometimes they act in a kind of a girlish way to be cute and to engender attention. And this will even occur in their therapy relationships as a way to sort of avoid getting negative feedback or criticism. Oftentimes they'll bring the therapist gifts or be distracting if they engage in therapy because they just don't want any criticism. They want the therapist to like them.
Does the intelligence of the affected person bear on the manner in which these disorders present?
Excuse me, I choked a little at my water. Yes, and I think one way to think about it that's probably a little more accurate than just intelligence is, in psychology, we would describe this more as sophistication. So street smart, so to speak. The way, for instance, I've had many clients who have borderline personality disorder who are messy and really clearly suffering, and they might be difficult and all over the place and yell at you in the middle of a session, but it's so it's not tailored. It's so much easier to work with because of that just openness and rawness of it, genuineness. Sometimes you'll have a more sophisticated presentation. There are 9 symptoms and only 5 have to be met. So there are a lot of different combinations and different ways it can present. And sometimes you'll have more of a petulant version of this, where it really shows when you push the button and you're kind of, whoa, what was that? So somebody who's really productive, high functioning, successful, and you get to know them and you think they're fantastic because they're so interested in you too. And you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you. But then all of a sudden, you say something that they think is offensive, and you can't, even in your wildest thoughts, understand how that could have offended somebody, but their reaction is so strong that you kind of buy into it. Gosh, maybe I did say something offensive, and you feel bad about it. So that sophisticated version, they can be a little bit more calculated in the way they present. They tend to kind of hit you where it hurts a little bit more, and they can be actually very, very destructive.
What conclusions were you able to draw about Miss Hurd's sophistication from her testing?
Well, from her testing and from her presentation, she was very likable, but her testing in particular showed that she approached it in a manner that, remember I told you about those scales that are pretty neat. She approached it in a manner that very clearly minimized any psychological dysfunction, not just that, but really presented herself as free of any problems. And she did so in a way that was very, very sophisticated, not obvious, by responding to questions that most people might not notice were trying to detect that.
How did you determine that?
So that's based on a particular scale on the MMPI-2 that is designed specifically to detect a type of responding that's a little bit more clever, a little bit more sophisticated, minimizing problems in a way that most lay people probably wouldn't understand, and even providers, very difficult to detect.
You mentioned that one of the characteristics of borderline personality disorder is emotional reactivity. How might that present in an intimate relationship?
So I think it probably presents mostly, or you'd see the bulk of it in intimate relationships because of that regular interaction and the desire for your partner to meet all of your needs, to be the perfect caretaker. Also that the hallmark of the disorder with the splitting, so idealizing, devaluing, and the perceiving of all sorts of neutral events as somehow demeaning or disrespectful. It's regular escalations of anger, frustrated complaints, criticisms of your partner. But because the person with borderline personality disorder, first of all, they're more sensitive to things. They feel distress more strongly, and then that distress lasts longer. So these types of blow-ups go on forever, and they're very cyclic. It feels like you just can't get a resolution, and eventually the partner will try to leave, will want to leave to take a break. It wears them down, and that's when the borderline might explode and act very aggressively or violently to try to prevent them from leaving.
In addition to diagnosing Ms. Hurd with these two personality disorders, did you form another opinion about Ms. Hurd's mental status?
Yes, so go ahead.
If the answer to that is yes, I'm going to now ask.
Okay,
what
yes,
was that?
I did.
Okay, what is it?
So in addition to looking for Ms. Hurd's general mental status, any psychological issues that were present, I very specifically was assessing to determine whether post-traumatic stress disorder was present, and it was not.
How do you know that?
So first of all, from multiple information sources, right? So I was integrating the interview, my review of the data, the case records, other people's testimony, her treatment records. And then I also conducted, in addition to the MMPI-2 and looking at that data, I also conducted the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the CAPS-5, which is the gold standard PTSD assessment developed by the National Center for PTSD, shown to be valid, accurate for use not just with service members, but also with civilians, men, women, all genders, and also all ethnicities, and then also specifically for use in a courtroom setting.
How do you conduct the CAPS-5?
So the CAPS-5 is a standard interview. What that means is that it's an interview with very clear questions that are scripted, and you ask those same questions every time you test a person. So because you're doing that, you're actually taking something that would typically be kind of subjective, an interview with somebody, and you're making it more objective. When you ask those same questions in the same way every time somebody's assessed with this, now you can apply a scoring protocol and actually score their responses.
As a result of applying those protocols, what did you conclude?
Ms. Hurd did not have PTSD, and there were also pretty significant indications that she was grossly exaggerating symptoms of PTSD when asked about them.
How did you make that latter conclusion?
So one of the strengths of this test, as I mentioned, the important thing about any test used when you're doing an evaluation in forensics is to make sure that the person is responding accurately. And this test does that by not just asking people whether they have a symptom, but asking follow-up questions that draw out very detailed accounts of every single symptom of PTSD. And when you're really familiar with this disorder, which you need to be to administer this test, there are nuances in the way a person will describe their symptoms that have been shown repeatedly to indicate exaggeration or faking. There are also indications when somebody is clearly giving you a genuine response.
Okay. What, if any, symptoms of PTSD did you observe in Ms. Hurd?
So there are 20 kind of core symptoms that somebody can manifest with PTSD. You don't have to have all of them. Ms. Hurd initially said that she had in the first question, you say, do you ever have this, before you get to the more nuanced follow-up questions. When I asked that first question on each item, she initially said, yes, I have that, to 19 of the 20 symptoms. That's not typical even of somebody with the most disabling form of PTSD. When we eventually sort of dialed it down, she had 3 remaining symptoms. And having symptoms of any disorder is common for all of us. Some of us struggle with sleep. Some of us get anxious. It could be several different disorders. It could just be that you have this struggle in your life. But she had 3 specific symptoms that I scored as present. Off the top of my head, I might miss one, but one was sleep disturbance. So she reported that she has frequent nightmares. Another one was that she said that she tends to have a startle response. So if she gets startled or surprised, she tends to stay in sort of a hyper startle mode for quite a while. And that's consistent with a couple of things. It can be consistent with PTSD if other criteria are met. It's also consistent with childhood complex trauma, which is something that can occur when your brain is forming. If you constantly feel unsafe, if your parents are abusive, or if they're not present, if you're neglected, you can develop certain physiological responses that can stay for a long time in your life. So I noted that seemed like a very genuine, accurate account, where she stays in the state of kind of hyper arousal, has a hard time calming down if she gets surprised.
You mentioned nightmares as well.
Yes.
Did she recount for you the nature of the nightmares?
So they were vague. She indicated that she has recurrent nightmares and that she feels as though she's being held down. And there was some conflict in that account, because even though that could be a PTSD symptom, it is fairly vague, but I still scored it as present. And in her initial treatment with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, which I believe started before she began dating Mr. Depp, she had indicated to Dr. Jacobs, according to Dr. Jacobs's notes, that she was having repetitive nightmares back then, and that they were related to her childhood trauma. And so that came up several times in the notes. Dr. Jacobs kept mentioning that.
Thank you. What is feigning?
Feigning is essentially faking or exaggerating symptoms that aren't present.
Does the CAPS-5 control for that?
It doesn't necessarily control for it. It can expose it by drawing out.
How does that work?
Because you're not just simply handing the person a checklist that says, here are all the symptoms of PTSD. Why don't just check off the ones you have, which clearly, if you're trying to look like you have PTSD, you would just check them all. The CAPS-5, because it requires them to describe in detail how they experience the symptom, where it shows up, what it looks like, what sort of examples they can give you, how many times it's happened in the last couple of weeks, how many times it's happened in the last month. By the end of each symptom, you've gotten a very good picture of a couple things. One, does it meet the definition of the symptom? Are they getting it right? Is this actually the symptom, or are they kind of confusing this with something else? Number 2, are they giving you very vague accounts? Are they giving you kind of a stereotyped idea of what the symptom is based on media or movies or something that actually is completely different from genuine experiences of this symptom? Or are they giving you a very genuine, heartfelt, sometimes minimizing, but it's ticking all the boxes? Their mannerisms while they're describing it, the actual very specific, very nuanced, symbolic ways they're describing it. A lot of times it smells, it sounds, that all appears in genuine accounts, and it's something that people really get wrong when they're feigning.
In addition to your conclusion that Ms. Hurd does not have PTSD, did you make a conclusion with respect to her symptoms?
Yes, actually I did. So, just because somebody doesn't have PTSD doesn't mean that they weren't harmed psychologically by whatever is being alleged. In this case, Ms. Hurd is alleging that she was psychologically harmed and that she suffered PTSD because of abuse that she alleges occurred by Mr. Depp. So the MMPI too is helpful because it shows you kind of everything, any other symptoms. And then in Ms. Hurd's own self-report and her prior treatment records, I knew that she had reported to me that she had had some other symptoms. So now what becomes really important is determining, and let me clarify one thing here, not so much a diagnosis, but did she start to experience symptoms during the relationship and after? Did they worsen after? Or could these types of symptoms or reports be explained by other factors? A, by feigning, B, by pre-existing conditions, or C, by other stressful life events that might have occurred. So the main symptoms that I was looking at didn't meet criteria for PTSD, right? There was also, substantial evidence of this sort of emotional dysregulation, emotional disorganization, the shallowness, the dramatic affect. Now, when you have a lot of childhood trauma, you can actually have some similar type presentation in adulthood. There are some differences though, but also that's not something that would have occurred after this relationship. So now I was looking at, are there indications that these types of things that she's described, this transient anxiety, the issues with sleep, were these there prior? And sure enough, Ms. Hurd, in her own self-report, stated to me that when she first got to LA, she was seeking treatment for, in her words, blanket anxiety and depression. She also reported that she was taking medications. In general, none of them were helpful. That's actually very typical of borderline personality disorder. Medications typically aren't very helpful for somebody with a disorder. They really need an intensive, lifelong type of therapy, which is not necessarily as relevant to this. But interestingly also, people with borderline personality disorder often respond really positively to stimulant medications that are given for ADD or ADHD. And in one of Nurse Filati's notes, she reported that Ms. Hurd told her that none of the medications were working for her except for one Provigil, which is often prescribed as stimulant medication. And I just thought that was interesting and sort of consistent with more of these lifelong personality disorders that aren't necessarily caused by a harm by any allegations, but have been there and will remain there typically. The other issue, so the anxiety, she had already indicated that that had been there prior, but the form of the anxiety. So looking at Dr. Hughes's testing and then also looking at the scores on the MMPI, when you look at all these little combinations of the scores, you can actually learn a lot about, is the anxiety related to an event, or is this more a person who tends to be an anxious person regardless of what's going on in their life? And somebody might describe them as a worrywart. And the scores, the little combination of scores that she obtained actually indicated that it was the latter, that her anxiety tends to be separate from events and more just kind of a constant, and it comes and goes, but it's more of a trait.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Maybe why don't we go ahead and, Ms. Breda, go ahead and have our lunch break. It might be a good idea to break it up there. Okay, I know, I can see you jumping up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Just again, do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll have you back here.
Busted.
Wow, early lunch. It's only 12:40 here.
Rob, did you see in a private chat what I typed? I didn't want to put in your big chat because, I don't know what the regulations on here, so.
I'm honestly surprised there's no objection.
And again,
FYI.
since you're in the middle of your testimony, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody at this time, okay? All right, let's just, when we come back at 1:50, okay? Come back 1:50? All right, thank you.
1:50, okay. Hey guys, I gotta hop out real quick. Me and hubby gotta go pick up the kiddo's birthday cake.
All right. Love that.
All right, see you soon.
All right, I'll keep everything up. I'll keep my mic off and all that, but we will return.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, have fun, guys.
Yeah, I want to go get something. I actually am in the mood to go get something.
Rob, if you need to eat, please eat. We don't want you to faint.
Yeah, you got to eat.
Well, you know what's funny about this? I did read about Musk, and it's very, very sad. And whether you like
Is
him or
it
not,
today?
he said that in the article I read that his son died in a Tesla doing 116 miles an hour, and he crashed into a wall.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I felt that one hit me. I felt he said there's nothing worse than losing your son. Yeah,
That's sad.
Yeah, it was very sad. It was very sad. And it
Oh, I
was
can't
sad
even
to read.
imagine. Oh my God.
Yeah, I thought that was really sad to read. Positive gamer, I guess you don't have a mod, so let me because I see you saying something about you don't have mod. Let me see. Let me see.
What's a mod? I'm sorry, I'm new to
A
this.
wrench is called a moderator.
What's a mod? I'm sorry, I'm new to this.
Well, we can make sure the people that are rude or say something wrong, we can block them or make sure they cannot talk for, more than a minute. For example, like have a timeout.
Yeah.
So we Rob,
And we
for
can
example,
approve the
with
comments and
with
stuff
chat.
too. Like it came across yesterday. It asked me if I wanted to approve somebody's comment. I read it and it was alright, so I approved it.
Yeah, so what happens is like the glare was like, I'm not sure why Rob wrenches every single person. Well, there's a lot of reasons. There's two reasons behind my madness, and why I'm probably the only YouTuber that does it. One, everybody here is like a family to me. So why is anybody better than anybody else? I don't think that anybody here is better than anybody else. I think everybody is special and unique in their own way. So I said, if this is my family, I want to treat them as such. So I make people a mod who come here often. And, if I get a troll, man, someone who's like cursing or just acting stupid or putting
You could
stupid
boot them.
comments, you guys can get rid of them real quick. They don't stand a chance here. They're not gonna make it here.
Right.
So that's
Rob,
number one.
you really are a Hufflepuff.
A Hufflepuff.
Oh, we're all
yes, you really are.
I'm a Hufflepuff.
Well, at least what I know, I don't know as much as everybody else like this that like diehard fans, but what I know, Hufflepuffs are like, very respectful and everything. You're definitely a very, very Hufflepuffy.
Well, I hope that's not a bad thing.
No, it's a good thing, Rob. But the only thing I have to say is, because I love you, just be careful, because people will take advantage of your kindness. That's the only thing I will say, because I know everything about that in my past. So that's the only thing. Please be careful of the people, because they will take advantage of your kindness. So just that you know, okay? Promise me.
It's happened, and when it happens, listen,
that's horrible.
They get out of my life. I mean, it's their loss, because what they think they had and what they think they got over on me, I'm like, well, you could have had a lot more. And if you knew me, there'd be a ton that you could have.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know me as well as you think you do, and you lost out on more than what you got. You would have got a hell of a lot more. And that's
exactly. But just just in case, sometimes we get lost, and we don't think about it, and we're like, oh, everybody's good, but just in case, only because I love you, Rob, because I really respect you and love you, and I really care about you. Just be careful, okay?
Well, I appreciate it, so, and I will.
Yeah, because I know the feeling. Trust me, I've been way too nice in the past, doing everything, and in return, I did got shit, or I got like really negative things, and I'm like, oh, okay, so.
Well, there's those people who are out for themselves, and that's all they care about. And then there's those people, like a lot. I would say the majority of the people here are really awesome. Take care, Positive Gamer. Be well, and I did make you a mod, so welcome to the family, man. So be well and have or I'm not sure if you're a man or woman, but I always say man or bro, but or guys. I use the manly thing. Sorry, so forgive me.
How dare you?
I'm sorry, Tal. I'm sorry.
No, I'm a man. Okay.
Oh my God.
Chairman, I hope you feel better. Yeah, losing a Korean. Yeah, losing a child is extremely painful. Yeah,
I
you're
can't
right.
even imagine getting that
Okay.
news.
Me
Oh
neither.
my God.
Now I don't
I
feel so
mean,
bad.
as a family member, losing an uncle or a father or mother or whatever is already painful, but to lose your own child, I cannot even imagine. I can't.
Right.
Yeah,
I can't.
losing your own kid is the worst, the worst feeling in the world.
Oh,
I mean, thank God he has others, so he could, but he's never going to forget that. And
no. That's sad.
you know, thank God he has other children. Thank God it wasn't his only kid, because then he'd really be suffering like tremendously.
Oh,
So he's
yeah.
Yeah.
lucky he has all these other kids and all these other things to keep his mind occupied. But I'm sure, he thinks about it, and I'm sure he remembers, like, if not every day, it's got to be on his mind. I mean, it would be on me for me. It'd
Me
be
too.
it'd be totally in my mind. Yeah, Carrie, I'm sorry, Carrie. That's horrible
Oh,
too.
Carrie, I'm so sorry. Also,
I'm so sorry, Carrie.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm sorry. That's
I'm about to cry. I
that's
hate
rough.
when
breathe.
that's sad. I'm so sorry.
That's what I'm trying. At least at least what we have, what AH doesn't have, is empathy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard. Any loss in life is hard. I mean, it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't matter what loss you have. You like a divorce to me is a loss. When your friendship
I
ends, it's
celebrated
a loss.
mine.
I think anything that's a loss. It's like my daughter. My daughter, we took her Saturday to an event, a birthday party, and she was happy. It's always great to say hi and hello. And when you leave, it's always sad, because you had such a good time with people. You don't want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbyes suck.
Yeah.
Goodbyes
Yeah,
suck, and
it does.
hellos are wonderful.
I think goodbye is like
Mm-hmm.
the saddest word you're ever hear. Like it could be the final thing that you ever say to somebody, and it's hard.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I'll see you
Exactly.
later, or I'll talk to you later, and I'll never say like goodbye, like, because that's what you say when somebody's final moments. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
I never want to, and I don't want to do that in front of my daughter, and she thinks it's okay to use it.
Yeah. You just want to say see you soon, actually.
Did they say how long they're out for lunch? I didn't catch what the judge.
150.
An
So
hour.
it's 12. So an hour. 1 hour from now. 1
Do
hour
you
from now.
notice on that sign right there? It says something in another language. Anybody know what that says? The translation to that? Even
It's
if you have
probably
the
where?
Google
Latin.
Translate.
Is
What
it
is it?
Where?
Latin?
On the bottom it says sick semper something.
Huh?
I don't even know if I'm
Where? In the chat?
underneath
No,
the
in the
Virginia
picture.
sign.
Look, it says
on the
Virginia,
screen.
and look at the bottom.
Since Semper, I'm guessing it's Greek. Because,
Yeah, anybody know Greek? Or have a
No.
translator that can translate it? I'm
No,
curious
I'm
to know
sorry.
that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Is it
If
definitely
somebody
Greek?
knows Latin?
I mean, Google Translator would, but I'm on my phone, so I can't do it. Ugh, I don't have another device. It's
Yeah,
gonna bother me. It's up there. It's like I'm gonna. I'm torturing you. Yeah, you are.
Virginia is one of the goddesses, I'm guessing. Si sempre tyrannis. I'm guessing something about the victory. I don't know. Wait, let me try to translate.
I'm pretty sure the judge knows more than one language because she was in the service. I mean, to be in the service, you got to know more than one language, I think.
Oh shit! Wait, Greek.
Heh.
Sic semper.
Interesting, Lily. I thank you. I sounds a lot. I think like me. I'm not trying to be cocky or conceited or anything, but yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess
Tyrannis.
I could see me. I mean, I am Hufflepuff. That's what I've been told.
So what does everybody think about this lady? I love it. I love what she's doing.
Oh,
great.
I need to get her phone number and like have a date and like go marry this woman, but I'm just kidding.
Okay, it's Latin. It says it's Latin.
I knew it was Latin. I didn't know what I can't like.
I did say it was Latin.
Oh shit! Oh
Go
no,
ahead.
I lost it. Oh, for fuck's sake! Sorry. Wait, let me try that. Sick. So it means so semper, always. So always tyrannis. Oh God, sorry, Minka. Oops, Laura.
Yes,
Laura will
Latin.
understand that.
Anybody know Latin?
Tyrants. So always tyrants. I guess always to be a warrior, maybe. Because it
Yeah,
says
Carrie, sorry
so
about that.
always tyrants. So I'm guessing something always being a warrior. I guess.
Always be a warrior. That would make sense because she was in the
Yeah, that's what I
service.
think. What I think. The tyrants.
It would make sense because she was in the service. So and now she's a judge that don't take no crap. So yeah, that would kind of make sense if that's the correction of the translation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was bothering me. It was just like, I'm gonna torture you. I'm gonna stay up here. You don't know what I mean, haha. And now I know what you mean. So boom, go away.
Luke, you're funny.
Hey, I don't mean. I'm from New York originally. I don't try to be funny. You know, I mean, I'm from the Bronx. You know, like I called out that one chick that on Twitter. I guess she was an Amber fan or something, and I'm like, well, I'm from the Bronx too, so what's going on? You know, let's meet up and square it out. And she blocked me. I'm like, that's great.
Yeah,
I think.
I actually have a teacher.
That girl that tried to date Johnny Depp. It was a celebrity. Yeah, I don't know what her name was. I forgot.
I actually have a teacher that I'm
New
really
Yorkers
close to.
in the house.
Did,
We're from New York. I'm from the
sorry.
Bronx.
Yeah. Actually, I have a teacher that I put on Instagram. You know, justice for Johnny Depp, and then she put justice for Amber. I was like, okay, but I did not respond because it's her opinion, and I'm fine with it because I love her very much, and if she thinks Amber is innocent, that's fine by me. But I was a little bit shocked. I was like, because we're like the same people, but she was like going for her. I'm like, you know what? I didn't even respond. I was like, okay, you know what? For her, that's fine. You see, but try it. If you change your mind, you change your mind. If not, it's not. It's okay because I still will love her, because everybody has their own opinion, basically. But the doctor was
from the Bronx.
Amazing. I love it.
From the Bronx, I would have guessed North Carolina. No, hell no.
I love North Carolina.
Don't get me wrong. It would be nice. It's country though. It's a lot different than New York. I mean, geez.
Yes, my best friend is from North Carolina. Well, he is from South Carolina, but he's married to his wife, which is from North Carolina, and I love that states. Those states, they're very sweet and open.
I prefer it more to New York because New York is just like the city and the violence and people getting chased with machetes. I mean, the Bronx is very raw and just downright not right. I mean, it's too much violence. It's not somewhere you really want to bring up a child and stuff,
Yeah.
So, unlike North Carolina, you could actually raise a family and have a yard and, you got deer in your backyard.
I love North Carolina. I've been there for the wedding. I'm from Europe. And that was my very first, American wedding, and I loved it. We were like in the brown, somewhere the brown. Oh my God, in the mountains, the brown mountains or whatever. So beautiful, and everybody had this southern accent. Everybody was so sweet and open. I loved it. My dad went to New York, and he absolutely loved it. But I haven't yet, unfortunately. But I really hope someday, because I would love to see like Brooklyn, where Rob is from.
North Carolina's horrible.
I would love that.
Oh no.
Oh.
I
don't know anything about New York, to be honest.
I guess we won't be visiting there. Thank you. Oh no, not there. Alabama's inbred. Hell no. That's what wrong.
Alabama, Arkansas.
Oh no. I never drove a car so fast through a state, but that state I did. I was not going to be like eaten and taken advantage by like inbred cannibals and no. And there's Amber's turn on his shirt. I'm done.
I need that shirt.
So Rob, you said you're from New York?
Yeah.
Brooklyn.
Yep.
Where?
I would love to learn. I would love to learn your accent, Rob. Like I want to have a coffee.
You
Oh,
you said you're from
I know
Bronx,
that was bad. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Cool.
Brooklyn is south of the Bronx.
Wonder why we get along so good. We're from New York.
There's the Bronx, then there's Manhattan, where all the tourists go. There's Bronx, then there's Manhattan, and then further down is Brooklyn.
Oh yeah.
That's
You
where
got
I'm
the
from,
Brooklyn
Brooklyn.
Bridge, and then you got the Bronx over, and then you
Yeah, and
got,
then I moved to Staten Island. I
yeah.
dated a girl in the Bronx. I married the girl in Queens. I was all over.
Dang.
Yeah, I was all over the place. I was Bronx, Brooklyn, New Jersey.
You
I
like
was
Jenny from the block. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I got around.
Oh my God, Rob. That turd got around on your shirt.
Yeah, thank God I didn't mess with her, man. My life would have been over. Forget
Oh
it.
my God, I think something would have fell off. That's all I'm going to leave it at the door right there.
Listen, I'm currently working to find out where this shirt came from, but I haven't heard from my buddy yet. So, and I understand because he's going through a lot right now. He'll get back to me and he's going to tell me where he got it from. So,
all right.
The minute I get the link, I swear to you, I will put it in the community page. I'll let you all know. Don't worry about it. I'll let you know where you can get it. I know someone sells it. I just can't remember who it was, but I will find out.
Maybe I could search it on Google.
I will get it for you. I think it's a YouTuber, but don't quote me on it. Don't quote me on it.
No,
So
I'll wait till you get the answer.
I will definitely find who, because it's not no one I know who's who does it. It's someone who's outside of who I don't follow. So I'll find out who it is. I'm just I'm gonna text him again. Hold on, I'm gonna text him now because he hasn't texted me yet.
Who is it? No, just kidding.
So where from Europe are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm from the Netherlands.
Oh, nice. I've never been there.
Well, when you come, you're very welcome to
come
and I will show you Amsterdam and everything.
I'd love to. Yes, definitely. Yeah.
And you're from New York, right?
Yeah, originally.
Yeah. When I come to New York, you have to show me because I don't know nothing about New York.
I don't live in New York right now. So I'm currently living in Florida, but I moved from New York many years ago, and then I moved to Canada. And
I did not.
Canada, where?
Montreal, Quebec.
Wait, you're in Canada?
Ooh.
I was.
I'm so confused. You said the Bronx,
I lived
Canada. Where are you?
Like, I can relate to Johnny Depp on his story where he said in his childhood, like, he moved everywhere. Like, because that was me as a kid, too. I did the same thing. I was always moving around. Like, and I could really relate to that.
It's so funny because it's like she's like, yeah, I was in the Bronx, and then I was to Canada, and then I went to Mexico. Now I'm in Europe, but then I moved to Italy. I was like,
Thank you, Carmen.
Where the hell are you? I'm in China. No, okay, I don't know where you are. So
yeah, that's what I had. I was born in a certain city, and then I moved to the Netherlands because my mom married a Belgian guy.
Nice.
But
that's the best chocolate.
My grandma is Canadian. My other grandma is half Italian. My great-great-grandfather is Sweden. My great-great-great-grandfather is German. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Do you speak another language or no?
I speak 3 languages.
What are they, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, definitely Dutch, English, and I don't know if I can say the third one, to be very honest.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty cool. Wow.
Yeah, I speak 3, a little bit 4. German, I can speak a little bit.
I'm still trying to learn that one,
but I can. And a little bit Italian also because I've been working there for a couple of summers in Italy. And this summer I will be in Italy again for 4 months.
See, I have family that comes from Italy. Like my grandma, when she was alive, her mom and dad and her grandparents were all born over there, and they only spoke Italian. My grandma knew Italian. I didn't.
Oh, love that.
So I only know a few. Like I can understand it, but I have a hard time speaking it. Like, you know what I mean? Because I'm not like from Italy, so But it is beautiful there. I got the chance to visit, and it's very beautiful. I mean,
where did you go?
Rome, Italy.
Tuscany?
I went to Tuscany, I went to Rome, and
lovely.
It was really nice. I mean, it's really different. I like it. Very, very beautiful. I mean, the statues are beautiful too. I mean, they got these like cathedral paintings on the like ceiling and stuff, and it was just like something I've never seen before, and it's like, wow, this is like a place of God. Like, I love it. Like,
Yeah, it's beautiful. I've been.
it is. You have.
I've worked in Tuscany the very first time. I first like somewhere in 2018. Then I worked for a couple of years like under Venice, but I also went to Rome and Milan. I don't like Milan, to be very honest. I don't know why people love Milan. It's so modern and there's nothing to do there, in my opinion.
I didn't like Milan.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was there. I was like, is that it? Like Torino, amazing. Well, Pisa is also boring as hell. Only the thing, that statue, the thing that's amazing, but the city itself is also boring as hell. Well, Tuscany itself is amazing, I will say. Rome is amazing. Pisa, I don't like. Milano, I don't like because there's nothing to do. In my opinion.
Have you been in Mexico?
Huh?
Paris,
Have you been to Mexico?
Nice. I visited there a few times.
Mexico, yes, I've been there for a day.
It's nice, like for it's nice for it's nice for like lovers to go on a vacation or a honeymoon or something. But to live there,
in Mexico, but I have gone only once. That's it.
To Mexico?
It was nice, but
Italy.
like, I wouldn't live there. It's expensive. The taxes are through the roof.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anybody's here from the United Kingdom, but I visited there. That was nice. I mean,
London?
That I don't understand how that guy stay still. I like tried to make him move in front of the palace, and they're like, "You're not allowed to do that." I'm like, "Oh shoot, am I going to go to jail over in the seas?"
This is
like,
what you can do.
How's this going to work? But
if you want to buy a beer, if you want to drink, you can send a kid to the store. You can send a kid to the store and buy a beer. They don't ask for no ID in Mexico.
Yeah, I only been one day to Mexico, so I cannot say too much about Mexico because I went there with a cruise ship, the Carnival something. Carnival, I'm sorry, I don't remember, with Carnival, and one day we were in Mexico. I will say it looked really beautiful, but I haven't seen enough. I really would love to see the pyramids in Mexico that they built there. I would love to see that.
It's cheaper than the United States, literally.
Huh?
Yeah, I only know California since I lived in Los Angeles myself for 4 years for my study. I know Sacramento and a city next to Sacramento. I forgot the name for a second. San Francisco. I know Minneapolis, and I know North Carolina. That's it.
Yeah. So, what did you guys think of this morning?
Sorry, Rob. We went so out of the.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I know that's fine. Listen, you can talk about whatever you want. It's your guys' stream. I don't care. That's why I opened it up. Talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, but it's also your stream. You're the boss. So
you want to talk about shopping?
I like the way her accent sounded when she said the boss.
The boss.
That's like New York.
I will make him enough for he cannot resist. Wait, I should try to do the American. The New York. I will make him more for he cannot resist. Fuck's sake, I cannot do the fucking New York accent. I would love to learn someday, but I cannot do it right now. I'm sorry, I totally messed up the New York accent.
It's okay. It's okay. Forget
about it. Forget
about it. Hey.
A coffee. Coffee.
Coffee. It's funny because if you're from Boston, it's like from Boston. Like what? I gotta get Boston. You get what?
Okay,
my dad went to Boston, and he said he could not understand anyone from Boston. Nobody. He was like totally lost because they were talking so fast. And when you're a foreigner and you go to Boston, he was like, "Huh?
You want to drink a water? What? I want to drink
a water.
Exactly. Water. Want to drink a water?
Hey, we have to research we have to research this doctor and like try to figure out how we could just like meet up with her. Like she's cool, man. Like, I gotta give her a high five for slamming this chick, man, for slamming Amber like that. I
Well,
love
she's
it.
again, all these people coming in to tell the truth, even though because that's what we want to hear, So all Boston.
I mean, she's good at what she does. Don't get me wrong, but we already knew Amber Heard had those diagnoses. It was kind of
I
self-explanatory.
knew that she was crazy from the beginning.
I mean, I already knew her. Like, I don't know. Maybe because I took psychology for over 10 years. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Listen, the thing is, she has issues. We all knew this. Everything we're hearing is pretty good, because it's
I told you she had issues from day one.
it's what we fought for. It's what we've been doing videos and Twitter and all this stuff about. Because we don't want to look like we're liars. I mean, then we're the fools. We're all the fools. But everything we've been hearing is exactly what we've been putting out there. It's not like we're lying. We say, look, think outside the box. Most people don't do that. They just see an article. Oh, this must be true. They do no research. They don't read it. They don't.
No, there's a lot of false news out there, and
yeah, it is. There's
I mean,
a lot
if I
of,
see something, I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna go do my research and make sure this is right because that doesn't seem right. Like, I see things on Twitter, and I'm like, I don't know, that doesn't sound right. So I research a lot of things before, But yeah,
the thing is, the first thing you should listen to is the recording. That is the very first thing you should listen to before you think of anything
that's
else.
the main thing I like to listen to is the recordings.
Yeah, because that recording,
that's the main evidence right there.
Yeah, that says it all. I
Mhm.
hit you. I don't know how I hit you. I might have hit you with open
I didn't
hand.
hit you with a proper slap, but I hit you.
But I hit you though. I did hit you.
But I'm the
Rotten and his
victim
team
that got
has
beat
been
up.
very
I'm
sneaky
scared
though.
for my life, but I beat the crap out of him. How does that go? It just.
But let's be honest, Rotten and the AH team has been very sneaky about like, let's play this, and then you don't hear, the whole story
and
behind it.
As a juror, the doctor will be back when we come back on the stand. And as a juror, by the way, that makes you wonder because it, like you said, it's very sneaky. Like, why would you play a little clip of a minute and not finish it? I want to hear the rest. There's more to it, obviously.
Because she's hiding something. That's
life
that
doesn't have only one side, right? There's two sides, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And what the judge once told me, and I never forgot it, when the judge said, because I questioned the judge, I said, well, why did you say this and this and this? And the judge says, let me explain something to you. He said, there's two sides to every case. And I said, okay, what is it? One is the plaintiff's side. One is the defendant's side. But there's a third side. The third side is in between both of their sides is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you just have to figure out, and that's what my job, that's where I come into play. I have to figure out who, okay, hold on, my God. Hold on one second. I have to figure out what that truth is. And that's why they hire me. That's why they pay me. That's why they come to the court and pay a fee. It's my job to figure out what the truth is, because these two, let's say they're in love. These two had loved each other at one time. At one time, they loved each other. And they never.
I don't think she ever.
Well, I don't think she loved him though.
Well, listen, I hate to admit it, but I think the first year, like Johnny said, they both were very much in love with each other, and I agree. And I think that everybody has said that. I can't find anything to fight that. So through all I've read, everybody says they were very much in love, but then she changed. She changed. She tried to control it.
I think that she was faking the love.
I don't think she was. I think that they fell head over heels for each other.
I think that's when her mental illness, like she stopped taking medicine that she was prescribed, and that's when everything started hitting in, and the drugs and the alcohol brought it out more.
She changed, and then she started showing control, and she didn't like he did certain things, and everything started to become about control.
And remember, she talked about.
He said, like I would come home and she would take off my boots, but it happened every day. And first you think, okay, once in a while, but then I said, oh man, I couldn't wait. My feet were killing me, and the minute he took off his shoes, what happened? She flipped out. She flipped out.
That's not normal.
That's when he saw a red flag, and he was like, huh? Like, what? Yeah, and then that was the first sign. Like when I heard this tape, which I'm gonna release tonight because I finally edited it. When I heard the tape, I was like, "Wow!" All he asked for, and I swear to God, all he asked for in the recording is, "Can I go? Because I don't want to be here right now. It's gonna escalate."
I heard that one.
Hours. You have your space. I have my space, and we'll. Man, why are you doing this? You're stressing me. You're gonna kill me. He's like, well, I'm sorry, I'm stressing you, but I need my space, whether you like it or not. And she was just all over him. And
That's
like,
when she said she doesn't want to be alone and stuff, and that's consistent with what the doctor's saying too.
Remember what you guys were saying yesterday about Amber and her dad?
Right.
The doctor pretty much proved it was true.
Ryan just tweeted something about that. Dr.
What?
Curry said that she wanted to do something of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Was presented. She said it was not caused by JD.
well, like I said, I have my opinion. Some of you might not agree with it. That is fine. The only reason I felt that way is because back when Machete Kills came out, Elon Musk was there. And I did a whole video on this. Some of you might have missed it. Some of you may be new here, whatever. And Elon, was obsessed with her. And I did a video about how obsessed he was. And he wanted to meet her. And he didn't have a scene with her. So he asked the director or the manager, hey, could you, introduce
me? Yes, I remember that.
And when he introduced her and he got to meet her, he found out that she was in love with Johnny. So he didn't want to interfere with that. But later on, as she turned and things turned, what happens? She must have got a text. She must have answered, or she texted him, or whatever. And 1 month into the marriage, he's over.
They were in Johnny's bed doing it.
Yeah. So that tells me that something flipped in her head. I think once she got the ring, once she felt I control him, now I do whatever the hell I want to do. It's all about controlling him.
And that's what the doctor said too.
And all about me. And that's I think something flipped and her persona changed. She saw things. I think what happened is like that Russian girl who was dating Johnny.
I don't like her.
She saw fame. She saw the paparazzi. She saw how fans flocked to him.
She used Johnny just to get her Instagram verified. It's verified.
So once she saw all this, she's like, this is what I want. Now, if I can control him, I'll get what I want. And that's what it's about. In my mind, she saw what she didn't know existed. And when she saw that type of life, she's like, that's what I want. And I'm going to figure out a way to get it. And in the meantime, control him. If I can't control him, all right, I'll get other men. And now look at the role she took. And I'm going to give you an example of that behavior. Look at the role she's taken. The role she took, according to Johnny, which is obvious, is, and you could look on YouTube, you want to see some of her roles, her stripping, her getting naked.
Oh, I've seen them, yes. Oh,
and Johnny Depp's like, these are not roles, okay? In the beginning, maybe you first start, your name out there, you try to create a resume. So you do what you got to do. You take what you got to take. That's why when Elaine was in the beginning, she had to take one line role. That's what you do. You ever see Friends?
Yeah.
I find it ridiculous when the judge, the lawyer said, well, have you seen any actresses saying something negative about somebody because of the roles? I'm like, well, who's been really nasty in the world and that people cannot speak up because of that certain person. And you know who I'm talking about that's now in jail and acting like he's now all of a sudden, not 100% healthy.
Yeah, John, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. She got scared. I did a video about her too. She got scared because of the attention she was getting.
She also got her Instagram verified too,
But
because
here's
she
the
said
difference,
she
and
went
Web
to them and
Surfer
said,
guy
"Listen,
got it
I want to get
exactly right.
verified since my name's out there."
For Amber, here's the difference between the Russian girl and Amber. For Amber, it's all about power and the quest for power. Exactly. And the Russian girl didn't want that. She got scared of the attention. That's not what Amber wanted. But Surfer guys, you guys both
I
said
really
it
don't blame her. I think I would have been scared of the attention too. I mean, that's really nerve wracking. Like, you don't know what people are thinking, and I mean, it's scary.
Lily, there's a video out there of with Johnny dated this Russian girl. I have it maybe a year ago.
Paulina
Whatever.
Glenn is
Yeah,
her name.
yeah.
Wait, he dated a Russian girl?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
dated a Russian girl, and he was very
She
much
was a
into
fling
her.
from Amber. He was like a rebound chick.
But he was into her, but she couldn't handle his fame, and so
I can
I don't blame
understand
her.
that.
she's like,
At
"Listen,
least she's
I'm
real
a
though
model and
about
all.
it.
I like my life
Right.
the way it is.
That's true.
And I
like what
can't
she said.
handle this. And I'm gonna give you another example of someone who can't handle the fame. And I'm glad she was
But I
honest.
have to give her props though, because at least she has been honest of saying like, well, you're way too famous. I cannot handle this whole fame and all that attention. At least I have to give her big props for that.
Yeah, at least she came forward
not
and was truthful.
like
unlike
Amber, she doesn't give a F about it.
I totally agree. And feel free
she's
to
out
curse
doing her
here.
own
We're
thing,
all
not
adults.
bothering anybody, making up rumors like Amber, is. And, I mean, she's living her life. She forgot about, she's doing her own thing, her dance thing, and she's good at it, But now Amber's the one making all the accusations that ain't even true. But that's coming to find out that's part of her illness, is what the doctor's saying.
And I agree with Tal, and I agree with RJ that she was truthful, and she flat out said, "Listen, this is not the life for me. I can't handle your life. I can handle my life, but yours is overwhelming to me." And you know what? Another person who did that, if you remember, she was the first Batwoman on the WB, was Ruby Rose, and Ruby Rose couldn't handle the fame. She couldn't handle the workload. It was all overwhelming. And Ruby Rose said, unfortunately, I got to step down because I can't handle this. And some people can't. Some people don't realize the fame of what it's like. I think Kurt Cobain had that problem too. That Kurt Cobain, he was excellent. I love Nevada. I love it. And it's very sad what happened to him. But I also think that his problem was he didn't realize how big he was going to become. And I think that got to him, and he couldn't handle the paparazzi. He couldn't handle all the fame. He couldn't handle. And unfortunately, whatever other problems were going through his head, I don't know. And he took his own life. And,
oh, my God.
Yeah, his name is Kurt Cobain. He was the lead singer of a group called Nevada. And you've ever heard of their music? Nevada's very good. Oh my God, I loved them. And it's
that's
sad,
so sad. What year was this?
90s, I think.
Oh my God, that's sad.
Yeah, and the Nevada went through the roof. Their sales.
Yeah, I remember they were really big in the 90s.
Yeah, they became very big. Yeah, here they are. Yeah, they became very big, and unfortunately, he took his own life.
Nirvana, yeah.
Yeah, so I know I heard that's Teen Spirit. That's the song I was looking for. That's it. Teen Spirit. Yeah, that's the song. I can't play it here because I get a strike. I can't do it. So, Nevada. That's the correct spelling. That's it.
Oh, YouTube gets on you for it.
Yeah, if you play music, forget it. They'll jump down you.
I didn't even know that. See, I don't.
Oh, yeah. You can't. You got to stay away from music here. They will instantly come after you.
Oh, Jesus God!
Instantly. I know. That's why I like when I hear people play songs. I have to mute them real quick because I'm like, okay, a snippet's okay, but if you play the whole song or whatever,
that's gonna get. Yeah, you don't want to get in trouble. That's not fair.
Yeah, you'll get in trouble with it. So I never play.
To you.
I never play music. I stopped doing music. People are like, oh, you got to stop doing music. And I did. I tried to do music to entertain people, but then I realized, I got to stop the music thing because, it's going to cause a problem. So,
right.
That's why some people do karaoke and they'll do a live stream and then they'll take it down. So they'll put it for only private members so you can't see it. It's not because they don't want to show it to you. It's because they don't want to
get banned.
Right. So if they make it private and they don't monetize it, they can do it. It's fine. But if they keep it public and they try to monetize it, they're going to get a copyright. So that's
Now
the
you
nice
said, I noticed when we were watching the trial, you said something about Alec Baldwin is facing charges. I
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
about
Here's
that.
what happened.
What's up?
They showed there's a video out there of Alec Baldwin when he pulls the gun at the Rust set. And
Yeah, I heard about that.
yeah, it's out there, and so the video's out there, and now they're saying that he's, they could still press charges on him, so he's not
So
out of
you
the
think
woods
he
yet.
intentionally did it, or
There's an investigation that they think that it's his fault, even if he didn't mean to do it. It's still manslaughter.
Oh my God!
So he could.
Isn't
who
his
knows?
wife expecting a kid
And
too?
by the way, manslaughter is not like this case. It's criminal.
Yeah, well, that's what I do.
That's jail time.
First degree murder, basically.
Yeah, so that's a criminal case. That's a totally different element. And
yeah,
and
this is
so,
like family court. What
yeah, I'll
Johnny's
see if
going
I can
through,
find the
like-
video because I'm sure I could put it up. Hold on, I'll
Yeah, if you do a stream on it, let me know. I would love to, definitely hear about it. I mean,
yeah, because I did a couple of videos on Alec Baldwin. I was gonna follow it, but then Johnny got there's so much with Johnny right now. I don't have time to do other celebrities.
he's too sexy. I couldn't resist. I had to join it. How many females can admit it? Come on, ladies. Come on. See, all the ladies agree with me. All my single ladies, yeah.
Leave your head up.
All right, I'm gonna put up the article.
let her
I don't
sing.
know if it has. Hold on, let me see. I don't know if it has the video, but I'll put up the article. Let's see what happened.
You're not gonna get in trouble, right?
No, I don't
Just-
think I'll get in trouble because it's coming from.
Wait, 1 second.
Because I know TMZ is getting on people for putting up the video of, Amber.
Oh, I got it. I got in trouble for that.
Okay,
every YouTuber is complaining about that. What is?
I
going
got in
on
trouble
with
for that.
Yeah, I saw other YouTubers complaining on Twitter about it, that they taken screenshots that they actually got a warning violation. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. That happened.
I think Amber paid TMZ to go after people for putting a video up. That's just my opinion.
Well, listen. I'm not going to argue over a video. If they want to put that,
Right.
It's not worth my fight. Yeah, like,
we know
whatever.
the truth. They could have their video. Yeah. Oh, New York. Look at that.
Okay, so here we go. This is from.
And there's a sale.
Yeah, this is from Channel 4. They said new police videos show Alec Baldwin in moments after Rust shooting. Can you guys see this? Let me see. Yeah, you can.
I can see it. Published
Okay.
2 hours ago. Updated 1
Let
hour
me scroll
ago.
down. Under questioning by 2 investigators, Baldwin pieces together what happened as the gun went off.
Oh my God.
Let's see if this is the video. Hold on. I'll try to play it. Does it work?
Yeah, I
As
can hear.
paramedics raced onto the set of Rust, it was too late to save cinematographer Helena Hutchins. By her side, director Joel Souza was also being treated for a gunshot wound. As they were being rushed to nearby hospitals, sheriff's deputies soon approached Alec Baldwin.
Are you doing okay? No, I'm not actually.
For the first time, we are now hearing his exchanges with investigators.
I was the one holding the gun, yeah.
As crime scene technicians photographed Baldwin, they also retrieved video evidence. Deputies say this clip during rehearsal shows Baldwin drawing his revolver just moments before the fatal shot was fired.
Sorry.
You're okay.
Sorry.
Just relax. Just relax.
So scared. I'm
You're all right. Just relax.
Oh my God.
A flustered Hannah Gutierrez Reed, the armorer in charge of all weapons on the set, seems to be surprised when she's told Baldwin was holding the gun.
He would have the gun. You know what I mean?
Alec Baldwin?
Yeah.
Oh, are you serious?
So
Cameras were also rolling during extensive sit-down interviews where a despondent Gutierrez Reed made a phone call before speaking to investigators.
They were dummies. That's what I'm saying. I checked them, they rattled.
When rounds rattle, it's an indication the ammunition is a dummy round. But investigators say several live bullets, which don't rattle, were found on set.
most people just aren't aware of like the exacting nature of reloading.
And during their interview with the film's ammunition provider, Seth Kenny provided deputies a series of old text messages where Hannah Gutierrez-Reed had asked for live ammo during the filming of a previous movie, which is never allowed on set.
She wanted to shoot live ammo out of the guns, the TV movie guns, and I said, no effing way, obviously.
This morning, a clearer picture into a complex investigation and the still unanswered question, how did live rounds get onto a movie set?
Now, we reached out to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and her attorneys. They told us they are still reviewing that footage. As for criminal charges in this case, we may not know if that happens for weeks or even months. Savannah?
All right.
There you have it.
I haven't seen that video, but I've heard of like hearsay of it, but I've never seen the video until now. Wow. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah,
Wow.
so again, as things break, and since I'm home, I could this is what I'll be doing, obviously, with the channel. If I get any news like this, Baldwin, anything, any celebrity, I'm gonna just cover it. I think it's very interesting. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sure it was an accident. Now, how this live rounds got in there and given to him, someone goofed up. Now, there's called an armorer. The armorer is the person who's in charge of the guns, right? And they're supposed to train the actor. And when you have a gun, right? Let's say I have a gun and I'm supposed to point it and it's supposed to look like I'm shooting somebody. I'm supposed to hold the gun to the left or to the right of the person. So if it goes off, I'm not hitting anyone. It looks that way from the camera's perspective, but I'm not pointing it at a person. So if the round goes off and there is a live bullet, it won't hit anybody.
Yeah, but it's also like the fault of the person that is actually the boss of the props, because he or she should be making sure it's safe, because the actor is just doing their job of what they have to perform, so they cannot really know what happened. So I'm not I'm not like saying Baldwin is innocent or not. I'm not saying that, but as an overall, as an actor, you're giving a certain prop, you know how to handle it, you know what to do with it, and you do it. And if something goes wrong, it's not really your fault because you've been given the instruction, basically.
Great, and that's the thing. So somewhere along the lines of communication, somebody made an error, and it's a fatal error. So now, why were the live rounds in the bullet? Was he in the gun? Was he told about it? Did he know it was live rounds? Did he think it was a fake round? Why was the gun pointed at her? What, why wasn't he pointing it away? Where was his coach? Where was the armorer? That's what they're trying to find. Who, what, where, and when, and how did this happen?
I know they got several different stories out there, but I don't know which one's true until they actually confirm it. You know what I mean? Like
somebody planted.
I heard that they used it for firing range and they mixed the bullets up. I don't know. I heard of so much. I don't know what's real and not.
Yeah, and the same thing happened with the Crow. The guy Brendan Lee, the son of Bruce Lee.
Brandon Lee, that's back in 91 or 92.
Yeah, the same thing happened with him.
He died instantly on set. A single bullet. Yeah.
It's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, Kareem. Yeah, see? So it was sad.
Yeah, Brandon Lee, yeah.
So listen, is he out of the woods yet? No, he's not out of the woods because they have to investigate. Somebody's got to be held accountable for her life. Her life is gone.
They also said that on Alec Baldwin's Twitter page before that, he posted that he was going to shoot somebody today, and then all of a sudden she just comes up dead. That's what they did have. Now, that's what the FBI originally said, too. I don't know how much of it was true because I don't follow him, and I didn't get to look on his page, so I don't know. Maybe somebody else has better insight on it.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, I think that just might have been a coincidence. Like he was, hey, I'm going to shoot someone. Like,
right.
He doesn't mean it in the way that he's going to. Again, you could take that like Johnny Depp. I chopped off my finger. It's not meant figuratively. It is, he's just saying, oh, I'm going to shoot someone, like, trying to make a joke. But he's on a set.
And they took it the wrong way. Yeah.
Right. So that could be misconstrued. Now, what happened was a coincidence. and unfortunate. It was unfortunate what happened. You know. Oh, LC, hold on. Yes, this is true too. This is true.
He lied
Lied
to,
to.
said he didn't have a finger on trigger, didn't pull hammer back, lied on both accounts. Oh, wow.
Yep, that's
Where's
true.
this?
That's true also.
I didn't know about that.
Yes, this is true.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's very true, by the way.
Oh, boy.
So
I guess he's in trouble.
some people, like a gun expert, blamed him. You know, but then someone blamed the armorer because they said, why would the armorer not tell him that there's live ammo in the gun? And why would he want to shoot who he shot? I'm sure he didn't have any discretion.
Well, the thing of it is, actors and actresses on set, before you do a movie, you go through the safety training first. Before all actresses and actors do, they go through a safety course before they even pick up a prop gun or whatever. So you know, I mean, they had to have known the precautions, and whoever was in charge of the ammo is the one that should be most looked at. I would think.
Well, I don't know who else does.
I mean, I wouldn't blame them, but I would definitely investigate it if I was the cops and, you know, investigating the scene.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Like, I don't even know if you guys caught it yesterday, but I put it in the chat real quick. I think I did. That Donald Trump, he didn't show up, so now he's in trouble because he was subpoenaed.
What?
Yeah, Donald Trump was subpoenaed. He didn't show up, and now obviously he's in trouble.
Subpoena for what?
I cannot stand that, man. I cannot.
I think because of what happened in January with the whole election thing and the whole what happened to Tal?
I don't know.
I have to say, since I've been back to America, so to speak, since Trump has been the president, since I went back to the airport, I've been stuck for 5 hours for no fucking reason. They've been treating me like I was somebody had drugs with them and all that stuff, and I've been crying at some point because I was so tired because I cannot, sleep in the plane because it's really hard for me. And they were treating me like I had drugs with me and all that stuff, and I've been stuck for 5 hours.
Oh my
and
God.
I've been crying. I was like, I don't know what you want from me. I've been showing you everything like that. And then after 5 hours, well, yeah, you can go. I was like, are you serious?
They interrogated you for 5 hours?
Serious? For 5 hours, I've been stressing for no reason at all, apparently.
That's horrible. They owe you a public apology or something, or a free flight or something.
Exactly. Since he has been the president, I've been treated like I've been some drug dealer because I'm not from America. And I was like, what do you want? I was like literally crying. I was like, I've been showing you this and this and that. I don't know what you want from me. And that police officer was like really aggressive with me. Sit down, ma'am. I was like, I didn't know. And then at 5 hours, yeah, you can go. I'm like, are you serious? Really?
He was not supposed to do that. That was against protocol. Next time when a cop gets aggressive like that, make sure you get their ID number and call internal affairs.
Yeah, I just didn't know because I'm not an American and I was very new.
Well, no, I'm trying to help you because I know you're not from America.
You should always have your phone and record.
I was as a student there, so I didn't know what to do because I had every document, everything like copied.
All you have to do is Google internal affairs of where it was and when it took place and what the officer did and what his name or badge number is or hers, and let them know, and they investigate it. If they find out that person did anything wrong, they get suspension or they get fired on whatever the consequence.
Because I've even been like located to a white room, like very small, and they were looking in my hair and the stuff if I had drugs. And
So
I'm
it
like,
sounds like your
who do you think I
constitutional
am?
rights
Do
were
I look like a
violated.
drug dealer?
They violated your constitutional rights. Then you might want to talk to a constitutional lawyer about that.
It was awful. I was so tired, and I was like, I just wanted to go home, to my apartment, have some rest because the next day I had school, and I just wanted to finish my college, and that's all, nothing else.
That's horrible. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. I mean, geez,
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
okay.
imagine. I mean, that's like one of somebody from the United States going over to
Now,
Europe and having that experience. That's
now,
scary. I mean, you're not from there, so it's like, oh my God, what's going on? That's a major panic attack. I have panic and anxiety
Mhm.
disorder. I would have freaked out. I would have been like, what the heck is going on? Oh my God. I would have like fainted on the
Mhm.
floor. But I'm
whenever
sorry
a
that happened to you.
stops you or anything, get your phone out, start recording, because you have proof
Yeah,
what
it
you're
was the
doing,
Yeah, you
same.
do
Like
have
what they
yeah,
did.
they asked me for my cell phone. They were
You
like,
can't do
"Yeah,
that.
let me
you
see
don't
your
have to
cell phone." I'm
surrender
like, "I have
anything. You don't
nothing
have
to
to give
hide."
like
And then they
nothing.
said like, "Oh, you were there," and I'm like, "Excuse me,
That's why they
privacy." I
took the
said
phone
to
away
them,
from me.
and they said to me, "Nothing is private." I'm like, "Are you serious?"
Everything.
Not sure. They're taking
That's
advantage
true.
because you're not from America, so
Yeah.
they're gonna take advantage of you.
They're gonna.
Yeah, it's
You don't have to
it's been
surrender
a couple of
anything.
years ago, but still, I will never forget that time because I just, I had everything I needed, my visa and I-20, whatever it was
The
called.
only thing they can ask at a airport technically is for your passport, like, because that's an ID
Yeah.
form to prove that you're legitimately there with a passport or a
Hmm.
visa. And other than that, they have no right of going through your cell phone or nothing. That's your privacy
Exactly.
rights.
Yeah, they did that. They did that. They went to my phone. They went to my text messages. They went to my Facebook messages and everything like that.
Oh, they cannot do that. Oh
can't
my
do
God,
that.
you have a big lawsuit. Like, oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's been now a couple of years ago, so I cannot do
Yeah, because
anything right now.
unfortunately, because the statute of limitation, it's a little, too late now. But next time,
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully it's not a next time. Now you know. Now you
Hmm.
can be
Your
like,
phone will
listen,
start
I know my
recording
rights.
whatever situation. Just start recording. That's why. That's how you have your proof against them. What they do to you, or how they.
Hmm.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
definitely have the right to
Yeah.
record what they're doing. They cannot stop you. They can't grab a phone from you. They can't threaten to arrest you for recording. You're doing it for your protection. You have every right to do it. Like
Hmm.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name that was speaking.
Me, Carmen.
Carmen. I'm sorry. Thank you, Carmen. I can't say it
Carmen,
because
sorry.
all I see is everybody's picture. It doesn't have their names underneath. So I'm like, okay, who's who now? Okay. But yeah, like Carmen said, just take your phone out and start recording. Don't even say nothing and get it all on there.
Yeah.
And then when you got it, you call up an attorney and be like, hey, I got all this information, this and that happened,
Hmm.
and bam, they'll be on it like
Yeah.
no tomorrow. And
Yeah,
they'll be
it's
on it
true.
then.
Yeah,
I
they're
just
gonna even tell you.
I just did not know what to do at that time because I was so tired because I didn't sleep for more than 12 hours, and I was in a plane, and I just wanted to go home to rest and then go to school the next day because I was really, excited about it. And then when that happened, I was like, but the problem is they have my cell phone, so I cannot record anything, nothing, and I could not, call my parents. I could not call my people from my school, nothing. I could not do anything, nothing.
Oh my
I was
God.
just like
I'm so
there.
sorry you had to go through that. That is awful. That's like a nightmare.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
I
I
can't
was
imagine how scared you must
crying
have
my
been.
eyes out because I was literally, I don't know what you want from me. I was being shown every copy that you need from me. I'm trying to truth. Ma'am, sit down. And I was crying and everybody was looking at me. I felt so embarrassed. I remember that so well.
Listen, child. They're gonna freak out once you get your phone and start recording. They're gonna start freaking out. They're gonna tell you put that phone away, stop recording. Do not do that. Just keep recording.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like here in America, you could do that, and like certain countries, like somebody just posted. I don't know where the highlight went. But certain countries you can't do that. No. But
Yeah.
and then somebody said something that happened to them in Germany in a store. I don't know where that's at.
Yeah, but I just remember that for a couple of years ago when I was studying in US. I was like, I just want to go home. That's it. I have nothing to hide, but you're acting like I'm a criminal. You know,
That
it
is
was like a
horrible.
big shocker for me, only because I was a foreigner.
Here it
So
is.
yeah. So sorry, Rob.
It's back on.
Here it is. Donald Trump held in contempt for failing to
I see
comply.
necklaces. You're buying us one? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. No, I can't buy that. No, this one.
Wait, it doesn't have the turd. We can't wear it. Shit. Held in contempt for failing to comply with New York's AG's subpoena. Oh, you're done. Bye-bye.
State judge ordered former president to pay $10,000 every day until
I hope
he
they don't put him in
respects the
Rikers Island.
subpoena for documents as part of an ongoing civil investigation into his business dealings.
Oh God. Oh, he's so evil looking. He looks like, oh my, I'm just gonna keep my thoughts quiet.
So a New York judge on Monday held Donald Trump in contempt of court, ruling that the former president failed to comply with the state office of the Attorney General's request for financial documents as part of an ongoing civil investigation.
$10,000 a day.
Wow, $10,000 every day.
Oh my
Until he
God.
respects
Oh
the
God.
subpoena. Wow.
That's a lot of money a day.
Yep.
You ever notice? You know the original Chucky doll movies? When Donald Trump gets mad and opens his mouth, he looks just like the doll. Have you noticed the comparison?
Say again?
You know the Chucky Child's Play, the movie?
Yes.
When he get okay, well, you notice Donald Trump looks kind of similar to him when he gets mad. You guys never noticed that, have you? Like, if you look at the Chucky, look at him, and then think about the Chucky doll. Can you pull up a picture next to it of Chucky, and we could compare it?
Oh, I wish I could do that, but I can't do this on StreamYard. I don't know how to do
Oh
this.
my God, that would, you got a Photoshop like.
Yeah, I could do a photo. I could do that on my phone. I could do it and then share it. Yeah, I could do that.
Oh yes, that's so great. Like, can you see the resemblance or something? Like, the hashtag it or something.
By the way, Trump will be fined for failing to obey a court order with request records by the March 31st deadline.
Oh my God.
We're now in April, going into May. He's going to get fined $10,000 per day. Wow.
He's toast.
Wow.
So,
she launched a probe on Trump more than 3 years ago. And he has a pattern of misleading or fraudulent representation. Wow, look at this, man.
Oh my heavens.
Unbelievable.
Just when you
Yeah,
thought
this is
you
why
were
I'm going over all this stuff. It's crazy.
almost when we're not dealing with turds on the bed and stuff like that, then we're dealing with this.
For the second time today, a judge has made it clear that no one is above the law. I love that word, that no one is above the law.
That
Like,
is very true, though.
Who's Amber?
You know, they didn't even know who she was. That's the funny part.
Yeah, so...
And one of the jury members didn't even know who she was.
So that's the deal. So he's in trouble. He's in trouble.
Boy, there's a lot of people in hot water.
Yeah, so
I'm
that's
so
why I
glad
said
I'm not famous.
it's pretty interesting. You got Alec Baldwin, you got Will Smith, Donald Trump. Boy, oh boy.
What's going on with Will Smith and his wife? I saw it on YouTube that I don't know if it's a hoax or like some like.
I'll look it up. Hold on, I'll look at
his
that.
His wife filed for divorce or something.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know what's going on with that, but I saw it and I'm like, I don't know. That didn't.
Also, honestly, I don't want to be in trouble of anything I've been sharing about my experience at the airport, but I thought, I would just share it since I've been there. So
no, you're not.
I hope I didn't make anyone mad or something like that.
No, I don't see anything about a divorce. I see that Will Smith hasn't personally apologized to Chris Rock, even though he made it.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Honestly, should have done it straight away.
According to Jada, they're on a spiritual tour. They didn't say anything about a divorce. I don't know where you get divorced, where that came from, but no, I don't see.
Like I said, I saw it on YouTube. I think so.
Yeah, another fake video.
Yeah,
another fake video. Is
It didn't
Will
stick with
Smith
me.
most
I'm
hated
like,
celebrity? No, he's not.
no,
Amber
he's not.
Heard is the most hated celebrity. No.
Pretty much. Well, she's not. I hate when they call
Amen.
her a celebrity or they call her an actress. She's not an actress. She can't act. She's not a celebrity. She's Amber who? Nobody even knew who she was until Johnny Depp even went with the. I don't even know what he's seen in her, but you know, but
Well,
whatever.
you know what Johnny said. Like he saw himself. You know, he saw herself as his mom. So she
Yeah,
knew how
that's
to
you're right.
gain.
You know what?
She knew how to do that, and he was just manipulated by her because she saw her mom, and he was like, "I don't want to make the same mistakes," and that's the thing. So
And
you
she
know,
knew
Johnny
about
just
his
didn't know what to do
childhood and
anymore
used
because of
everything
her.
against him.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right, Tal. Thank you. Yeah.
Will Smith's mom, Chris Rock's mom is
forgot about
funny.
that.
She goes that Will Smith's punishment is not a punishment because he doesn't even go every year. That's a great point.
True.
That is
Well,
Chris Rock's mother. She called out Will Smith and she said, "How is that a punishment when he doesn't even go to the Oscars every year? So who cares? That's not a punishment." I was like,
Oh,
"Wow."
they act like he got like injured, like it was a bitch slap. It wasn't even a full force slap. Like it was kind of
Yeah,
funny.
but also with stand-up comedy, you make jokes
He should have
about
talked
something
about his wife.
you
Period.
don't
Like the
take
lady's sick,
seriously.
she's not feeling well. She's got an illness, obviously, that's making her hair fall out or something, whatever. And he commented that was very rude. You don't talk about somebody's wife like that, especially when she's sick. He had every. I'm sorry, but he had every right to do that. I probably would have done the same thing if I was a good dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a very violent person, so I wouldn't like somebody. If I would want to, then I'm like kapots, you know. But I guess somebody, you know, some people were like, "You bitch, kabam!" That I will understand because, but I don't know. With Will Smith, it's very difficult because he was laughing in the beginning.
Chris Rock is
and
funny. Don't
his
get me
wife
wrong.
was like not laughing, and I was always like, "I'm coming, kabam!" and that's it. I'm like, "Bitch, what the fuck?"
I'm
you
violent
know?
only in my mind. That's funny. At least it's only in your mind and it's not action, you know. Can't get in trouble for that.
No, you
Yeah.
can't. No, you can't. And so you can see a lot of craziness is going on out there. It's
Yeah.
like, damn, there's a lot of
Rob,
happening.
I will tell you, look at Trisha Paytas. I hate her as a hell. I don't understand how people, you know, like her, but look at Trisha Paytas. She was talking about Amber and Johnny's situation, and she's like, "Yeah, but we were not there." I'm like, "Bitch, nobody was there, but if you hear the recording, you know what happened." Like
He has witnesses that were there and even said that what she did, and she even admitted it on the audio. So I don't know what they're talking about.
God, Ezra Miller's in trouble again. Oh my God.
Oh no.
Yeah, another DUI or something like that.
Why are they still keeping him?
Ezra Miller's alleged ex claims to be terrified of him.
Probably is. When he gets drunk, he probably God only knows.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know. And then
listen, I understand if you don't like something, but there's no need to harass or punch people out of nowhere.
That's true. Yeah, violence don't solve the answer. Definitely not.
Yeah, Johnny said that. Johnny said that on the stand.
Wow, I didn't even know. I forgot about that.
Johnny said that on the stand. He said violence doesn't solve anything. He said that.
It doesn't. Communication is the key word, and it's not. You know, I mean, violence is just going to get you in trouble.
Like I said before, you know, that's the reason why, you know, Johnny was stuttering or not getting his right words, because he was never learned or taught to how to speak to certain people that are against him. So when he was speaking, you know, against like Rotten Born, whatever that he's stuttering or not knowing his words, is because his mom was abusing him and he didn't know what to do, and the only thing
This
he could
guy's
do
got
is
lipstick
run away.
on. Are you kidding me? He's wearing lipstick. Rob.
Look, Ezra Miller. There he is.
He's got makeup on. What's wrong with that?
That's him.
That's disgusting.
That's Ezra. Look, that's Ezra Miller.
I can't. Ugh.
Oh, by the way, for those, could you just repeat what you said he has on his face, please?
Makeup.
Lipstick.
Oh, makeup. Oh, so, Elaine, if you're watching, this is makeup. We could tell. Look at the lipstick.
Yes.
Look at the
Yeah,
eyes.
can't you see the front, the
No
little blush
bruises,
on
no
the
swelling,
cheeks and
nothing.
Please, we could
wait, if
tell
you zoom
what
in
makeup is and what
wait,
makeup
let's see
isn't.
if we can find a bruise. It's like finding
Oh my
Amber's
God.
Or
bruises.
swelling.
There's none there.
Amore. Or swelling.
I'm trying to
Nothing.
read and see. Let me try to get.
I don't understand why is WeB protecting him and not doing shit.
I don't
What
know.
the fuck is wrong with you? You know what? As myself as a performer, I would never want to work with them ever in the future. Because if you're protecting somebody that is a fucking abuser, actually an abuser, and protecting him, and somebody that is not, like Johnny Depp, and you know, you have the evidence is saying like, yeah, well, you know what, goodbye. No, you don't have my respect. If you ever ask me for a job to do, I would say no, go fuck yourself. I'm sorry. I sound very rough or whatever, but I do not respect toxic people like that because we live to learn. We live to love each other no matter what. If you don't like each other, I don't give a fuck about that. You don't have to like everybody, but we have to live in, you know, in harmony. And if you treat somebody like shit that doesn't have, you know, didn't do anything wrong, I'm sorry, I lose my mind, but didn't do wrong, then, and you do like they did, I'm sorry, you don't have my respect because I know, like you, Rob, and everybody else in this chat or right now, you know, joining me here, like talking, that knows exactly how it is to be abused and everything. No, you don't have my respect. Goodbye.
He's wearing.
And that's it.
I can't. No.
80s really got some good funny ones today.
Tell Elaine that because she, you know,
I'm the cream because you're worth it.
I'm done.
Yeah, 80s, so funny.
That's the
problem with
new
who he
version
is.
too. I make a cream because I'm worth it. And that's it.
I don't have a problem. If this is who he is, then that's who he is. That's fine.
Right.
What I have a problem with is what he's doing.
I think I was
what
just
he's
like
doing
shocked
is
to
the
see him
problem,
in
not
makeup.
who
I
he is or
didn't
what he's
expect it.
about. Or I don't care. None of that stuff. None of that bothers. It's what he's doing is driving me insane. Like, what is wrong? This guy needs help. There is something wrong
That's
upstairs.
exactly wrong. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't care who you are, but if you do something wrong, I don't respect you. That's all. Unless you know you did something wrong, okay, that's fine. You learn from your lessons. But like him, that man right there with the lipstick and everything and makeup, blah 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 blah. He did a couple of times. I'm sorry, I didn't respect you. And somebody like VB, I don't understand why they still hire him when he did something awful to those poor people. I don't understand it. I can't. I'm sorry if I'm talking too much. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Now
you're
after
not gonna be
now
talking
after this,
anymore. You're not gonna
hey
be talking
Rob,
anymore. Wait till you see what's going on. Hold on.
oh God, I'm almost terrified. You're giving me a panic attack. Ah.
You in attendance with
Oh.
Mr. Depp is Adam Waldman.
Oh, hello.
Chu, correct?
Yes.
Camille Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay. And the dinner lasted approximately 3 to 4 hours, correct?
Yes.
And it included
The interview.
drinks, correct?
Yes. Dinner and I believe drinks were served.
And this was before you were hired as an expert, correct?
Yes, this was an interview so that they could make an informed decision as to whether or not to retain me.
And don't you think that's a little odd that you're getting interviewed by Mr. Depp to decide whether you're going to testify adversely against Amber Hurd?
Is she serious?
And Mr. Depp was present. It was his home, correct?
Yes.
And he was serving dinner and drinks.
He was
correct?
not serving dinner and drinks.
Well, it was at his house, at his behest, correct?
Yes, it was at his house.
Okay. And you were contacted by Camille Vasquez, somebody you knew in the community in February of 2020. Is that correct?
I knew of Ms. Vasquez professionally. We live in the same city and I work with many attorneys.
And at that time, you not only knew Johnny Depp, you'd seen a number of his TV and movie roles, and you believed he was a good actor, correct?
Not correct. I did not know Johnny Depp. I
Well,
had
you knew
seen several of
him.
his movies.
You knew who he was.
Yes.
Right. And you believed he was a good actor.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And then you provided an expert designation in this case before ever seeing Amber or having an opportunity to review any documents or records. Isn't that correct?
I did not provide an expert designation. That's an attorney thing. My opinions are contained in my report.
Let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 884, please. This was plaintiff's designation, identification of expert witnesses in this case. And this is dated February 2021. That's a year after you went to dinner at Mr. Depp's house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it attributes, if you go to page 13, it says you have 3 opinions. The first of those is that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder. Did I get that right?
I'm reading that here. That is not my opinion.
Okay.
Well,
but
it's a current
attributed-
opinion, but this was not an opinion of mine then. I didn't have any opinions at that time.
It says Dr. Curry will testify, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And this is a signed pleading, correct? On behalf of Mr. Depp.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
You don't understand what a signed pleading is?
No.
Okay. Do you understand that Mr. Depp's counsel prepared this and served it on Ms. Hurd's counsel?
I'm not an attorney. I don't understand necessarily all of these procedures.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Depp is on an audio recording years earlier taunting Amber Heard that she has a borderline personality disorder?
I was made aware of that in this case, yes.
So you did, is that
Actually,
one of the audio
not
tapes you
necessarily
listened to?
taunting, but I do recall hearing that Mr. Depp had used that phrase.
So it's a coincidence that you now think she has those attributes after the attorneys listed it in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, and Mr. Depp had made that accusation to Ms. Heard years earlier.
My opinions aren't based on coincidence.
It's objection. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Dr.
All right, sure.
Yes. Compound, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. It's a coincidence then that you came up with symptoms of borderline personality disorder years later after Mr. Depp has been taunting Ms. Heard in an audio tape.
I
calling her
can't speak to whether or not there's a coincidence. What I can tell you is my opinions are based on the results of my evaluation.
And it's a coincidence that Mr. Depp's counsel attributed that to you, said that to you in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree that a disproportionate number of women are tagged with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, that's not quite right.
75%?
The way you phrased it is not quite right.
Tell me what's right.
Okay, so there are more women who have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder than men. It's more prevalent in women.
And trauma can cause borderline personality disorders, can't it?
No.
Never?
Right now, we know that there are people who have borderline personality disorder who have sustained childhood trauma. There are also people who have borderline personality disorder who have had no childhood trauma. So like most personality disorders, and really like most mental health issues in general, there seems to be both a biological component. In this case, with borderline personality disorder, the research tends to support a genetic component and possibly a neurological component. And then there is also possibly an environmental component triggering those genetic markers.
Do you know the percentage of women who are victims of IPV, intimate partner violence, or domestic abuse who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorders?
I can't tell you the percentage off of the top of my head, but I do know that there is a larger, women with borderline personality disorder tend to have a higher prevalence of being involved in intimate partner violence relationships, being the receiver of violence, and being the perpetuators of violence.
Now, you've never been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has a bipolar disorder. Is that correct?
A bipolar disorder?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay. Bear with me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you recall having your deposition taken in this case?
Yes,
On March 21, 2022?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And were you under oath at that time?
Yes,
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 207. And the question was, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time, will you please read to the jury?
I'm sorry, page 207.
207, line 5.
Ah,
Could you
No.
read? Okay, thank you. Now, when this designation was served in February of 2021, you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Hurd exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. What was that?
When this designation was served that you have in front of you as Plaintiff's Exhibit 884,
Oh, okay.
you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Hurd exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
No, I had not rendered any opinions. My opinions weren't finalized until after my evaluation.
Right. So when this came out, you had not rendered that opinion.
I had not rendered that opinion.
Okay. The second opinion that's listed in the February 2021 is that Ms. Hurd repeatedly and characterologically perpetuated severe physical and psychological intimate partner violence, IPV, toward Mr. Depp over the course of their relationship. End of quote. Did I read that correctly?
It says perpetrated, but other than that, yes.
Okay. And so is it correct that that this pleading says in February 2021 that you are going to testify to that?
This document, yes.
Yes. Okay.
It says that.
And you have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behaviorally or characterologically conducted conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator, correct? I have to ask that again because I stumbled. I can't do characterologically. That one's just a tough one for me. Okay. You have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may have been an IPV perpetrator, correct?
No, I've never been asked to testify for that.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, correct?
No.
And in fact, you do not hold that opinion now, and you were not even asked to provide such an analysis or opinion. Isn't that correct?
No, or that is correct.
That's
yes.
correct. Okay. And you have never held that opinion, correct?
No, that is correct. Yes.
Okay. And your third opinion, if we can go to page 14, was that Ms. Hurd exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. End of quote. Do you see that?
I see that. You said it's my third opinion. That is not my opinion.
All right. But in this pleading, it says that you will testify to that, correct?
Yes, that's what this says.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, was it?
No, as I said, I had not formed any opinions at that time. I had just been retained.
And in fact, you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
In terms, no, the opinions that I've rendered are provided in my report.
And
they're what I'm testifying to today.
And you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
I'll sustain.
You have never arrived at the opinion that Ms. Hurd exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you've said that has never been my opinion, correct?
What I'm saying is that the opinions in here, these are not my opinions. My opinions are provided in my report.
Can you please turn to page 255 of your deposition? And if we can start on 254 to give the
I don't
context.
have that page, I'm sorry.
254, line 11.
Oh, okay.
And the question is now, the next one is, quote, Ms. Hurd exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Was that your opinion in February 2021? And you answered at that time, no, correct?
That is correct.
And then I asked, have you ever arrived at that opinion in the time that you have served as an expert witness in this case? And your answer was, could you read that to the jury, please?
Yes. So no, it's not the task. I was cut off, or essentially what I said then was, no,
Dr.
that's
Curry,
not the task of Dash. That was never my task to determine. Can I say what that means?
No. And then the
Okay.
question is, so is it fair to say that you have never arrived at an opinion that, quote, Ms. Hurd exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. And what was your answer?
Well, there was an objection.
All right, I'll read it for you if you're having difficulty.
no,
Your
I'm-
answer was under oath, correct. That is not my opinion. That has never been my opinion. Isn't that what you
Correct,
said
yes.
under oath on March 21st? Okay. And then I wrote, then I'm going to ask you, do you know who wrote this portion of the designation suggesting that these were your opinions in February of 2021? And what was your answer?
I said no.
Now, as of the time of this initial expert designation, you had not reviewed any materials, reached any opinions, correct?
I believe I had just started to review materials. I believe that I indicated that in my deposition. I had not yet rendered any opinions. I hadn't completed my review and I hadn't conducted an evaluation.
Okay. And in fact, you've never testified as an expert on IPV, intimate partner violence. Isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, but I may not be remembering all of my cases.
Well, let's go to page 200.
Okay.
Line 17. My question was, have you ever testified as an expert on IPV? And your answer under oath then at line 22 was what?
Oh gosh, let me catch up. Line 22. No.
And you've never testified as an expert on emotional distress damages associated with IPV, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've never been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse, isn't that correct?
Again, I'm reluctant to say that's correct because with 15 years of experience, a lot of my cases have been complex and that may have been a component, but I don't remember explicitly a case being just about that.
Let's go
Correct.
to page 199, line 20. My question to you was, have you ever been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse? And your answer under oath at that time was?
No.
I've not, right?
Sorry, I hadn't found the page in time.
Okay. You said, no, I've not.
But I have
correct?
not.
Okay. Now, you also have never been asked to testify on whether an individual is being truthful in saying that they are a survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have never qualified as an expert to speak to whether a person suffered from IPV, intimate partner violence, or was a victim or survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's outside the task of a psychologist to determine whether an event occurred. We assess behavior, we assess mental status, we don't detect crimes.
So you have not been asked to testify to that, correct?
It's not something that occurs, so no, I have not.
And you were not ultimately asked to provide any opinions on that, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you did not disclose in any of the designations or your report that you had met with and had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes,
That
you did
confused
not
me.
disclose in any of the designations or in your report that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, correct?
I did not disclose that I was interviewed by the legal team, no.
I asked a different question. Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm not trying to resist that, but it's not quite right.
You
what
did
you're
have dinner with
stating.
Mr. Depp, did you not?
I did, with
And
his
you had
legal
drinks
team
with
and
Mr. Depp, did you not?
And what?
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were served. This was over 2 years ago. I may have had a drink with dinner, yes.
In fact, you thought you had a mule something, right?
Possibly.
Yes, okay. And you didn't disclose that you had met with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours and had dinner and drinks, correct?
I did not disclose that. It's not significant to the report.
You don't think that's significant, correct?
I don't.
Okay, but you've never been asked to meet with a client in his counsel before being retained as an expert, either before or after, have you?
No.
And you justified that it was okay in this case because it was a high-profile case.
That's not quite right. I justified it in this case. Actually, I sought consultation about it. First of all, the person who had retained his attorneys was unable to come to my office with his attorneys. And yes, this is a very visible case. It's been going on a very long time. And I understood that there would be a need to interview me and make an informed decision about my qualifications.
Can you look at page 240, please? Line 3 is my question. Would you agree it's a highly irregular to meet with the subject in a litigation? And your answer on that occasion was, I would not say it's highly irregular. I would say it's not something that I would typically do. However, I had not yet been retained on the case. This was a large, high-profile case, and I understood that I believed that it was appropriate for a person retaining me with such a high profile to meet me, to be able to vet me, essentially with the attorneys present prior to retaining me on his case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's what you said under oath, correct?
Yes.
And then I said, have you ever done that before? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
And then I said, have you ever done it since? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that if you did not find something that would be in favor of Mr. Depp and negative to Ms. Hurd, that you wouldn't be an expert in this case? They're not gonna bring
Essentially-
you into court if you're going to say that Ms. Hurd is right and Mr. Depp is wrong, correct?
So as a forensic psychologist, my obligation is to the court, is to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss
Dr.
that
Curry,
with the attorneys.
I'm asking you a question. I'd like you to try to answer my
Okay.
question. You understand that if you found favorably to Ms. Hurd and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be testifying.
No, okay, sorry.
Hold on. The objection is speculation.
That's not speculation.
No, I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask.
Okay. If it goes to bias, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay, all right. You were, in fact, so excited about being involved in this case that you told your husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter, that you were going to be conducting the examination of Ms. Hurd, didn't you?
That is not accurate.
You not only told your husband, but you told Ms. Hurd that you told your husband, correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, that is not accurate.
What is accurate?
You're incorrect. That is not correct.
Is your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination of Amber?
That is my testimony.
Okay. Let's go to page 306. So the question that was asked was because you brought muffins, you said from your husband, right? You gave those to Ms. Hurd, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware of that. I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the muffins back to the house. I brought them into the office. Ms. Hurd and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband. My husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
Did you say on pages 305 and 306 that you frequently have examinations of high-profile clients? You want to just take a quick look and tell us?
What, 305, 306?
Yeah, that's where we're talking about it.
Is there a line you'd like me to look at?
You can start with 15, line 15, 305. Just read through that and tell me whether you said anywhere in there that you have a lot of high-profile examinations. You do this frequently. I don't agree.
I want you to approach, please.
Yeah, Elaine is pretty stupid if she lashes out the judge like that. And it's up to Judge Penny to lash back. But, judges make mistakes too. And I've seen attorneys, bounce back at the judge. And once in a while the judge makes a mistake, and it's happened. But normally somebody will apologize. The attorney will apologize, or judge will apologize. So, I'm surprised that Penny didn't lash back at her, or Penny didn't say, "Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake," if she made a mistake. Doesn't sound like she made a mistake, so I don't know why she let her jump at her like that. I would have been like, "What? Excuse me?"
Yeah, and it was twice that she did that. And it's
Elaine's getting a little bitchy now. She's getting a little bitchy and a little aggravated. I can see that.
Yeah, she keeps going on about
weird.
people drinking and stuff.
Why did your husband get the muffins for Amber Hurd?
He did not get the muffins for Amber Hurd.
He knew you had a high-profile client, and you were preparing for a very long time, and you asked him to pick up the muffins, correct?
I asked him to pick up the muffins for me, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that domestic abuse can be verbal?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be emotional?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be psychological?
Yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be physical?
Yes.
Now, you indicated, and I believe you testified in your direct, that it's very important to review the treatment records before forming opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, that's the first thing you would do, correct?
Not necessarily the first, but it's part of the evaluation.
Let's go to page 261. And let's go to 260 because that's where I start the question. The question I asked was, and do you recall whether you'd review any of these by the designation on February 19, 2021? And you said, okay, I can't say for certain. What I can tell you is that knowing my normal procedure, I would have reviewed the treatment records first. Did you testify to that under oath then?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we start getting into the ones that you testified about, I just want to be really clear about what you actually have as an opinion with respect to the borderline personality disorder and the histrionics. You didn't diagnose, you didn't actually have a DSM-5 diagnosis that Amber Hurd suffers from either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, correct?
That's not correct.
In fact, your report says Ms. Hurd demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder. Would you agree?
Yes, I did say that in also what designation was that? I believe January 18th, that report was included. Yes.
Okay. And that's what you said at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I said a little bit more than that as well.
You said, and I'll read it, I'll quote it, quote, based on the combined results of my interview with Ms. Hurd, behavioral observations, psychometric test data, and review of the available records, Ms. Hurd demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder, BHPD. That's
Yes.
what you wrote in your report as one of your conclusions, correct?
And that's a DSM-5 diagnosis.
And it did not say that you were diagnosing with a DSM-5 for borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, did it?
That's what it says in different semantics.
Oh, so what you meant to say.
It did not use the words you just said.
Now, let's talk about the treatment records that you said that you reviewed, but I'm going to start with Rocky Pennington. Your testimony was that out of the blue, Amber hit Rocky Pennington, correct?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I did reference Ms. Pennington's deposition that Ms. Hurd struck Ms. Pennington in the face.
In
Yes.
fact, Ms. Pennington testified that she hit Ms. Hurd. And in response to that, she can't recall, but Ms. Hurd either pushed or slapped her, correct?
I don't recall.
That's a pretty important distinction, don't you think?
My recollection is that there was some sort of violence both ways in the relationship. Either way, it seemed that both of them might have been unstable. I'm only evaluating Ms. Hurd.
So now we have an evaluation of Rocky Pennington?
No, I just said, but that was not relevant to my opinion because I'm only evaluating Ms. Hurd.
But you testified to that on direct that was a factor, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, wouldn't it make a big difference if Amber struck first or just responded back?
Given the dynamic, not necessarily. No, it would not have.
So now you're an expert on Rocky Pennington and her dynamics with Amber Hurd. I'll withdraw. Okay, so now let's talk about Dr. Cowan. You not only reviewed his treatment records and his text messages and documents, but you also attended his deposition, did you not?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that Amber told him about Depp physically abusing her contemporaneous with the events?
I don't recall specifically his words, but I remember him recalling that she had disclosed abuse in their treatment. Yes.
And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he received a text message contemporaneous that Johnny did a number on me tonight. I'm safe in my support tonight, but I need some real help. Do you remember him testifying to that?
I don't remember the testimony, but I do remember seeing that text message as one of the exhibits.
And do you remember Dr. Cowan testifying that on another occasion, Amber sent him a text, Johnny beat me up pretty good last night, end of quote.
Again,
not in this Constance, she can rely on it. She testified.
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't need to argue that hard, I guess. Do you recall that?
Again, I don't recall the testimony, but I do remember that being an exhibit. I've seen it.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that not only did he believe Amber in her reporting of the abuse by Depp, but that she had no ulterior motive?
I actually don't recall that. I'm not saying that it didn't occur.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he believed the relationship was toxic and he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I do recall him saying that he believed the relationship was toxic.
And you don't recall
I do
Dr.
not.
Cowan saying that he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I don't remember those exact words.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying in that deposition that you were present for, referring to Mr. Depp, quote, his controlling nature, jealousy and suspiciousness, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and violent and indulgent temper? Do you recall him using those terms to describe Mr. Depp?
I remember thinking that would be an inappropriate impression for a treating provider of a different person to give, but I do recall him making that statement.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that if he pushed her, she was going to push him back? And I never had the impression that she was the provocateur, but that she was indicating to me she had a hard time, de-escalating these types of situations.
Yes.
Okay. And do you also recall him saying that she didn't say she pushed him, she just said, I got right back up? She told me that he pushed her down and she got right back up.
I remember him saying that Ms. Hurd told him that, yes.
And do you recall him testifying, you could interpret it that way? I kind of interpret it more, metaphorically, that when somebody comes at her, she goes back at them, in a similar way, whether it's verbally or she protects herself. Do you recall that?
I recall something along those lines, but it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition, so the specifics are not fresh in my mind.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan specifically testifying that he believed Amber Hurd when she reported the physical abuse by Mr. Depp?
I recall him saying that and following it up with a statement that you have to take the patient at their word when you're the therapist.
You recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he believed her? That he found her believable?
Yes, that he found her believable.
Okay. Now, you also testified about Amy Banks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And before we go there, Dr. Cowan has been a clinical psychologist for 40 years, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he testified to that, didn't he, in the deposition?
I don't recall.
And he also saw Amber Hurd for over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
From 2014, approximately August 2014 to 2000 through 2016, correct?
Yes, he did.
For a period of time. Would you agree? Okay. And he also testified that he did not diagnose Amber with borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
He also testified that he doesn't use diagnoses, but yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that it was those words were in his notes, but he said he had written that down, but then he discounted it and determined that that was not correct for her?
All right, you want to approach?
All right, now let's jump to Amy Banks. Dr. Banks is a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, she went to medical school at Georgetown and she did her psychiatric training at Harvard Medical School, correct?
I believe that's correct. I don't recall 100%.
All right, and she was a psychiatrist in Massachusetts that Amber Hurd had reached out to
Yes.
after the Australia incident to try to help her relationship with Mr. Depp, correct? Let me back up. You attended Dr. Banks' deposition as well, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Banks testified to that, correct?
I don't remember if she testified to that. I don't have the notes right in front of me or the deposition transcript.
All right. Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that she understood that Amber was in a relationship with Johnny Depp that had gotten violent and out of control?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that they had physical altercations and his drug use had escalated and Amber felt she was at risk?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that Amber was reporting the violence by Mr. Depp and it was not consensual?
I recall Dr. Banks stating that Ms. Hurd was reporting violence to her, yes. I do not recall a statement about consent.
Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that there was discussion about Mr. Depp cutting off his finger, and she said only that it was a middle of one of these very kind of out of control escalated fights, and that did make a fairly big impact on me?
I remember something like that.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying it was a whole other level? As I remember, it told to me he actually cut off a part of his finger during one of these altercations, meaning to me, the way I digested that, if you will, was that things had gotten particularly out of control.
I do not recall that exact statement. I'm not saying it didn't occur. I just can't recall it.
All right. And you recall that Mr. Depp was in sessions with Ms. Hurd with Dr. Banks, correct?
Yes. My understanding, however, is that they met with Dr. Banks, and then it was primarily Ms. Hurd meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of the violence that she knew existed in the relationship?
I do recall that, and it would be impossible to know that violence exists as a treating therapist or as a psychologist. Again, we're not investigators. However, I do recall that she said that because I remember having that thought.
And do you recall Amy, and she's a psychiatrist, right?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And do you recall Amy Banks saying that it was clear to her that Mr. Depp was the one who initiated the violence?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do you recall that Dr. Banks said that she knew for certain that Mr. Depp was the one who had committed the violence because Ms. Hurd reported it in the presence of Mr. Depp and he did not contradict?
I do not recall that.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Banks ultimately concluded that it was her belief that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
Here, you want to approach this?
And what was your answer to that last one? I'm sorry.
I think I can't recall, but I also can't recall that last question.
Do you recall that Dr. Banks concluded that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed the records of Laurel Anderson and you reviewed her deposition. Is that correct?
Let me refresh my memory for a moment. I reviewed Dr. Anderson's deposition, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that she reported that Amber Hurd had reported physical violence by Mr. Depp to her?
I recall that she said that Ms. Hurd had reported that, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that she said that it changed over time?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall Dr. Anderson saying that she had witnessed her face being bruised after the December 15, 2015 incident?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that, okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said that Amber had reported that he had pulled out her hair, bruised her face, kicked her leg, and hit her in the head?
Yes, Ms. Hurd did report that to her according to her testimony.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber Hurd said that Mr. Depp was scaring her?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said she believed that Amber Hurd was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I recall, no, I don't recall that statement.
All right, let's go to Bob Jacobs. you said that you reviewed the notes from Bonnie Jacobs, correct?
Yes.
And what you testified to was that you discounted these because the first notes from Bonnie Jacobs indicated that she already had all of these symptoms, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I discounted.
Tell me why you discounted Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
I did not discount Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
You said that Bonnie Jacobs in her notes had already determined that these symptoms were present for Amber Hurd before the relationship with Mr. Depp, did you not?
What I recall saying was that within Dr. Jacobs's notes, she's documented instances in which Ms. Hurd reported to her over the course of therapy that she was experiencing nightmares, recurrent nightmares, in fact, about childhood abuse.
Okay. Now, the very first entry on Bonnie Jacobs' notes, and these are the notes, right? Do you recognize these?
I do. And we
Okay.
received more sort of at the tail end just a couple months ago.
All right. So the first of Bonnie Jacobs' notes is on 10/17/2011. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't have anything in front of me.
And Amber Hurd was already in the relationship with Johnny Depp at this point, was she not?
I believe she was, yes.
Okay. And in Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she documents.
However, go ahead.
She documents multiple occasions that Amber Hurd reports to her physical violence upon her by Mr. Depp, does she not?
There are several notes that indicate that Ms. Hurd has reported violence by Mr. Depp, yes.
Many, correct?
I wouldn't qualify it as many. I'm not sure what you mean by many.
How many would you say?
I don't know. I don't have the notes in front of me.
Okay. Well, what do you recall in deciding to make your opinions in this case?
Well, I'm confused about the dates because I know that Dr. Jacobs treated Ms. Hurd even while she was in her prior relationship, leaving her prior relationship with her last wife.
Dr. Curry, I'm not going to ask you to try to bring in extraneous things. I'm asking you what you recall of these
But
notes.
the dates would have been different based on that alone.
Okay.
And I recall that there was quite a bit of information because these were copious notes spanning back in time from her relationship with Tasha.
So Dr. Curry, please answer my question. How many occasions do you recall Dr. Jacobs documenting Amber reporting physical abuse?
I don't know.
Now, you also said that you listened to audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Depp admitting to headbutting Ms. Hurd?
That is not what I heard.
You didn't hear that?
I heard a conversation about headbutting. I did not hear him, as you said, admit to headbutting Ms. Hurd.
Okay, that's your characterization of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the videotape of Mr. Depp in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. Did Ms. Hurd imagine that or create that, or was she responsible for that somehow?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, impact did that have on your opinions watching Mr. Depp in that video?
I'm not sure. It was one of many pieces of the exhibits and other collateral data that I considered. I'm not sure what the direct impact was or if that could be measured.
All right. Now, counsel asked you whether you had conducted any type of examination on Mr. Depp, and I believe your answer was no, correct?
No.
You did not review any medical records or psychological records from Mr. Depp either, did you?
I reviewed all of the records that were available.
Do you recall reviewing medical and psychological records on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein referring to Mr. Depp having rage?
No, I actually recall him referring to Ms. Hurd in that note.
Your testimony is that Dr. Blaustein was referring to Amber Hurd as having rage?
I transcribed several of the notes, and I may be missing a time when he I said that about Mr. Depp. The handwriting was very difficult to transcribe, but there was one instance in which I recall transcribing him stating that Mr. Depp reported that Ms. Hurd had rage.
Dr. Blaustein's deposition was taken, was it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall, so I take it then you don't recall him testifying that Mr. Depp told him he had rage and demons?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein testifying that Mr. Depp looked at his wife Amber like his mother or his sister that he didn't like?
I haven't seen his deposition. I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, did you see and do you know whether Mr. Depp has ever been diagnosed with any personality disorders?
That's not relevant to my task to conduct an evaluation of Ms. Hurd. So
would it
I
be-
do not know that he has had one. It was not in the records that he did.
All right. So one way or the other, you don't know whether Mr. Depp suffers from any personality disorders.
That's not my task.
Okay. Let me go to IPV perpetrators. Would you agree that accusations of infidelity can be considered one of the characteristics of a personality perpetrator of IPV?
It can be a characteristic of a lot of things. It is something that can be weaponized if somebody is trying to or is having rage toward their partner.
Let's go to page 270. Line 3, my question was, are accusations of infidelity considered one of the characteristics of a perpetrator, a personality perpetrator of IPV?
The objection.
The question is vague and ultimately ambiguous.
I don't understand the objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. And your answer under oath
Can
at
you
that
remind
time-
me of the page? I thought
Page 270, line 3 was where my question was.
Okay.
And your answer is at line 8. You said it can be, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. And interrogating your partner about unfounded accusations of infidelity can be abusive. Would you agree?
It can be if they're unfounded, yes.
Okay. And psychological consequences for a victim of IPV can include diminished self-esteem, correct?
Yes.
Depressed mood?
Yes.
Anxiety?
Yes.
Fearfulness?
Certainly.
Diminished self-agency?
Yes.
Feeling powerless?
Yes.
Loss of sleep?
Yes.
And IPV is a traumatic stressor. Would you agree?
It is.
All right. And IPV is capable of resulting in PTSD, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And IPV is capable of resulting in other trauma-based disorders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Amber's medical examination, she was cooperative, correct?
Her psychological, yes. She was cooperative and polite.
And in the 2 full days of examination, you felt she was polite and answered all your questions, except in one instance where she furrowed her brow when you were asking about friendships in high school, correct?
That's not correct.
All right, let's go to page 275. So we start on 274 with the, was she polite? You said yes. Was she cooperative? Yes. Did she answer your questions? For the most part, yes. This is, now we're on page 275, lines 4 and 5. And then my question was, did she at any time become combative or unfriendly with you or angry? And your answer was, there was one instance in which she appeared annoyed and the posturing forward a bit, more assertive tone, furrowed brow, when I was questioning something, following up on data that had been inconsistent about friendships in high school. Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right. Would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes.
And a large portion of IPV perpetrators have substance abuse issues?
It's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many people who perpetuate intimate partner violence who do not have substance abuse issues.
All right, let's go to 131, line 17.
$131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here. And I'm talking about, you said, and just to give context, remember I was asking you what percentage of people you treat that are perpetrators, and you'd said 5%. Do you recall that, just for substance?
I see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
Okay, thank you. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree?
Are you in a different area, or are you asking me a separate question?
I'm asking you a question.
Oh.
And it's common.
Sorry, can you please repeat it?
Yes. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree? That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So
I understand it is a compound question. I'll sustain the objection.
And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor, I think it's just one question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
That's a characteristic of psychological abuse, yes.
Okay, and it's common then for them to accuse them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a characteristic of abuse from women perpetrated against men. It's actually very, very common. About 90% of male victims of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats to report their partner as an abuser. It's less common for men to make that statement to female partners just because there's less potential consequence.
Isn't it true, though, that some form of gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes.
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
Absolutely.
It causes them a lot of fear?
Certainly.
And it causes them a lot of distress?
Absolutely, yes.
And in fact, they feel falsely accused, correct?
Yes.
And they feel paranoid?
Yes.
And they feel frightened?
Yes.
Afraid that everyone's going to believe the perpetrator, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
I'll ask the next one. And they're afraid they're going to lose their reputation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the testing for a moment. You talked about the MMPI-2, but that's not the most recent MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
Okay. Now, you need to have an elevated, on the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated scores, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It was the K section, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And was there any elevated score over 65 on the MMPI?
I would need to take a look at it. If, you know, I provided a 25-page interpretation outline. If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go over any of the individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Hurd that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a confident answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
I'm hesitant to do that because I don't want to make an error by ignoring hundreds of scale scores.
And would you agree that you can't make a pathological determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
Are you talking about the MMPI-2?
Yes.
Again, I don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
And safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you agree?
Any type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do. And her account was different than typical memory difficulties with trauma.
It is common for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually not common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event, end of quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD, correct?
Certain types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Do you recall it?
I don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay. Now, if someone had been subjected to a 4-year relationship characterized by repeated IPV, they can have symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Intense anxiety?
Yes, certainly.
Depressed or irritable states?
Actually, it's not so much states. When you're looking at a real trauma reaction, it's pretty persistent. It's less of these transient states.
Intimate problems?
Yes.
Relationship difficulties?
Yes.
And these are symptoms you're also attributing to the personality disorder, correct?
Yes, there are some key differences.
Okay. Now let's talk for a moment specifically about a couple of the profiles on the MMPI. This is not an exaggerated profile for her, is it?
No, actually, that was something unique. When she completed objective broadband measures, where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at, they seem completely random. She raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and appear completely free of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
All right, let's go to page 337. My question on line 7, this is not an exaggerated profile, is it, for her? And your answer under oath at that time was no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes.
testified under oath at that time, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, the profile is also not consistent with malingering, correct?
The MMPI-2 profile, it's specific to how she approached this test. And you're correct. For this test, it was a defensive profile, not an exaggerated profile.
So my question on line 10 was, this is not a profile consistent with malingering, correct? And your answer under oath at that time was correct. On this test, it is not consistent with malingering, period, right?
Yes.
That was your full answer. Okay. Now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Hurd's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not made any determinations, including any of opinions that Ms. Hurd abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Hurd, correct?
Correct. That's outside of the scope of psychology.
Okay. And you cannot testify whether Amber Hurd suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
What I can testify is that there was no indication of a decline in psychological functioning showing any injury since she's been with Mr. Depp.
You cannot testify one way or the other on that, correct? Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Dr. Curry.
Yes.
In your report, nowhere in your report did you provide any opinion of whether Ms. Hurd suffered emotional distress as a result of the defamatory statements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Curry, you were just asked a question about malingering
Yes.
and made reference to the MMPI-2. Is there another test that you did to make a determination with respect to malingering?
Yes. So I also, well, malingering is a term that most psychologists, we try to be careful of it because it indicates an intent for secondary gain. I prefer feigning, which you had brought up earlier, because it indicates that somebody is intentionally exaggerating, but I don't know necessarily why. So I think that's a more accurate term in general. On the MMPI-2, yes, there was no exaggerated profile. I also gave her the CAPS-5. I don't know if you'll remember, but that is the clinician-administered PTSD scale consistent with the DSM-5. And on that, there were signs of gross exaggeration. I also looked at the test results that were provided by Dr. Hughes, and on an objective test of trauma, there is a scale specific to intentional exaggeration on that test, and Ms. Hurd was in the 98th percentile, meaning that she is she had engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration.
Thank you. You were asked about intimacy problems, relationship difficulties associated with IPV, and you then said that there were some key differences.
Yes.
What are those?
So what you see when we're talking about the personality disorders is there is a very consistent pattern of the aggression, the violence, the irritability. First of all, it's escalated, but second of all, it occurs when there is either, for the borderline component, a threat of abandonment, a perceived slight, feeling like the person is about to leave you, about to walk away to get some space from an argument. It also occurs to a more mild extent, but when there's a loss of attention and a need to manipulate to try to get that attention back. But it's not, when somebody has PTSD, that irritability is sort of at a low, constant level, or it's completely random. For instance, you might have a Vietnam vet who went straight to bars for a period to get into fights with the hope that he would kill somebody and just self-destruct. So it's a very different type of presentation. IPV, it might be more irritability, but that's actually less of a symptom for female IPV victims. Usually what you'll see is somatic symptoms, the depression, a lot of fearfulness and anxiety, but typically more complaints about somatic symptoms.
Okay. You testified that some of the professionals involved in this case had to take their patient at her word. What did you mean by that?
So when you're providing therapy, you're in a very different role than an examiner. When you're the forensic examiner, you're just really looking at data to make a decision. When you're a therapist, you're an advocate for your client's well-being. And in fact, it's considered extremely unethical for a treating provider to ever provide opinion testimony like I'm providing, because it's so well known in our field that you're going to have an automatic bias for your client. It's almost a sense of protection, advocacy, wanting their best, which is why we also know that it's very inappropriate to convey any sort of opinion about whether a crime occurred, whether abuse occurred. We can certainly believe our clients, we can support them in their therapy and take them at their word. But when giving opinions and consultations, we have to be very, very cautious and really only provide the facts. We would state things in terms of, my client did report this, I saw this, here was our treatment plan, here was the diagnosis. It's, we're taught, we're trained to stay away from making any sort of opinions, understanding that most of the time, and most of Ms. Hurd's providers were just treating Ms. Hurd. They had never so much as done an initial interview with Mr. Depp and gotten his whole life story or his symptoms or his side of any of it. And they're going to be advocating, and the treatment relationship is about helping your client achieve well-being, not making formal psychological or psychiatric opinions.
So you're asked a question about a series of doctors. Dr. Cohen, treating physician?
Yes, he was a psychologist.
Yeah. Dr. Banks, treating physician?
Dr. Banks, yes, treating psychiatrist.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, treating psychologist.
Every one of them had to take Amber Hurd at his word, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Oh, overruled.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject? Yes, sorry. Is this witness subject to recall? No. All right. Since you're subject to recall, Dr. Curry, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and please do not watch anything of this trial, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You can stay there for a moment.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. Do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
So again, Amber Heard's attorneys trying to put words in people's mouths and try to make it seem like they're good friends. You have drinks, you have dinner, stuff like that. She was very good. She held her own.
Witnesses by deposition, is that correct? We will get you all set up then. All right, thank you. Okay, we'll come back at 3:20 before the jury comes back out. We'll discuss your exhibits, okay? All right, thank you.
Yeah, so she did well. You know, she held her own. Elaine, of course, trying to put words in her mouth, and she's saying, I did not say that. I did not do that. And again, I said this is what attorneys do. Right? They'll take words and they'll throw them in. And Elaine proved me right. Elaine did exactly what I said. One of the first things she said is that you had drinks at the dinner with Johnny Depp. And she said, I didn't say that. and that didn't happen. She was like what, like looking at her, like, what are you talking about? She even questioned, like, I don't understand what you're trying to say. What are you trying to ask me? And can we talk about the muffins so we don't have to discuss it anymore? That was brilliant. Oh, I love that. Oh my God, I was hysterical laughing on because I couldn't put the mic on, but it was really fun. I thought she did a great job.
Muffin Man.
Muffin Woman.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
I feel like getting like taking her picture, putting a Dunkin' Donuts hat in her, and put time to make the muffins and making a little something out of it. It was so fun because the expression of Dunkin' Donuts used to be time to make the donuts. I don't know if you guys know, but so funny. Question about muffins. Elaine is obsessed now with muffins and makeup. Muffins and makeup. Oh my God.
Muffins and makeup.
And
I
cream.
I seriously want to know if Elaine is up there trying to help Johnny's team.
And she really, man, she snapped at the judge a little bit, and I was surprised.
Down
like, wow,
here, that would get your ass thrown out for contempt. They don't take that kind of shit here. It's like, wait, what? She did it once, and then she did it another time. It's like, what the fuck? Is she serious?
Right?
It's like, what? Penny's got to be the most level-headed, calm chick judge I've ever fucking seen. I have never seen that, not get thrown out before. Holy shit.
Well, that's why I'm sitting over here. I'm like, why is she still in there? What's happening right now?
Yeah, she snapped at the judge a couple times too. Yeah.
I'm surprised the judge kept her cool.
I'm kind of on the fence with Penny a lot of the times, but I think it goes to show that she's not going to let anything, throw this trial out.
I bet if Rob was a judge, he would have done. I'm sorry, your ass is out of my courtroom.
Well, I would have called her up to the bench. I would have said, "Excuse me, could you step up, please, counsel?" And I would have addressed her in a respectful, appropriate way. I wouldn't have tried to embarrass her, knowing it's on television. So I would have said, "Counsel, could you please step up, please, to the bench?" And and I would have put the word out, like, "Please don't disrespect me like that again." Because the next time, I'm going to make it public.
We should vote for Rob.
That's what I would have said. I would have gave her a warning, and had she done it to me again, then I would have snapped and went off on her. That's what I would have done.
Good evening.
Uh-oh.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, beautiful hand.
Hang on. Uh-oh. How rude.
Another judge. Judge 10.
Once 10 came here, I said, uh-oh, trouble's about to begin. Uh-oh, here we go.
No, I've actually missed the last 2 days. I'm still trying to catch up on yesterday. So work has got in the way this week, Rob.
Can we give some love hearts for Hen, please? Can we give?
Please don't. Don't encourage them. Seriously.
Rob, maybe you should be the judge.
For Hen.
Well, it's been cool. Lot of there we go. Thank you. I was waiting for Carrie to do it, and she didn't disappoint me. Way to go, Carrie. I didn't disappoint you.
I'll go now, shall I? First as because I come on, and now I'm getting the stop it. Behave, all of you. I'll get my sick bucket right in a minute.
Oh my God.
So, has it been an awesome day or a crap day? Please tell me.
It's been a good day. It's been a good day.
It's been a funny day.
It's been a good day. And so far, it's been good because these are all on his side. Most of these people, we found out that Amber hit Rocky Pennington, and Rocky and her are no longer friends. We found that out.
Oh.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. We found that out today.
Yeah.
So who testified to that?
I think it was. It wasn't this one. It was, I think, the one before that. But she did. I think it was this one who said that they hit each other.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It was so long ago, but it was today. It was. I have to go back.
I bet she did the same to Io. That's why they're not speaking. They're no longer with us.
Yeah,
So I was here.
Don't hurt.
It just makes me go. Ugh. Right. So I was here for part of the island manager's testimony, and that sounded like it really went well. And then they started twisting things as a makeup. Back on the bloody makeup.
Yep. They
She's
went back to
obsessed with bloody
makeup.
makeup.
I
That
know,
and
they
the
went to-
drinks, and like you can't even have a drink in your own house or on occasion. Like
I was a little bit concerned about the Johnny passing out on the beach part.
that's what got me nervous too. I'm like, oh god, no. Ugh.
So,
No, I missed out on a lot. Apparently, shit.
Yeah, he was on the beach, passed out. supposedly, I
Bree and
guess.
Roberts had
Her
both
face was in the
said that
sand.
about Rocky.
Yeah,
I
that
think
was
Rock should
Rocky
be
was
the
a
judge
shock.
with that shirt that he's wearing.
Miss Roberts was the island manager, and Miss
Tara
Curry was the psychologist, forensic analyst, and therapist.
Yeah, Tara Roberts was good too. She was talking about like Johnny got hit with a frying pan, and she heard him say it. She didn't see it, but she heard him say it. That Amber wouldn't leave him alone. You know, he tried to get away, and she kept coming after him. You know, which is, you know, a typical Amber style. She just wouldn't give this guy any room to breathe. Any room to breathe. You know, and of course they questioned it like, you know, oh, were you there? Were you in the house? Did you see what happened? You know, blah blah blah. Because it's always they're like, how do you know she didn't wear makeup? The same thing they asked Isaac, like, how do you know she didn't wear makeup?
oh yeah, I'm just reading the chat. Sue, they do it to wind me up. The hearts are not because I need hearts. They do it to wind me up. And what's this about Elaine being obsessed with muffins?
Maybe
Yeah, it was weird. Like she asked this question about muffins or whatever, because she was trying to show that the doctor had a friendly relationship with Johnny Depp. Like the doctor was buddy with him, so that's why she's testifying. And she said, and so the doctor got pissed, and she said, "Listen, enough with the muffins already. Can you just ask the question?" So, and I'm going to go through this once. Because she was getting tired of her asking the same old damn. She's trying to say like, "Oh, you made muffins and you guys were best buddies and you went out drinking and having dinner and blah blah." blah.
She made it
Don't
sound
you
like
find
they had a
it-
romantic thing going on.
So the muffin thing is her husband went and got like he went and did some running around and got muffins, and she tried to say that the husband knew that it was going to be for Amber and everything. And I'm like, that's not what she said.
Yeah, trying to twist it into something that it's not again.
Oh, Rob, the White House is on the news right now. I wanted to let you know since you pulled up that thing about the president.
Yeah. There's a lot of news. Like Ozzy Osbourne, unfortunately,
The White House is having a press briefing right now.
So what? Oh, so I'm not. I don't care about the White House. It's like, what's that about Ozzy Osbourne?
Right.
Well, like I said, a lot of things happened today. Like Ozzy Osbourne's health is declining.
Okay.
We showed a video at halftime, at lunchtime,
I think
that
I missed
Alec Baldwin, you know, they're investigating him again because they're trying to
Yeah.
find out how there was live ammo. It's been really crazy day. A lot of things.
No, this is still the same
I
one.
didn't
They're
hear
trying to
about
get him
Ozzy
into
Osbourne.
court.
What's going on with Ozzy?
Yeah, Donald Trump that is being has to pay $10,000 a day because he didn't answer the subpoena in New York. It's crazy.
Rob, I didn't hear about Ozzy Osbourne. What's going on?
His health is declining.
From what?
I don't know.
He's old and he's screwed up his body from all the drugs he took. It's
And the Parkinson's, right?
yes,
Is it Parkinson's?
I didn't know that.
I don't think he has
something
Parkinson's.
else?
Been happening.
I don't know if he's got Parkinson's. I think the slurring is just he's screwed up his brain.
No, because he'd had like this whole interview revolving around like the way that his brain's been going, and then the way that he shakes all the time.
It
and I
is
can't
Parkinson's.
remember if it was Parkinson's or not.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It is Parkinson's.
Animation.
Okay.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so funny. Oh my god! On Twitter, I'm about to laugh hysterically.
What is it?
I made memes.
Animation Alliance put Muffin Man. She put Dear Elaine, you're a cunt. And she put muffins there. The muffins
Oh, you
were
have to
a secret.
retweet that. So
She has Amber with a gun pointing at Elaine. She goes, "The muffins were a secret, you ass clown."
Rob, retweet that so I can see it.
I can't.
Oh my god, so funny.
I want to see
Use
a
my
little.
Twitter, you guys.
I'm
Oh
not
my
on your
god,
Twitter, I
so
don't think.
funny. I'll put it. It's on her
Wait for the
Twitter. Yeah, I'll
memes.
try to.
Maybe you could
Wait,
pull it
I'll
up
have
on
to
the
stop
screen here.
sharing this and I'll go to Twitter. Hold on.
Yay, thank you. Somebody
Ah,
sent you a $5 super sticker.
so
Okay,
funny.
I'm on the stream so you guys can fit in the chat room, the panel.
So I'm going to ask what else did I miss today? Because I've seen about half an hour's worth of the court case today.
Well, it's Amber Heard's team trying to point out the regular that people are friends, and that's
Oh, her
what-
team is making me mad.
Oh yeah, they also said something about like they were telling the Tara Roberts how much she gets paid.
Yeah, I know. I heard that.
Like, what does that have to do with anything?
And what are her friends going to do on the stand?
And none of your expenses for all the stuff you provide comes out of your wages. No, because they're not her expenses; they're Johnny's expenses.
Yeah,
of course they're not going to come out of her fucking wages.
Amen.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, say it.
Sorry, I don't mean to blasphemy. I don't mean to offend anyone with that.
Oh my God! Is that the muffins were a secret you asked? Dear Ellen, you're a cunt. Oh my God, I'm done. Rob, I can't. I'm sick of
Last words are
you,
coming.
but Mom. the judge's face. Oh my God. No muffins. You won't be recalled. She's like she shit her pants.
Oh man, sorry. The muffins got me. I was like, what is with the muffins? What is it?
They're probably gonna go have a muffin cafe party after or something.
I prefer cupcakes to muffins personally.
Makeup and
TJ's back.
Hello, TJ.
Hello.
Hey TJ, what's going on?
I thought Hen might need some translation, so I thought I'd better come on and speak English.
yeah, but you speak a weird English, so it don't count.
Yeah, I speak a better English than you.
Excuse me, I speak the Queen's English. I don't call it a bath. I call it a bath.
Be right back. I'm gonna get a picture of the birthday cake we got for a baby girl today.
So, what have you seen up to?
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? She was just trying to prove that Tara Roberts and this doctor were on Johnny Depp's payroll, and that's why they're saying things. And then
they're all going by what Amber said on the break.
Say again?
I think that's what she told her lawyers on the break, probably, because when they came back from the break, that's when they started with the muffins and everything else.
And it was funny too because they were asking her questions and she's like, I didn't say that. And then Elaine got real quiet for a minute.
If it ain't the makeup that occurred in 2017, then it's the muffins.
Yeah.
Well, and then, I kept getting irritated because she kept walking away from the mic to ask these questions, and I'm like, stop that.
Yeah,
so
it was
either
annoying.
alcohol, drugs, makeup, or muffins. How's that relevant to the? I don't. It's
well because she's trying to show like, oh, muffins, or you had drinks, or you had dinner, or you. She's trying to show like you're friendly. So so you should be excused as a witness. Your testimony shouldn't be heard. And she's like, look, what are you talking about? Like, I never said these things. These things didn't even happen.
I want another lawyer to object to their own questions today.
So TJ, what was you trying to say?
I was going to say they're trying to make out that she disclosed private information by disclosing to her husband that she was seeing Amber Heard.
Yeah, I heard that part.
Elaine was trying to say it was a breach of confidentiality that you told your husband that it was Amber Heard, and she didn't. She has high profile clients, and her husband ran to the shop. He doesn't know who it was. She was running late. He run the shop. He bought muffins. He brought them in. Amber Heard, being a big-headed cow that she is, decided to go, oh, are these for me? And she went, yeah, you can thank my husband for them. So Amber Heard went, oh, your husband knows who I am. And she's like, no, my husband run the shop because I needed muffins.
Oh, because I'm so famous. Everyone knows who I am. Sorry.
But if she'd have said yes, then that would have been a breach of confidentiality and she'd have been thrown out.
Exactly.
Yeah, so they were trying to get another witness off the stand by trying to say, you know, hey, look.
They're gonna try to impeach somebody. I have a bad feeling about it. I'm so scared.
But they haven't managed to so far.
I can't wait till she goes on the stand. When is she gonna get on the stand? Does it say?
No, I don't know. I can't
Because the
tell you.
docket's not up for that,
You know,
but
I'm
it's up for the
bloody idiot. I
witnesses
could've
and stuff.
just-
Like,
Well, there's another
Had the kids
deposition,
and
so I don't
got
know
the
who
camper out
that
and
is. I
done
don't know who we're going to hear from now.
I'm an idiot.
I can't wait till her sister.
I did
gets on
not
the
think
stand.
about that. Oh.
Elaine did flick through a rather large amount of paperwork to try and remind the doctor that there was loads.
Loads of what?
She literally stood there and flicked through because there's something like 25 pages of tests that they have to do. And she hasn't got the paperwork in front of her. The doctor hasn't got the paperwork
Did you
in front
hear
of
how
her.
Elaine got her voice loud like that? It sounded like she was gonna like croak or something. It was horrible.
She got loud when she went off on the judge. I was sitting there like, okay, wow.
Oh, I
was
want to know
expecting
with
the judge to fire back. I was like, oh god, here's.
I want to know with Amber's, like, her therapist outside of all of this, like, why they were trying to cherry pick what he had done, like what he'd said and everything.
I wonder if
Because Amber Heard said
It didn't send.
all her doctors, every single one of her doctors, have said Amber said, Amber said, and Amber said, and Amber
Yes.
said.
Yes.
So they can only go by the information of what she has said. They did not then say, well, can you bring your partner in so we can have a chat with your partner?
Yeah.
Well, so
And
far
that's been the
between
whole
this
problem with
doctor,
this. It's
Dr.
all
Kip
about
Hurd, and the
what
other ones
Amber has
are all
said.
saying that
It's
Amber's
all
violent.
about
Yes.
It's been since day one, and that's what he's trying to say. Everything that's been going on is only what she has said.
I can't
wait It's all of her evidence is hearsay. All of her evidence is hearsay.
I agree. It is hearsay.
So
And they
when
should have objected
somebody
to it, but
stands
they
up
didn't.
and goes, well, Amber told me, that's hearsay. Amber
Yep.
told me, that's hearsay. But they're
Yep.
not
Here we
doing
go. Oh, she looks pissed.
Okay.
Oh my Jesus, go. We're in trouble.
Are we back?
We are.
We're back. They're having a meeting at the bench.
We sound like
All
the
these
poltergeist. We're back.
And thank
Here's
you, Megan.
Johnny.
I saw it, Megan. Thank you so much for keep it up. And you sent me a pair with lifting weights. Thank you so much. And
I
Web
didn't see a
Surfer
pair
guy.
with lifting weights. I want to see that.
Okay, hold on. Wait, let me see if I could.
I need a good laugh right about now because Elaine's ass isn't helping me.
I'll try to put
She hasn't got one.
She ain't got one.
Real quick.
Oh, that's funny. I love it. Who sent it? Oh my gosh, whoever did.
That's Megan
sent that.
O'Shea.
That's right, Megan. I see it, Rob. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
With his turd shirt. You gotta show the shirt every time. We could press Elaine. She's light enough. She's like 70 pounds, 80.
Well, I think they're talking about the next person to step up. Well,
Look, she's going through the paperwork. She's so confused. She's uneducated for a lawyer.
I think next week, 'cause she's very unorganized. Somebody said that too before. Someone said she was very.
She is for an attorney. She's very unorganized.
Yeah, I think she got wild up. I think the last witness wild her up so much because when she didn't expect her to fire back like that, and she didn't know what to do.
I so wish I could go up against her in court. Oh,
you know, it's funny. If I saw Elaine like this with her opening statement,
I would have laughed in her face.
I'm more impressed. You know, I would have been more impressed had she started like that with opening. Her opening statement was terrifying.
Her opening statement was awful.
And then what she did with Isaac was another bomb job. I was like, oh my God, this woman is. But now, I don't know if she woke up, had coffee, got a good night rest, or something else happened. But now she sounds like an attorney, you know.
I think Johnny and that girl with the black suit right there standing have something going on.
No.
No, maybe, no.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
No, I don't think so. She's an attorney. She can't.
Well,
they both got money, so.
No, but they
It doesn't
can
matter what
after
the
the
money
case
is.
is finished.
But
But
yeah,
at the
the
moment,
attorney
they
client.
can't.
Yeah,
attorney client.
Yeah.
I think Johnny just wants to end this before he moves on with his life, and then whatever the result is, and wherever his life goes,
I
he'll
think he's
take
going
it
to
from
turn
there.
gay after it. I'm just kidding.
no, he's not.
I was kidding because
Don't be stupid.
No,
People don't just turn gay overnight.
He said all his characters are gay, so and he plays.
No. He said all of his characters got a little bit of gay in them. Doesn't that mean they're gay?
Yeah,
it was
all
just a
6
joke.
inches of it.
No, he's. There's your hearts again.
Oh, pack it in.
We love you, hon.
Everybody throw the hearts to her. Hurry up.
No.
Yes, come on, hurry.
TJ, defend me, please.
TJ, don't. He's like, leave me the fuck out of this.
To do that, I'm defending hen. That was her response.
Amber probably threatened this shit and letting bed someone put. Oh my God, I'm so done. I can't. Rob. Yeah, he does have a lot on his plate. This is stressful what he's going through. I mean, he's got to relive this all over again. It's horrible.
Yeah, I don't think that he's right now. This is his focus, and once this is over, with, then he could focus back on his music career or writing a book or whatever.
Acting,
you know, whatever he wants to. I think once this is off his mind, then he could focus on his life again, and whatever the result, he'll have to live with it. You know, unfortunately, he picked the wrong person. You know.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And you can't, you know, you could second guess it all you want, but you know, we weren't there. We didn't. Oh my God, look out! Oh my God, here we go. Oh my God.
What happened?
I've already seen
the
it.
Hearts are rolling in, yes.
I've already seen it.
The hearts are coming in. Oh my God, I'm dead.
Alright, hang on. I really do need that sick bucket now.
They're putting the hearts.
I've got a paper bag beside me. That'll do.
Look at all the love for you, Hen. You got a lot of love here. Look at this.
No, they do it to wind me up. It's nothing. It's mental cruelty. It is not love. It's cruelty.
I think it's love. I think everybody cares about it.
If they did, they would send hearts.
Come on, Rob. Put some hearts up there for her.
No. Send TJ the hearts. Send TJ hearts. She loves hearts too. TJ loves hearts too.
All right, put TJ's name in it. What's hers then? And put the hearts.
No, don't. Please don't. Please don't.
Don't forget the muffins either, okay?
TJ's scary when I start a heart battle with her.
You know what's is that lady on a computer? She playing video games? I don't know.
What lady?
Play to lose, I play to win.
Yes, that's better, Tudor. I like them ones.
Rob, maybe she'll come play Star Wars with you.
By the way, Sue would even just like one heart. So would someone like to send Sue a heart? Sue
has just had some hearts.
Yeah, send Sue some hearts.
Everybody send Sue some hearts, please.
There you go, Sue. There you go.
Oh, Rob did it.
Is that bombs that you sent, TJ?
Yep.
Hey, I didn't see your message, Terry. What message? You could put it again. Just cut and paste it.
I wonder what kind of drawings Johnny's doing in the courtroom. I wonder if he's drawing like the whole courtroom. Or his next painting. Ooh, that'd be cool. Oh, Benjamin's whispering something in his ear. And Elaine looks confused.
I don't know
and
what this is. They're really.
Elaine is so confused. Look at her.
Elaine looks really lost here. I don't know.
They're still at the desk.
Yeah.
And the judges looks like she's gonna tell her to get the fuck out of my courtroom.
No, she
That'd be
won't
good.
throw her out.
Yes, it would.
She's not gonna. Like I know some idiot made a video. Oh, Amber's gonna get thrown out of courtroom. She's not. How's that gonna happen? She's
I saw that too, and I'm
the
like,
plaintiff in the case. She's not gonna get thrown out of courtroom.
No,
Videos, man. Some people have no idea what they're talking about.
Did you see the
Really
fake
don't.
ones where they said that Elaine was fired from her? I'm like, that's bullshit.
I know, it's so stupid. Yeah, if Elaine's fired, so why is she here?
Exactly.
I'd be jumping down that person's throat. Oh, she's fired, but yet here she is making questions. What are you talking
I thought she was supposed to quit.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can see
she's still
she quit.
asking him about the piece of paper because she doesn't understand. Where'd she get her law degree at? Because I would like to call them up and oh my god, I'm gonna.
No, they just confirming that they're allowing that part of evidence. That's what that
Hopefully
was.
she retires after this case because she sucks.
Yo, that's funny. Hold on, I gotta put that up there. That's funny.
Elaine probably misplaced her paperwork with a muffin cookbook. Oh my god, no. Rob, why'd you?
That's funny.
So is muffins the new Amica?
I guess
now.
that's when you're in the turn.
Yes. Right.
Is today the first day that Amber doesn't look like Johnny in the past? That's incredible.
Well, he
It's
wore a
a
white suit
miracle.
during the wedding, so.
Oh. Got more muffin memes too.
She's trying to look Virginia.
Rob, now you gotta
That's not
wear
the
a
word.
muffin t-shirt with the makeup.
Pure. Pure. Yeah, that's the one.
Virginal.
Virginal, that's the one. Not Virginia.
Like innocence.
Virginia
Right.
is the people who
Oh,
live
that
in
judge looks
Virginia.
pissed. Look at her face.
Yeah. Right, mute time.
We call Officer Melissa Sines by deposition designation.
Yes.
And just so the jury is aware,
These are the
in
cops
first
from the
hour or
penthouse,
so,
correct?
What we'll hear is questioning by Ms. Hurd's counsel.
Yes.
Questioning by Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right, thank you.
Please state your name and your business address.
Yes, Officer Melissa Sines, 1546 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your occupation?
I am a police officer.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
Going on 12 years.
What year did you begin as a police officer?
2009.
And was that with the LAPD?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to coming to the LAPD in July of 2009?
No, I did not.
As of May 21, 2016, what was your rank?
Can you repeat the date?
May 21st, 2016.
I was a training officer.
And was that a P3?
Correct.
And as a training officer, were you considered a field training officer?
Correct.
And for how long a period of time had you been a training officer as of May 21, 2016?
Approximately, I believe, 4 months.
And who was the first officer you trained once you became a training officer at the LAPD?
I don't recall.
When did you start training Officer Haddon?
I don't recall the exact month.
Do you have an approximate?
If the incident was in May, then it's going to be within 2 months of May, before or after.
So are you suggesting
that you may not have started training Officer Haddon until 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident, so he wasn't there?
No, I'm not.
Was it 2 months or less from the time you started training Officer Haddon before the May 21, 2016 incident?
Yes, so I have a probationer for 2 months. So May could have been the second month I had him or the first month I had him.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, how long you had been training Officer Haddon as of the May 21st, 2016 incident?
Correct.
What does Central Division include?
It encompassed downtown Los Angeles.
In May of 2016, what shift were you on?
I was working nights.
And what would the night shift entail? What was the time from when to when?
It is approximately 6:45 p.m. to 6:45 a.m.
And how many days a week would you work the shift?
Usually 3 days a week.
Typically, what was the range of the number of units that were working on your shift in May 2016 in Central Division?
I don't recall.
I mean, are we talking less than 5, more than 10, more than 25?
There would be at least 5 units. How high over that, I wouldn't know that. Every night is different. The city pulls from different divisions if there's special events going on. So it's constantly changing.
Okay. But it's usually at least 5 and maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 if there's not a special event. Would that be a fair estimate?
Correct.
What was the process for checking out equipment in May 2016 after roll call?
We would walk to the window and give them our name and serial number, and they would present us with equipment for the shift.
And what equipment were you given in May 2016 after roll call?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any of the equipment you checked out in May of 2016 after roll call?
I don't remember that specific day that I checked out equipment. I can tell you what I typically check out, if that's what you'd like.
All right, let's start there.
I usually check out a police vehicle, a taser, a less lethal beanbag shotgun, and a regular shotgun.
Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Do you check out body-worn video equipment?
Yes, if you were trained in body-worn video, then yes, you would check that out.
All right. Were you trained in body-worn video equipment?
I was not.
Have you ever been assigned body-worn video equipment?
Yes, I have.
When?
I don't remember the specific date.
What is your best estimate?
If I had to guess, it would probably be June of 2016.
Why do you think it was June of 2016 that you first were assigned body-worn video equipment?
Because that's the time frame that I remember having to use it. It was new to me. I never used body-worn before.
When did the LAPD start issuing body-worn equipment for Central Division?
I don't know that date.
When approximately?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a date.
Can you name any other officer that did not have body-worn equipment that was on your shift at any time between November 2015 and June 2016, other than you?
I cannot.
Have you had more than one body-worn video equipment?
Body-worn camera, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I have had two. One in Central Division, and now a new one at Southwest Division where I currently am. The camera stays at their respective divisions.
While you were at Central Division, did you ever get assigned more than one body-worn video camera?
Not to my knowledge.
So to the best of your knowledge, you had the same body-worn video camera throughout the time that you were at Central Division, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have a recollection of at any time while you were at Central Division, your body-worn video camera not working so you couldn't turn it on during an incident?
I do not recall that.
What tools were available to you in May of 2016 for investigating calls, answering and investigating calls?
Can you specify what you mean by tools?
Well, did you have a notebook, for example?
Yes, we carry field officers' notebooks.
And did you have your own field officer notebook?
Yes.
Can you describe what your field officer notebook looked like in May of 2016?
It's a small, just paper pad that we keep in our pockets to write on.
And do you carry a pencil or a pen with it so that you can take them out during a call and take notes?
I do.
What do you do with your notebooks once you have filled them?
You can turn them into the kit room and they can store them.
Is that what you have done?
I have my same officer's field officer's notebook in my locker.
Since you started?
No, I've had several different ones, but I usually keep them in my locker.
So for the field officer's notebook that you had in May of 2016, that would be in your locker?
It should be, yes.
How many field officer notebooks have you filled since you've been a police officer?
Not many, probably less than 5.
And do you recall roughly how many pages are in each field officer notebook?
No, I don't recall.
Did you have access to DART?
I don't recall what hours they worked at Central Division.
And what did DART stand for?
I don't know the specific acronym, but I know it's the domestic violence car.
Did you also have access to types of reports, incident reports, various forms, diagrams, things of that nature in case you needed them?
Yes, I did.
And where were those kept while you were on a shift? I'm talking about May 2016.
I usually keep extra spare reports in my bag, and I also keep them in my vest.
So when you answered calls in May of 2016, you had reports material in your vest as you answered calls? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's deposition exhibit number 14. It's a multiple page document. I'm just asking her if she recognizes this document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. When is the last time you reviewed this document?
About a week ago.
All right. And what were the circumstances under which you reviewed this document a week ago?
For this testimony.
Now, I asked you some questions about the body-worn video. Are you aware of anyone any other officer being assigned your body-worn video under your serial number?
I'm not aware.
Is there any chance that you could be mistaken about when you were assigned body-worn video?
No, there's not.
And why do you say that?
Because everything is recorded and documented on evidence.com under my serial number. So if a supervisor wanted to enter the database under my serial number, they could watch my videos and see the specific date and time my videos started to record and when the date of my last video was to this date.
All right, and did you go back and look to see what date you started?
I did.
What was the date that you were assigned body-worn video equipment in Central Division?
So the first day that I took out body-worn video was June 16th of 2016.
I'm going to show you this second page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It has you summoned to attend and give testimony at a deposition and also to produce certain documents. Do you recall this being issued?
Yes, I do.
And here we go. The documents to be produced. The first of those was all video footage recorded by you relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016, including all video footage relating to incident number, and it has the number on May 21, 2016. Did you conduct any type of search or any kind of effort to see if you had any video footage on May 21, 2016 relating to this incident?
The answer is no.
I'm going to ask you, did anyone at the LAPD at any point, supervisors, watch commanders, anyone connected with the LAPD, ever ask you whether you had any video footage from the incident of May 21, 2016?
No.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at number 2 here. It says all documents and or communications, including without limitation any notes, memoranda, reports, filings, and or summaries relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016. Are you aware of any documents or communications that would fit this description?
No.
Now, Officer Sines, you've had training on domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell me what that consists of?
We received training in the police academy.
Anywhere else? Did you have any other type of domestic violence training other than when you were in the police academy?
Other than my experience in the field dealing with domestic violence, no, not that I can recall.
And as of May of 2016, would you agree that you had answered over 100 domestic violence calls?
I go to a lot of domestic violence calls every day.
And you consider yourself to be a specialist in domestic violence, is that accurate?
I don't understand the title specialist. I don't consider myself specialist.
In May of 2016, what was the police officer supposed to do when the victim of a domestic violence would not respond to questions or cooperate with pursuing charges after a call was placed and the police officers had arrived?
If an individual is uncooperative, we are to check the location to make sure that the suspect isn't hiding for the safety of the potential victim and offer a business card if they decide to speak to us later.
In May of 2016, was it your understanding that if you saw evidence of injury or property damage in disarray, that you were to file a report even if the victim was not cooperating?
Correct.
going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 8. And this is something that was dated November 24, 2018. It's to all department personnel from the Chief of Police Domestic Violence Supplemental Report Form. And it starts out with the Domestic Violence Supplement Report Form, and it has the number of it, has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Was this a document that you recall receiving at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand what, do you have any understanding of why this was supplemented in November 24, 2014?
I do not.
And I'm going to ask you, officer, to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 9, and it's called Los Angeles Police Department Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what this document is?
It's a supplemental document that we add to a police report for domestic violence.
All right. And is this one of the reports that you would carry in your vest when you answered calls?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look, if you can, at the very left-hand column, where it has a number of different categories here, and it has victim shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, of why these are included on this supplemental domestic violence report.
So identify somebody's emotional state during an investigation?
And this is specifically with respect to domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then if you can turn over to the crime scene section on the right-hand side, you'll notice that there are some categories that include location vandalized / ransacked, personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why those categories are included in there for making notations for domestic violence supplemental report?
So identify the crime scene at the time of the incident.
Okay. And was it your understanding that these items that they have on here may be significant in assisting in determining whether there was in fact domestic violence and improving the case?
Correct.
And I direct your attention specifically to the evidence section. And it indicates witnesses present during domestic violence, statements taken, evidence collected, photos taken on there. What is your understanding of the significance of this collecting this information?
It's significant to tell a story about what happened at the domestic violence incident.
Okay. And then if we can scroll down a little bit further to additional questions, there's a series of those, including, has suspect threatened to kill you? Do they possess firearms? Have they ever attempted to smother, strangle, or suffocate you? And things of that nature. What is your understanding of why you're supposed to ask those questions?
Give you a background on the relationship and an idea of what the victim and the suspect have been through.
Okay, thank you. Just let me ask you the question, Officer Science. You did not fill out that supplemental report when you responded on May 21, 2016 to the Broadway call, correct, with Amber Hurd?
Correct, it did not meet criteria.
The question I asked was, did you fill out one of those forms?
No, I did not. I did not meet criteria.
Officer Science, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 10, and if I can direct your attention to the top, it says Domestic Violence Standards of Review, and it has Field Notebook Divider, Domestic Violence Laws, LAPD Form number 18.30.02. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
It has case preparation. It says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloodied clothing, damaged phones, property. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And it also says ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, and then suggest both a day or two after. What is your understanding of the reasons for collecting this evidence?
Because these are fruits of a crime.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Because these are fruits of a crime. If there's a crime, this is important to prove that a crime was committed.
And what do you mean by fruits of a crime?
If we're talking domestic violence, the location would be evidence. So if there's, a house is ransacked, and that should be noted in the report, that would be considered evidence.
All right, and then we're going to go to the second page here, and it has ensure photographs are taken of scene and damaged property, e.g. broken furniture, holes in wall, damaged phones, phone card, evidence of alcohol consumption, general disarray. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, proof of a crime.
Okay. And then it also says canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, fresh complaint witnesses, neighbors, and local law enforcement. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what would be the reason for canvassing the location and interviewing all witnesses?
That would be further evidence.
All right. And what is your understanding of what fresh complaint means?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And then if we go down a little bit further, it also has complainant questions, and it has questions such as length and nature of relationship, but also prior incidents of domestic violence reported and unreported, and what form of violence or abuse has taken. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Because it gives us an idea and background of the relationship.
Okay. And then we go to the next page, and we have a little bit more here. We have the, not too far. And that says how long the abuse has been occurring, any logs or diaries, is there a pattern of alcohol or substance abuse? What is your understanding of why those would be relevant?
Again, because it gives us background on what we're dealing with, what type of relationship this is.
And may help with the proof of the crime?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident. And it says in parentheses, fresh complaint witness. So I'm kind of guessing that must be the definition. But why would it be important to interview or identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident?
They probably have the best recollection.
Okay. And also has identify the person with whom the complainant first spoke about the incident, fresh complaint witness. What is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, the best recollection.
Okay. And then we have what have neighbors seen or heard. Why would that be important?
Because it would prove to us that there was an incident if there was other people with the same story as the victim.
Okay. And then we also have, did witness observe how physical injury occurred? Why would that be important?
Because that would tell us that there was a crime, that somebody got injured.
Okay. And then we have statements by the complainant and or accused after the incident. Why would that be important?
Because we're getting our story from the complainant. So what they say is everything with the crime.
All right, let's look at 12 for a moment. This is exhibit number 12. It's Office of the Chief of Police, April 9, 2002. And it's a domestic violence victims memo. And it says, purpose, the department is legislatively mandated to provide specific information to victims of domestic violence crimes. and then they go in to describe that. What is your understanding of, well, let me go a little bit further because I'm going to try to move through this a little bit quicker. So it says, to mitigate this issue, the department has begun to use the Victim Information Notification Everyday, VINE, pamphlet to accomplish not only the domestic violence information requirements under Section 13701 of the California Penal Code, but also to provide information regarding the VINE program. Did you have a copy of that pamphlet? Was that something that was given to you?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you typically provided then, as it says you should, to victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why you were to provide the pamphlet to the victim? You understand the question?
Yes, because it gives resources to the victims, domestic violent resources, like shelters and phone numbers to provide help.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. This is the VINE.
Okay, when you say VINE, is this the pamphlet that was being referred to? Okay. And it's your understanding that you were supposed to be giving that pamphlet to victims of domestic violence on calls, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Hurd?
I did not identify her as a victim of domestic violence.
Is that the sole reason why you did not give that to Amber Hurd?
Yes, we want to give them to victims of domestic violence.
I'm going to ask you to take a
At this point, Your Honor, Ms. Hurd's counsel is asking to move into evidence and publish to the jury Defendant's Exhibit 730, and Mr. Depp has no objection.
All right, 7:30 in evidence and can be published.
Okay, and then
All
we
right.
can
Okay.
keep going.
first page of exhibit number 3. It's an incident recall from specifically May 21st, 2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And please explain to me what it is.
It's a summary of our radio call.
All right, and how is this recorded?
By dispatch.
And how is it communicated to you?
A computer in our car.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at the very beginning of this. It starts out, it obviously has an incident number. Is this your understanding of the incident recall for the report 2849 South Broadway involving Amber Hurd?
Yes.
It starts out with 5/21/16 at 20:30:58, which is 8:30:58 or almost 8:31. And it says incident initiated by such and such. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the next thing that's communicated is Penthouse 3, PR received call from victim's friend Amber, assaulted by boyfriend. PR refused to give further. You see that?
Yes, I do. We review the calls as we're driving to the call.
Okay. Then we have at 5/21/2037, which is 8:37, a duplicate call. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, let's go down to 5/21/16. Officer Sines, can you go where I just highlighted here? And it's 20:57, which would be what time?
8:57.
All right, and it has STAT:(AS). What does that mean? So would that be when you and Officer Haddon arrived at 849 South Broadway?
Correct.
And then it has, the next entry is 5/21/2016. It has 21/22/57. So that would be 9/22.
Correct.
Okay. And it says, go ahead. I'll have you read this. What does it say after that?
Met with Vic, Chuck Lope, verified husband left Lope. Vic advised verbal.
Okay, go ahead into the next, go ahead and go into the next page or next line. Go ahead.
Dispute and refuse to give any further info. Issued business card.
Who wrote those two lines?
I don't recall.
And what did that mean to you? Those two lines that you just read?
It's a disposition of what happened at the call.
Okay, can you tell me what that means? I mean, just tell me in real person's words what those words are.
Yeah, that we met with the victim. We checked the location. The husband wasn't there. And that the victim advised us that she just had an argument and that she wasn't going to give us any further information. And because we didn't identify a crime, we issued her a business card letting her know that she could reach out to us later if she changed her mind and wanted to cooperate.
Okay. And at what point did you close this incident?
Whatever it says on the screen, let's see, 9/22/57.
Okay. And what did incident closed mean?
That we cleared from the location. We were complete. Done.
Okay. Now, if we could go to page Bates stamp number 12. And do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a summary of all of our calls from that day.
All right. And I believe you testified earlier that you reviewed this document in preparation for this deposition. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Correct.
Okay. And if we can go down to right here, that's 9/22, correct? At the end of that?
Correct.
All right. And it says 242D domestic violence. What is that?
It's a code for domestic violence.
And what does the 242D mean?
That's battery.
Officer Science, when we broke before the lunch break, I had just asked you about whether you had believed that you were at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016 for 30 to 60 minutes. Do you recall me asking that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall testifying that that's what you thought was the time that you and Officer Haddon spent at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. And in fact, it was significantly less, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it was, you entered from the elevator at 9:04 p.m. and went back into the elevator at 9:19 for a total of 15 total minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we've seen the video clips of you getting on the elevator and getting off, and that's where those timestamps come from. Now, once you got off the elevator at 9:04 p.m., the first thing you did was listen for some noise, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you went around and checked out the outdoor courtyard to see if anyone was outside. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you saw that there was a woman in the gym who was not related to the incident. Do you recall that?
Correct.
How did you know the woman was not related to the incident?
Because she seemed unfazed. She was just working out.
Did you speak with her?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall what she looked like?
I don't.
Now, did you take any notes during the entire 15 minutes from when you got off the elevator till when you got back on the elevator?
I did not.
Did Officer Haddon, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Did you take pictures or record anything?
I did not.
So after you saw the woman in the gym and looked at the parameter, you went back to the hallway and you met with what you called a white male who was generic. Do you recall using that term?
They asked me to describe him, yes.
And you said generic, correct? And what do you mean by generic?
He didn't have any identifying, I don't know, nothing that I could remember. I just remember a male white, nothing out of the ordinary.
What color was his hair?
I don't even remember now.
Did he have facial hair, a beard, or a mustache?
I don't remember.
Do you recall how tall he was, roughly?
I don't remember anything about him.
Did you ask him his name?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, the generic white male talked with you. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And when you first saw Amber Hurd, she was crying, red-eyed, and was not making eye contact with you, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her a few questions, and it was quite clear that she did not want to speak to the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Amber Hurd was visibly upset, so she would look down. Sometimes she would look up at you when she spoke, but was back and forth, correct?
Correct.
What was Amber Hurd wearing that night?
I don't recall.
What hairstyle did Amber Hurd have that night?
I don't recall.
Now, when was the first time you were asked to provide details of the events of May 21, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall providing your testimony at a deposition in July of 2016?
Correct.
Is that the first time you were asked to provide any details of what your recollection was of the events of May 21, 2016?
Correct.
Okay. And that was roughly 2 months later, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many shifts had you worked in that 2-month period?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
How many calls had you answered in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
How many of those calls were domestic violence calls in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
And if you saw any signs of injury on Amber Hurd, or even just damage to property, would you have been duty bound to make a report?
Correct.
Now, your recollection is that there was no damage to the flat. You searched the entire flat and there was no damage, broken glass, or anything out of the ordinary. Would you agree?
Correct.
Did you see anything, did you observe anything out of the ordinary during this particular call that you answered at the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
I did not.
When you left that call, when you got back into that elevator, do you recall what you were thinking?
I remember being impressed by the penthouse, how big and beautiful it was, yes.
But anything else?
No, nothing.
And just so we can stay on that for a minute, you had not heard of Amber Hurd at the time of this report, right, on May 21st, 2016?
Correct.
But you did know that Johnny Depp was an actor, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't know that that was Johnny Depp's penthouse when you reported that, correct?
Correct.
But you, as you just said, were impressed with the penthouse. Would it be fair to say you thought probably somebody with some wealth lived there?
Correct.
Can you bring up plaintiff's exhibit number 23? Officer Sides, do you recognize this elevator at all?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall?
That's the elevator from the location.
Okay. Alex, I'm going to ask you to go to 211940. And as you're moving that, Officer Sines, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this and see if you can tell me what you are saying to Officer Haddon in this video clip. That's you, is that correct?
Correct.
And Officer Haddon, do you recognize? Officer Sines, can you tell what you were saying to Officer Haddon?
I cannot.
Does it look like you might have said at the beginning that was crazy?
I can't tell what I was saying.
Would you agree, though, that you were quite animated in your discussion with Officer Haddon?
No, I wouldn't agree.
How would you describe your demeanor?
Comfortably talking to my partner.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit number 17. And while Alex is bringing that up, so your best recollection is that you saw no injuries on Amber Hurd, correct?
Correct.
And your best recollection is you saw no property damage, nothing in disarray, nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And if you had seen either of those, you would have had to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Officer Sines, let me ask you this question. So we've established that you got off the elevator on the penthouse level at 9:04 p.m. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Oh. Do you recognize the person here?
Yes, I do. Amber Hurd.
Okay. And do you see any signs of injury on Amber Hurd's face in this picture?
I do not.
Is it your testimony that you do not perceive this cheek to be reflecting an injury on Amber Hurd?
Correct. No injury.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this section here above the eyelid. And now I think with the, I'm going to ask you to take a look at that eyelid. Is it your perception that that eyelid does not reflect an injury? I'm sorry, what was your answer, Officer Sines?
Correct. No injury.
Okay. And then up above on the forehead level where the redness is and it looks like there's a couple of bumps, is it your perception that does not reflect an injury?
Correct.
Officer Sines, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 18, close to the time that you alighted from the elevator, correct?
Correct.
Please describe for me what you see in this photograph.
I see a striped carpet with discoloration on the right-hand side of the photo, and what I perceive as, I don't know if that's a reflection, some sort of mark.
Now, you believed and testified, in fact, that you considered the hallways to be very well lit that night, correct?
Correct.
Did you see these stains?
No, not that I recall.
Right. Would you agree that those are reddish stains on the right side?
Correct.
What does it look like from your experience?
Like a stain, like from a liquid.
Red wine, possibly?
It could be, yes.
Okay. But you don't recall seeing that in the hallway after you got off the elevator?
I do not.
And you did not investigate this or take any pictures or record anything about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go to number 19. Do you recognize what is depicted in exhibit number 19?
Yes, it's our business card.
And it has 1A1 on the front of it. What is that?
That's our unit designation.
Okay. And then it has Haddon and a badge number. Is that his badge number?
That is his serial number.
Okay, serial number, thank you. And it has your name, and is that your serial number?
Correct.
Who wrote this on the card?
I don't recall.
Would it have been either you or Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Do you recognize your handwriting?
I can't tell from this.
Now, I think you indicated when you were looking at the incident recall and the CAD summary that a business card had been left. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And why did you leave a business card?
I advised Amber Heard that she could contact us at any time if she changed her mind and decided that she wanted to speak to us and cooperate.
All right, let's go to number 20. Do you recognize this? What's depicted in this picture?
Yes, I do. It's the back of the business card.
All right. And it says 5/21/2016, and the time is 9:16 p.m. Is that the time that it was written?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recognize the handwriting on this side?
It looks like my handwriting.
Okay. Now it says radio call of dispute. Do you see that?
I do.
Why didn't you put verbal dispute?
It didn't. Verbal dispute, it's the same thing to me.
And you have refused report on here, correct?
Correct.
Could you just read this next part that you wrote on here?
Sure. Advice can call at later time if changes mind, because she was uncooperative and didn't want to speak to us.
Okay. Now, why did you say if changes mind?
Because I was giving her the opportunity to have a resource if she changed her mind.
But if Amber Heard had no injuries and there was no evidence of any type of physical property issues, disarray, breakage, etc., then why would it matter if she changed her mind?
It's a courtesy that I choose to give people when I go to calls.
Now, if Amber Heard had called you later, you had already closed this out and had not written a report and had taken no notes, correct?
Correct.
But if I'm understanding your earlier testimony, that if you saw evidence of injury, or if you saw injury of evidence of property damage, even if the victim did not cooperate, you would write a report, correct?
Correct.
And we'll go to number 21. Officer Science, this is just a picture. Do you recognize you and Officer Haddon here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Officer Science, is the timestamp on here of 9:19 p.m., 49 p.m., does that comport with your recollection of when you left?
I don't recall what time I left. I'm just going based on the video that is in front of me.
Okay, do you have any reason to believe that's incorrect?
I don't.
Officer Science, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 24. Okay. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, Amber Heard.
Okay. Do you perceive there to be an injury or evidence of injury on Amber's face in this photo?
No, I do not.
What is your perception of the redness on the cheek and the eyelid and above the eyebrow?
It's consistent with observed. Her crying, she's fair skinned, her face is flushed.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Do you see a red mark on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and above her eyebrow on this picture?
Her face looks flushed, yes, redness.
Okay. And what is your perception of what that is caused by?
Like I said earlier, it's consistent with what I see in her crying.
Right. But you don't think it's consistent with a cell phone being thrown at her?
Correct. It does not look like an injury caused from a cell phone.
Okay. And why not?
Because it's consistent with somebody crying. Her face is flushed.
This was taken on May 21st. I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as Amber Hurd?
Yes, I do.
Officer Steins, do you see any redness on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and we'll go with those?
I do.
And what is your perception of what the cause of those is, those red marks?
It's consistent with her crying. Her face is flushed.
And is it fair to say that you do not believe that this reflects an injury?
Correct.
And would it also be fair to say that you would not consider it sufficient to investigate further, whether it's an injury?
There's nothing that would stop me from investigating. I would continue to ask her questions, and it's up to the victim if they want to cooperate.
But just so that we're clear here, even if the victim doesn't cooperate, if you see signs of injury, you still, and I believe you testified to this, believe yourself duty bound to write a report, correct?
Yes.
But in your mind, you don't perceive this as to be reflective of an injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 27. Again, do you recognize this as Amber Hurd?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you see redness on the cheek of Amber Hurd on this one?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then you had testified on a number of these other pictures and on this one as well that this is consistent with crying. Do you see any redness on Amber's other cheek?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same or similar to the redness on the cheek, on the right cheek?
Based on this photo, it looks like one cheek is redder than the other.
But you also don't see any swelling with that?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Amber Hurd?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see redness on the right cheek and above the eye?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is it your perception that this reflects any type of, or could reflect any type of injury?
No.
Why not?
Because my perception is it was consistent with her crying.
All right, let's take this down, go to 29. I'm going to ask you the same questions. Do you recognize this as Amber Hurd?
Yes.
And do you see any redness in the right cheek and above the eyelid?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your perception that these are not indicative of injury?
Yes.
And what is your reasoning?
It's consistent with her crying.
Let's take this one down. Let's go to number 30. Now, you testified earlier that you thoroughly searched the penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Josh Drew, the gentleman that you called the generic male, actually took you through, escorted you through the penthouse and the series of penthouses, correct?
Correct.
Officer Steins, did you or did you not thoroughly search the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
We did search the penthouse.
Okay. And you used the term thoroughly, did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you feel like you conducted a thorough search of the penthouses that night?
Yes, I did. I did a sweep of the location for the suspect.
Okay. And when you're talking about a sweep of the location, did you go through every room?
Yes, every room.
Okay. And was there anyone escorting you through those rooms?
Yes, the same male that we were met with at the beginning of the call.
That you called the generic male, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified a little earlier that this was a very nice series of penthouses, right?
Yes.
Did you interview the woman that was sitting with Amber Hurd?
I attempted to. All parties were uncooperative.
What did you say to the woman that was with Miss Hurd?
I don't recall the exact words, but I introduced myself to everyone and asked if they seen what happened or know what happened, and they all refused to speak to me.
Did you ask for their names?
I recall, yes, I did ask for their names. Nobody would give me their names.
Now, that's a little unusual, isn't it?
No, it's not. A lot of people don't like us.
Well, is it that they don't like you, or is it potentially that they don't want to, with a domestic violence situation, are reluctant to press charges?
Every situation's different. Based on my training experience, where I work, it's usually that people do not like us.
Do you have a recollection of what the woman who was with Amber Heard looks like?
No recollection.
Do you know what color hair she had?
I have zero recollection.
So you don't recall how old she was, how tall she was, what her hairstyle was, what she was wearing, anything about her?
Zero recollection.
But somehow you're sure you tried to interview her and she refused to answer questions.
Yes, it's common practice. I try to interview everyone during my investigation.
So did you pull out your notebook at any time while you were in the penthouse?
I did not. I had nothing to write. No one would speak to me.
Well, how did you know that when you started asking the questions that they weren't going to give an answer?
Because they just looked at me.
But wouldn't you pull out your notebook first and then ask the questions? Then write down the answers as they're giving them to you?
No, I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety issues until I'm sure that I have something to write.
I'm sorry, officer. Can you repeat your answer?
I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety reasons. If I'm not sure I'm going to write, I keep my hands free. When I ask the questions, I got no answers. Therefore, I didn't take out any notebooks or pens.
Did you have any reason to fear for your safety at the time that you were talking with Amber Heard and the woman with her?
I always fear for my safety. A potential suspect could have been in the house. So yes, my guard was not down, if that's what you're asking.
What did you do first? Did you look at throughout the house to ensure that the person wasn't there, or did you ask the questions first and then look at the house?
I attempted to ask questions first. I can't just go into a house and start checking it without asking questions.
So what questions did you ask first?
I don't recall specific questions.
Do you recall any of your questions?
I don't.
Do you recall any of the answers that you were given?
I don't recall.
Now, we went through the domestic violence supplemental report and some of the guidelines for officers on domestic violence. Do you recall that the crime scene, a number of the items reflected location ransacked, location vandalized, furniture in disarray, personal property damage? Do you remember those being items as the checklist for crime scene for domestic violence?
As they pertain to domestic violence reports, yes, I do.
Right. Now, did you ever speak with the two officers who answered the second call to the townhouse that night?
I did not.
Did you ever communicate in any manner with the two officers who answered the second call to the penthouse?
I did not.
Did you communicate through a third party to the second set of officers relating to the domestic violence call and your determination?
I did not.
Did you know the two officers who responded to the second call?
Did not.
Sorry. Do you know who they are to this day?
I do not.
Have you ever spoken to the other two officers about the responding to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
Have you ever spoken with anyone else about your response and their response to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
And just so everybody's aware, up until now, you've been listening to questioning from Ms. Hurd's counsel. At this point, I believe we're going to shift over to questioning from Mr. Depp's counsel.
I want you to focus on the date of the incident that we have been talking about during this deposition, and that is May 21st, 2016. I'll refer to that as the date of the incident. You understand what I mean when I say date of the incident?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So as of the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
Since, I believe, the end of November of 2015.
So between 6 to 8 months?
Yes.
Prior to the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
4 to 6 months.
Okay. And as of the date of the incident, approximately how many incidents of domestic violence had you come across?
I couldn't tell you. I believe you said hundreds.
Yes, that's how I understood it from testimony I read in previous depositions of yours. So it's in the hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you and you indicated that you proceeded to the incident at the Eastern Columbia building due to what you heard from dispatch, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall, as you sit here today, what you were told from dispatch that led you to the Eastern Columbia building on the date of the incident?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you recall that it had something to do with a dispute at that location?
Correct.
And when you first arrived at the scene of the incident, what did you first do on entering the building?
We met with a security guard in the lobby who escorted us to the elevator.
Did you ask that security guard any questions about the building? Sorry, did you ask that security guard any questions?
Not that I recall.
Did the security guard escort you up to the penthouse?
They gave us access through the elevator. I do not believe that they came up to the penthouse with us. I believe they just accessed the elevator.
Okay. And when you arrived at the penthouse and exited the elevator, was it just you and your partner, Mr. Haddon, Officer Haddon?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next?
We tried to listen for any kind of sounds of domestic violence. We checked the hallways. We didn't observe anyone. We went out to a courtyard, didn't observe anyone. And based on what I was just reminded of, there was a woman in the gym who didn't seem involved, was working out, looked fine, nothing out of the ordinary. And then we responded to a door in the hallway, and I knocked and was met by a male.
Okay. Up until that point in time, from exiting the elevator to knocking on that door, did you see anything that indicated a crime?
I did not.
Up until the point where you knocked on that door, did you see or hear or witness anything indicating that there had been a domestic violence perpetrated?
I did not.
Up until you knocked on that door, did you see anything which you would have considered out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And I guess what I'm asking is, walking from the elevator to the gym and then to the door that you knocked on, was that were you in the hallway?
Yes, I was in the hallway.
Okay. And during that time period from exiting the elevator through to knocking on the door, was there anything in the hallway that was unusual to you?
Not that I observed, no.
Did you see any stains on the floor?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any vandalism in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you see any broken glass in that area?
I did not.
Okay. And upon knocking on the door, what happened next?
A male opened the door. I don't remember the exact questions and conversation we had, but I remember asking if they called for help, and he said that it was the neighbor and that she was inside of his house apartment with his girlfriend. And I asked him if they could step out, and he told me to wait, and he shut the door. And we waited. We waited for them to exit. I don't remember how much time passed by, and they came out, and that's when we were met with his girlfriend and who I know now as Miss Hurd in the hallway.
And up until that point in time, did you hear anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Okay. So you indicated that after you knocked on the door, you spoke with a gentleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified to someone as a generic white male. Is that the same person?
Yes.
So your previous testimony, and when you were referring to a generic white male, that's the person who opened the door when you first knocked on it, correct?
Yes, there was only one male at the location besides my partner.
And there was only one male? Is that for the entire time you're at the location?
Yes.
So in the hall, you met with a generic white male, Miss Hurd, and the generic white male's girlfriend. Is that right?
Yes.
And it was just those three folks?
Correct.
And you were there with your partner, Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Okay. And how, in the hallway, how far were you standing from Miss Hurd?
It was close, probably like 2 to 5 feet.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice any injuries on Miss Hurd?
I did not.
Okay. Were you looking to see if she had any injuries at that time?
Yes, I was.
And so you were looking to see if Miss Hurd had any injuries, and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination?
Yes, the hallways was well lit.
Okay. And at the time, were you wearing any sort of corrective lenses?
I was not.
Although you are not wearing corrective lenses, were you prescribed corrective lenses at the time?
No, I have never worn glasses, and I'm not prescribed. I have good vision.
Okay. And at that time, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
At the time you were observing Miss Hurd, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe any injuries at that time?
I did not.
What did you ask Miss Hurd at that time, if anything?
I don't have an independent recollection. Again, it's been so long. I don't remember specific questions.
Okay. Now, let me just back up a little bit. During the time period from when you left the elevator and when Ms. Hurd came onto the hallway, at any time did the generic white male tell you that there had been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you think there may have been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you believe that a crime may have been committed?
No, he did not.
And during that time period, did you ask him what had happened or what was happening?
Yes, I did ask him, and he just refused to give me any information.
Okay. So now, fast forward to what we were talking about with respect to you in the hallway with the generic white male, Ms. Hurd, and the generic white male's girlfriend. After you observed her and saw no sign of injury, what did you do next?
I advised her that we would be conducting a protective sweep just to make sure that there was no one else in the house. And she agreed if her neighbor, the male, could accompany us with the protective sweep.
Okay. Up until that point in time, did you ask Ms. Hurd what happened?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
No response. She was uncooperative.
And Officer Simon, at that time, was Ms. Hurd cooperative?
Ms. Hurd was uncooperative.
Thank you. And by uncooperative, does that mean that when you asked her a question, she wouldn't say a word? Did she say something that made you think she was not cooperating?
She wouldn't say anything.
Okay. But just to be clear, you would ask questions and she wouldn't say anything?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
After the protective sweep, I asked her again if she wanted to talk to me, if anything happened. Again, I don't remember the specific questions that I asked her, but I asked her questions to establish if there was some sort of crime, who was involved, and again, she wouldn't give me any information. I attempted to ask her friend, the other woman in the room. I even asked the males to wait in the hallway so it could just be us women in there so we could talk privately. Maybe she felt more comfortable that way. Still, they denied that there was any crime. They wouldn't answer any specific questions. So I wrote a business card. I advised her if she changed her mind that she could call us at any time and we would respond and help her out.
So backing up a bit to the time you were in the hallway with the three of them, and you testified that Ms. Hurd was uncooperative, and then you indicated you did a sweep. I want to start with from the point of time in the hallway where she was uncooperative, transitioning to the sweep. How did that occur? Did you ask her if you could look in the penthouses? How did you go from standing in the hallway to conducting a sweep?
I don't recall.
Now, before you swept the penthouses, did you ask if you could enter the penthouses?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the response?
I can't remember if she gave me a response or nodded her head. I can't remember.
From what you observed or heard from Ms. Hurd, you took it that she was permitting you to enter the penthouses and look around. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Was it more than one penthouse?
There was two.
Okay. And this term sweep we've been using, Is that a technical police officer term?
Yes.
What do you mean by conducting a sweep?
It's called a protective sweep, and we do so to make sure that there's no other individuals that may be victims that are hurt inside of the location, or suspects hiding, concealing themselves from officers that would attack the victim after we left the location. So we go in to verify that any potential suspects are gone from the location for the victim's safety.
Thank you. And you conducted a protective sweep of 2 penthouses, correct?
Correct.
What was your understanding of who owned or lived in the first penthouse that you performed a protective sweep on?
It was my understanding that Amber Hurd, that it was her home. Again, the gentleman directed us. That's why he came with us, so we wouldn't get lost.
I see. And during your protective sweep during the first penthouse, did anybody accompany you during the entire sweep?
Yes, the only male that was there besides my partner.
Okay. And your partner conducted the sweep with you?
Correct.
Okay. And as to the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you go into every room of the penthouse?
To my knowledge, yes.
And was your knowledge based on the generic white male leading you around?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that your protective sweep included you looking in every room in the penthouse?
Correct.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you see anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the first protective sweep, did you see anything that made you think that an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear or see anything? Did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Okay. Upon your completion of the protective sweep of the first penthouse, up until that point in time, from you exiting the elevator up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you think an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Now, I want to ask you, you testified to you viewing Miss Hurd and not seeing any signs of injury. Did you view her again after that first viewing?
During the interviews and throughout the entire investigation, I'm constantly scanning her and watching. So if I see any other observations that would indicate any injury or domestic violence.
And did you see anything like that?
I did not.
And you didn't see, did you see anything like that during the entire time period that you were on that call? And do you believe that you had enough time viewing Ms. Hurd to determine whether or not she had sustained any injuries?
Yes, I do.
And did you determine that she sustained any injuries?
I determined that she did not sustain any injuries.
So other than the conversation you had with her in the hallway when you first got there, did you have any other conversations with Ms. Hurd?
I did. Inside of the loft or penthouse, sorry.
Okay. Was that before or after the protective sweep?
I believe both, before and after. I attempted.
Okay. How many separate conversations did you have with Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall.
There was at least the one in the hallway, and there was one before or after the protective sweep, correct? I'm sorry, I missed that answer.
Correct.
Okay. And during the second conversation you had with her after the one in the hallway, how close were you to her?
The same, 2 to 5 feet. She was right in front of me.
Were you close enough to get a good view to determine whether or not she had any injuries?
Yes, I was.
And during that second conversation, did you determine whether or not she had any injuries?
I determined that she did not have any injuries.
At any point in time during the incident, during the date of the incident, did she complain of any injury?
She did not.
During the protective sweep of the penthouse, did you see anything in disarray?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you indicated, let me ask you, did you do a protective sweep of the second penthouse?
Yes, I did.
Did the generic white male accompany you on that sweep as well?
Yes, he did.
What was your understanding of who owned or resided in that second penthouse?
I had no idea.
Did you, during that second protective sweep, did you walk through every room in that penthouse?
From my understanding, yes, we did.
Okay. And during that second protective sweep, did you see anything that you would say was in disarray?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you see anything that made you believe there had been a crime committed?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you hear or see anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
After you performed the protective sweep of the second penthouse, what did you do?
I responded to where Amber Hurd was. And I again tried to see if I could get any information from her. I was unsuccessful, and then I issued her the business card and let her know that she could call us back if she wanted to talk.
Did she answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
At any point in time during the entirety of the incident, did Ms. Hurd answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
During the entire time of the incident, did Ms. Hurd complain of any injuries?
No, she did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
No, they did not.
During the entirety of the time you were at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
No, they did not.
Okay. During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you see anything that made you believe a crime had occurred?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Had you heard of anybody by the name of Ms. Hurd at that time?
Never.
Amber Hurd?
No, I have never heard of Amber Hurd before that time.
Okay. Did you recognize any of the people that you encountered during the incident?
I did not.
At the time of the incident, did you have any reason to believe that anybody you encountered at the incident was famous?
I did not.
And during the entire time that you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp was affiliated or involved in the incident?
I did not.
Madam Reporter, can you repeat my last question? I lost where I was.
Question, during the entire time you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you witness any bruises on Miss Hurd? And there was not a response.
I did not observe any injuries on Miss Hurd.
Did you observe any swelling on Ms. Hurd's face?
I did not.
Did you observe anything that led you to believe that she was a victim of domestic violence?
I did not.
Alex, if you can pull up Exhibit 2.
So is this going to be Exhibit 57?
Yeah. Officer Sines, do you recall having your deposition taken on July 18th, 2016 in connection with Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall giving testimony in connection with that deposition under oath? Is it yes? I'm sorry, officer.
Yes.
Okay. And did you give accurate and true testimony at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood you were under oath, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Alex, if you can go to page 26. Officer Sines, do you recall testifying as to, that, and I'm talking about today, do you recall just testifying that you can recall what Ms. Hurd said to you, if anything?
I do not have an independent recollection, but I can go off what I'm seeing here on my screen.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're at 5 o'clock. It looks like we have about 18 minutes left. Do you want to?
You don't have any problem finishing it tonight, do you? Let's go ahead and finish it. Okay. Thank you.
And do you agree with me that your memory of the day of the incident was fresher on July 18th, 2016 than it is today?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And the incident was May 21st, 2016. This deposition was taken July 18th, 2016. How long after the incident was this deposition taken?
A few months.
Okay. And Alex, if I could have control. delayed out. Can that be fixed, or is that just the way it is?
This is Alex speaking. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't help that. I'm sorry, Mr. Preciado.
That's fine. Officer Symes, I'm going to start here. Do you see my cursor?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to start here at line 3. The question is, okay, so we'll get back to that. Before you did a sweep or a check of the rest of the penthouse, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Hurd when you were in the apartment? Answer, yes, I did. Okay, question, okay, can you tell us about that conversation? Answer, sure. I asked her what happened. Opening question. She said nothing, and she continued to cry. I said, who do you live with? Who do you live here with? She shook her head as if she did not want to answer. I asked her, are you hurt? Do you need an ambulance? And she shook her head again, no. At that point, I asked her if she would mind if I checked her apartment. And that's when she said no. Officer, does this refresh your recollection of the conversation you had with Ms. Hurd at that time?
Yes, it does.
And your testimony that I just read, is that true and accurate?
Yes, it is.
During the entire time period you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, did Ms. Hurd say that she had been assaulted in any way by anybody?
No, she did not.
During your protective sweep of the 2 penthouses, did you do anything that you would characterize as vandalism?
I did not.
During the entire time you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, were you looking for any probable cause to believe that a crime had been committed?
Yes, I was.
And what did you determine?
I determined there was no crime.
What did you determine with respect to an assessment of probable cause?
There was no probable cause of any sort of crime.
Thank you. During the entire time you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, were you wearing any body-worn video cameras?
I was not.
Are you certain of that?
I am certain.
And how is it that you are certain of that?
Because I didn't start using body worn video until June of 2016.
And that's after the date of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Alex, if you would mind putting Exhibit 9 back up. Officer Sines, you were shown this document earlier. What is this document?
It is a domestic violence supplemental report.
And do you recall counsel asked you about the victim column and the crime scene column?
Yes, I do recall.
Do you also see that there's a suspect column in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any difference between the victim column and the suspect column with respect to the box terms?
No difference.
Okay. Did you fill out one of these forms in connection with your investigation on May 21st, 2016?
I did not.
Why not?
Because it was determined there was no crime.
And Officer Sines, just one more question with respect to that Exhibit 9. I know it's not up, but the fact that you did not fill out that form, is that consistent with your training?
Yes, it is. I wouldn't fill that out because there was no crime. It's not called for.
When you testified during the London trial, at the time, did you believe your testimony was accurate?
Yes, I do.
At all times, you've testified under oath in any legal proceedings, trials, depositions. Do you always give accurate and truthful testimony?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any reason to not give accurate and truthful testimony in connection with this deposition?
I do not.
Officer Sines, do you see these two pictures?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize the person in the pictures?
Yes, Amber Hurd?
In both pictures?
Yes.
Do you see a difference in these two pictures, between these two pictures?
Yes, I do. The lighting of the photos.
Okay. Do you see any difference in connection with the redness on the cheeks of Ms. Hurd as between these two pictures?
Yes, I do. The left side is, the photo's brighter.
Okay. And other than that, would you agree with me that these two pictures are the same? In other words, Ms. Hurd's face, the position of her face, everything about her in these pictures is identical except for the differences that you indicated?
Yes.
Okay. And even though these are the same pictures, do you see any difference with respect to the redness on Ms. Hurd's face with respect to the two pictures?
Yes, the photo on the left is brighter, causing the redness on the cheeks to what appears to be brighter or exaggerated.
What does it say with respect to, let's concentrate on the picture on the left. Can you read for me what it says in the little box at the very top on the left? Under add a title, do you see a date and a timestamp?
Yes, I see it.
What's it say? Date and timestamp?
Date is May 21st, 2016. Timestamp is 9:25:12 p.m.
And now let's look at the other picture, Exhibit 29, at the same spot. Can you read for me what the timestamp says there?
Yes, it says May 21st, 2016, 9:25:12 p.m.
So both exhibits, both pictures have the same exact timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And even though that's the case, do you still believe that there's a difference between the two pictures as you previously described?
Yes, I do.
Three signs, do you see Exhibit 41?
Yes.
Do you recall counsel asking you questions
Yes.
during your protective sweep of the two penthouses on May 21st, 2016? Did you see anything in disarray?
No.
Officer Sines, I think you answered this, but up until the present, for how long have you been a LA Los Angeles police officer?
I will be going on 12 years.
Officer Sines, in connection with your investigation at the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, were you in a rush in any way to complete the investigation?
No.
Were you willing to stay as long as necessary to determine if a crime had been committed?
Yes.
At any point in time during your investigation on May 21st, 2016 at the penthouses, did Ms. Hurd ask you to file a report?
No.
Did anybody that you spoke with or saw on May 21st, 2016 at the penthouses ask you to file a report?
No.
Did you have any cause to file a report?
No.
And was that determination in line with your training?
Yes.
If you had witnessed anything that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report?
Yes.
And you, in fact, did not file a report, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And if you had witnessed something that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report even if Ms. Hurd had asked you not to?
Yes.
And is that in line with your training?
Yes.
Officer Sines, you were asked some questions.
And just so everybody's on the same page, we have about a minute and a half of questions from Ms. Hurd's counsel at this point.
When you got off the elevator in the penthouse and when you got on and how much time you spent at the penthouse level, I approached it in my earlier, but based on the cross-examination, I feel like we need to go back to that. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at what is exhibit number 6. And do you recognize you and Officer Haddon in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what time does the timestamp on this picture say for the elevator?
It says 210443.
Okay, that's 9:04:43. Would that be right, PM?
Yes.
And you looked at this earlier. I'm going to ask you to take a look at it again at 21. And so this one has what time?
21/19/49.
All right, and allowing for and Officer Sines, you said earlier that you weren't sure whether there were accuracies or inaccuracies in terms of the elevators, but allowing for that there may be any issues at all, would you agree that it still means that you were on and off that elevator in 15 minutes?
Assuming the times are correct, yes.
Okay. You were asked to look at a number of the pictures that I had shown you earlier that were taken on the night of May 21st, 2016, both before, during, and after the time that you and Officer Haddon had reported to to Ms. Hurd's penthouse. Do you recall seeing those again and being asked about them?
Yes.
You were asked by counsel for Mr. Depp to take a look at those again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he asked you if you had seen any of those photographs before, and you indicated that you had not, correct?
Correct.
So, other than what was placed in the CAD summary by either you or Officer Haddon, and then also went into the incident recall, are you aware of any documentation that either you or Officer Haddon collected relating in any manner to your visit to the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony for today. Please do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you.
Hallelujah.
That was friggin' awesome.
So if you could get with Jamie and see
I was
what
starting to
points
get
those
a
are, so we can
panic
get that
attack.
taken care of, so we don't.
I was so happy to hear all that. You have no idea. I know some of you were falling asleep or whatever.
Yes.
I was falling asleep at the doctor. Sorry, but I did. But this, even though she was great, and all, I just got so tired of the questioning and the psychological.
Oh my god, I know they kept asking this question like a million times, like in different ways, and I'm like, oh my god.
But what I like and what I want to drive to you all. Goodbye. Yeah, take off. Yeah, see ya. Hurry, run.
Bye,
run,
turd.
Run. Hurry, run away. Run away. There you go. There you go. Anyway, what I want to, someone's here. What I want to point out, I want to make this clear so you guys can understand, is it's very important that today they drilled this into the jury, because all we've gotten drilled in is let me get rid of this. No, let me get rid of this. I can stop streaming this.
Johnny didn't waste time getting out of that courtroom.
All we got drilled in repetitively is the same thing. Johnny took drugs. Johnny's a monster. Johnny took drugs. Now, finally drilled, there was no crime. There was nothing wrong. There was no problems. Did you see anything? No. Did you thoroughly inspect? Yes. Did you, why'd you give it a card? Just because. Well, if there was no crime, then why'd you give it a card? Just in case. Yeah. You want to back your ass up.
It's protocol.
Maybe she does. Maybe it happens again. Maybe, there's a lot there to think about. I think the officer was great. I thought the doctor was great. I thought Tara Roberts was good. I thought it was another great day. I was very happy. I was very happy. Yeah, Rep Surfer guy, I agree with you.
I wonder who's testifying tomorrow.
Well, I don't know. We're going to find out. It's going to be another last day Thursday. Because I have a feeling AH is going on. I have a feeling AH's team is going to be going next week.
I know the list for Johnny Depp's is up on the thing.
Yeah, I just don't know if they're going to get to all these people because Amber has a
There's so
list.
many people on that list, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, Amber has a long list. They're not going to have enough time. They're going to have to pick and choose. That's what they're going to do. They're going to have to pick and choose and say, well, you yes, you no, you yes, you no. That's what they're going to have to do.
I can't wait to see her on the stand. Yeah. She'll pick her turd. Or, yeah.
Well, I want to say hi to everybody who's in the panel. We got RJ, we got Hen, we got Kareen, we got Animation, who's been putting up funny-ass memes on Twitter. We got Yazida, and we got Carmen. How is everybody? Everybody's quiet. I don't know why.
We're good. How's the host?
We're preaching from here, Rob.
Yeah,
I'm great.
you got a shirt
We're listening to the teacher.
And I got good news for you. The person is sending me where you guys can buy this shirt. I'll have the answer for you tomorrow. So I will have the answer for you tomorrow. He's going to send it to me tonight. He said, I'll send you. Don't worry, you missed it. He's going to send me the answer. He's going to send me an answer tonight. Yes, Carrie, I saw the picture you sent me, and it is hysterical. Am I baking you guys muffins? I might have to.
Oh, my God.
I was thinking of eggs this morning. Now I'm thinking of muffins.
Here we go. More muffin memes.
Let's get muffins for Rob.
You want chocolate muffins? Okay.
Hi, Mama.
Hi, everyone. Hey, Hen. Hey, RJ. Hey, Kareen.
Hi.
Hey,
Yazida.
Wait.
Wait.
Hey, Animation. Hey,
Hi,
Shannon.
Maya.
How about that? Does that help you?
Yeah. Hey, Carmen. Hey, Yazida.
Sweetie.
Let's go, Maya.
Hi. Hi, Echo Spice.
Go ahead.
Hi, Donomus. Hey,
Joni.
Hey, hi, Joni. Hey, Webster forgot. Hey,
Petty Patty. You know what? That's nice. I like the way you said that. Pretty Patty. That's okay. We'll go with that. We're gonna go with that.
Pretty
I like that. How about this?
Hey, Tudor.
Hey, Tudor. Yeah,
Hey,
you know
Tudor.
Tudor. You know some of these people very well. Who's that?
Hey, Isa.
Who's that?
Hey, Carrie.
Okay.
Hey, Tracy.
This is hard. Humility first.
Hey, Humility first. Hi, Echo Spice.
Wait, I think you got everybody.
Oh, hey, Liz. Hey, John Doe.
John Doe.
John Doe.
Who's this?
Hey,
Piglet.
Hey,
Who's
Christina.
that? Christina. All right.
Hey, Sue.
Sue. All right.
I wonder if Gina is here today.
She was here earlier, but she left. I
I mean like Gia.
She was here. Yeah, Gia was here. Who's that?
Oh, hey, Emma.
Who's that?
Hey, Lily.
Right.
Lily.
Good job, Maya. You got the roll call. I think you got everybody.
Smart.
Oh, you didn't get.
Oh, hey, Amy. Cece. Hey, through the phone. Here, baby.
Yeah, through the phone. Let me let them talk because we gotta go. I gotta go out. I gotta go work.
All right.
Okay,
Real
Maya.
quick.
I want to talk to the panel.
See your birthday dress?
Okay, so nice. Happy birthday.
Nice. Happy birthday.
Maya, come here. Wait, we need you again. Maya.
Happy
go ahead.
birthday.
Maya,
Oh,
you see your pretty dress, your pretty unicorn.
Whose birthday is it?
That means your Twitter page has birthday balloons.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
Animation.
Happy birthday to you.
Get a basket of muffins. Happy birthday, Animation.
It's a daughter, so.
Don't cry, Animation. You'll make me cry.
Oh, she's
crying.
Oh, don't cry, Animation.
Mommy's
Happy birthday.
Hey.
Oh, happy birthday.
There's a smile. There we go. Yeah.
Oh,
Happy birthday.
Happy tears. Oh.
Everybody's writing happy birthday.
No, you can't escape. You're not gonna run out.
Everybody's like, happy birthday.
She's
Don't
running
run away.
She's a runner.
Look at that. You got more happy
Happy birthday! Oh, this was past weekend. I missed it. Sorry. Happy birthday! Oh.
Yep, with that birthday girl.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
turned the camera
hold on.
off.
I gotta fix it. Sorry. There we go.
No, Shannon.
Happy birthday. I hope you have a great birthday. I hope you have a great time.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, of course. Come on, you're part of family. Everybody's part of family.
Yeah,
here.
everybody's part of the family.
Okay, get out of here, Miss Drama. Goodbye.
Now, if anybody's following her on Twitter, go wish her a happy birthday too.
And everybody wish
Aw.
her a happy birthday because her birthday was this weekend. So
Who's?
Dunamis.
Dunamis, happy late birthday.
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't know.
It
Oh
was her
my God!
birthday,
Happy
so-
birthday!
So I'm gonna let the panel get their thoughts in because I always talk. So you guys can say whatever you thought of. Go ahead.
I want to take a nap. That's my thought. But I don't want to dream
Oh,
about her. So.
Head's quiet. Yazida, go ahead. You don't get to talk often. Go ahead, Yazida. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm looking in the background of
All right.
Is that a
So I'm gonna steal the panel for a second. I promised everybody tea, so I'm just gonna go for it. I hope everybody hears me okay. So the reason that I think that that Amber never loved Johnny. Johnny saw Johnny as a mark is because about 16 years ago, Amber was in romance. She was also about to get married to Valentino Lemus, which is a Mexican soap opera star. At the top of his fandom, at the top.
That's her ex-boyfriend.
So
that
at the
said that
top
she was
of his
pregnant.
fandom, yeah, at the top of his fandom, she looked for him, searched him out,
And they met back
got
up
to
when
be
they were when she
his
was dating
girlfriend.
Johnny.
So what happened was that she dated him for about 10 months and they were about to get married. And what happened was that he was very popular with soap operas in Mexico. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, that's their bread and butter, right?
Right.
He decided to settle down with her and wanted to, stop going to the parties that he was taking her to, all, Mexican superstars and celebrities. And she didn't want to. She didn't want to stop. So she called him boring in public. She was just like, this guy is boring. And
Rob, look behind you.
and he knew something was going on, that she wanted fame and she wanted to climb the ladder of fame. She only used them to get exposure. So at that point, they ended things, and she moved on to Johnny because
that
she
how
was
she
just like,
learned
oh,
Spanish? That's
he's
a good
gonna
question.
he's gonna take me to parties, and he's gonna expose me to North America. So that's how I know that this is what she always wanted. She always wanted to move up the ladder. I very much doubt that it's love at that point.
Somebody asked if that's how she learned
I know that
Spanish.
Johnny fell in love. I don't know if she knows Spanish as well as she thinks she does, but I think that, because she was involved and she was just like, this is all I'm going to do. Actually, she verbally abused him as well, because she was just like, you're never going to be anything but, a soap opera star. You always want to, you don't want to move forward. Yeah. So it's the same thing that she did to Johnny about 21 Jump Street.
Oh wow, I didn't know.
She was just like,
See, the
oh,
only thing I
21
saw on-
Jump Street, who sees that,
See, I was telling Rob about this earlier. Remember, Rob, I told you that she had an ex-boyfriend that said that she was pregnant with Johnny's baby. That's the guy.
I didn't know
Maybe
that.
it was
yeah.
his baby and it wasn't Johnny's. I don't know. But she was pregnant definitely at one time What happened to the child? I'll never
we
know.
really, we don't really know, right? But I would think somebody like this is very, she doesn't want to get tied down by the wrong person, which is why I also think that she's not, volunteering the information of who the surrogate father is, because she wants to have something on Elon. That's
Oh,
what
definitely.
that's my, like,
He's the richest man in the world. Who wouldn't want it?
she doesn't want to say it no or yes, because she wants a trump card to be there. Anyway, who's paying for all these lawyers?
The
Who's
judge in
paying
the
for
United
her
Kingdom
sister
was
to be a
reportedly
lawyer?
to be paying her fees.
You know, of course.
Oh, my
This is what's
Johnny
happening.
Depp, John
This is
Doe.
what's happening.
That's funny.
Well, we don't know. Get up here and show your face, and we'll.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know, John. You don't know. We
Come
don't
on,
know.
John. Come up here and show your face. I'll let you know.
What did you think, RJ?
No, but that's what.
Oh, go ahead. Yazida, finish. Go ahead.
No, but that's the hot tea that I was telling you guys about. You know, like this girl, she is a social ladder climber, and if
Right.
it's a pattern, then we cannot ignore that pattern. And no
that
matter
is
how much
very
they
true.
badger the witnesses, and they keep on asking the same questions in order to trick them, the truth is what it is. The officer did great, I think. The doctor did amazing. This is
Oh,
this is
yeah.
all
Yeah,
supported
doctor was good,
for Johnny Depp. And even if he does not win this case, which I hope to God it doesn't, only because it'll make it really hard for DB survivors to get through, because he'll be a president. But even if he doesn't, this came out, and the truth came out, and he won in the eyes of he got social justice, because
Yeah,
this
that's very
nobody in their right mind is gonna touch this woman. You know,
Hopefully not.
like directors, you know, they're gonna lose money unless Elon buys her production company. It's not gonna happen. No,
He probably will buy
you know,
it.
like meanwhile, Johnny's gonna get other parts 100%. He cleared his name already. You know, no matter how
yeah.
much they try to paint it, it's done.
He came forward and he told the truth, and he kept his truth since day one. So how I see, he already won.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He said
me too.
yes.
I see.
Do you
he already
guys,
won.
I give
you
him props.
gals,
He's very brave for coming forward. I mean, I know when I was with an abusive ex, and I couldn't come forward right away.
Issa wants to know, do you gals think that
100%.
L'Oreal will drop her?
I hope so.
I hope they drop her, because I know Milani is getting all the praise. Everybody, people were asking me who's the owner of Milani, so they could buy stock on Milani,
I
and
always buy
100%
from
that would be
Milani.
100.
They
Right?
have a website. Yeah, they
Yeah,
have
I
a
didn't know
website,
that.
MilaniCosmetics.com.
Somebody said, and I'm not sure if it's true, they said that they think that they're actually going to be a witness in this case now that opened up. I don't know if that's true. I can't answer that question.
I never heard that. I don't know.
No,
Yeah, I don't know, because it's so last minute.
Yeah,
If they have
bring people in
anything to
last
back
minute,
that up.
unfortunately.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I
would
don't
be new information, right? They would have to clear it with
Yeah.
the both cancels. So it's very hard to say. But it doesn't matter, because now Milani came out, and now in the
They
eyes
told
of
their
the
truth,
public, he won anyway. Everybody
Milani
knows
already
that
won.
she's a liar. This is a liar.
Mm-hmm.
A pathological liar at that.
Yeah.
One
I
that
gotta
needs
I'm
to
gonna
be
shift everybody over.
institutionalized.
Just doing some shifting. So, who else is talking? Hen hasn't talked. Animation, since you're talking, I haven't heard from you. What do you think?
I got a lot of catching up to do, but from what I saw, it went fucking phenomenal today. Elaine was extra psychotic with badgering the psychiatrist, but it just doesn't help their case at all. It really, really doesn't.
Yeah, I agree.
It was
I
just.
agree. What'd you think, RJ?
Damn.
That's true. What Echo Spice said is very true.
Yeah, I don't think Milani will have to be witnesses. They could just add documents to show. Yeah, they could do
Which
that.
they already did. So they already proved their point. They won.
It's true. That's true. Any other thoughts, Yazida, before I wrap up for the day? Anything else you want to? What happened with Surfer Guy? What? The owl no. The owl next to Rob knows JD has Eon, regardless of the verdict. Eon. What do you mean, Eon?
The owl.
Yeah, he has one, regardless of the verdict.
Oh,
That's correct.
one. I was like, what is Eon? I don't understand. Like Elon? What? Like what? Oh, one. There it is. I was like, what the hell? So funny. Well, thank you. Look, this name is funny. Thank you, I guess. I don't know. What a name. Yes, baby. All right, I'm getting summoned to get on out of here. So, again, you guys are always invited.
Aw.
Lunchtime. You guys invited in the morning, afternoon, whatever you guys want. Anyway, yeah, this is a little past 5:30. So, I'm going to get going. You want to say goodbye to everybody?
Bye.
A lot to meditate today. Hi, Maya.
Hi.
I got my
What's your
owl
owl's
over
name?
here. Her name is Hedwig.
Oh.
Go. Oh, good. All right, let me go get ready. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow for day 10.
I'll see you early in the morning playing Star
We'll
Wars.
see you
because I
tomorrow
tried
for
to
day
early this
10.
morning.
Yes, if you want to come on, anybody, Zeta, Animation, everybody's invited. So feel free, come join me, come hang out.
All right.
Love you all. We'll see you for day 10. So
I'll
far.
try between patients. Thank you so much.
All right,
Bye,
let me
guys.
know.
Bye,
Bye,
everybody.
everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Yeah. The turd.